Chapter 459, Damien's Journey. Yeah, everyone knows it's easier said than done. Too many people just spout empty platitudes. Those who snake their way through, or come here on a whim, did they ever deserve the Void's blessing? Damien listened as the middle-aged chef, who doubled as the keeper of the Void God cult's trials, shrugged and wiped his hands on his apron. Damien placed his order, then settled into a chair by the corner of the modest dining hall. He offered the chef a wry smile. "You designed these trials," Damien said. "How many people actually see them through?" The chef leaned back, glancing at the flickering lanterns overhead. "Over the years, I've watched countless hopefuls shuffle in. Most want a shortcut. They learn the bare minimum, go through the motions, then fidget impatiently after half a month and start complaining. Only those with true conviction, those who refuse to leave until they earn the blessing, ever make it through." Damien nodded. Claudia mentioned something about the cult's skewed demographics, more men than women. "That's by design," the chef explained. "When Claudia took her trial, she lasted 4 months. The average ordeal runs 1 or 2 months at most. Her resolve was exceptional, and she's one of the few women who've ever endured it." Damien folded his hands on the table, eyes thoughtful. The path ahead would not be easy, but he had no intention of turning back. Damien remembered all too well why Claudia had first come to him. She hungered for the power to avenge her devastated hometown. He'd hesitated. Avengers who succeed often falter afterward, their purpose spent, and so he watched her for 4 long months before granting her request. At last, convinced of her iron will, he made an unprecedented exception. Claudia would become the Void cult's first member, driven solely by revenge. Leaning forward, he fixed her with a steady gaze. Belief without action is empty. The Void rewards only those who match their faith with deeds. If you're not ready to fight for this, your conviction will falter, and you'll gain nothing. A burly cultist at the far end of the table, a mountain of muscle known for breaking bones as easily as bread, let out a low chuckle. "I'm not saying you're wrong, Damien," he rumbled, "but watch that tongue around the others. Mouth off like that, and you'll find yourself on the wrong end of more than just words." At that, the middle-aged chef, secretly the cult's strategist, snapped open an aged parchment map and slammed it onto the table with a crack like cannon fire. He scanned the dimly lit room until every eye settled on him, then leaned in and dropped his voice to a whisper. "I've seen countless souls claim the Void's blessing," he said softly. Every one of them shared a single trait, unshakable belief. Ordinary hope won't do. You must be willing to bleed for your cause. Damien paused on the wharf, staring across the water at the dark silhouette of Void Island. "This is Void Island," he murmured. "They wouldn't dare harm me here, right?" A middle-aged chef nearby, a stocky man with streaks of gray in his beard, overheard and leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. "They wouldn't risk trouble on the island," he said, glancing around the nearly empty dock. "But step off these shores, and it's a different story. Once you leave, if anyone takes a dislike to you, they'll beat you senseless, and some might even finish you off." Damien's brow shot up in surprise. "Seriously? I always assumed the Void cult's protection ended at our doorstep." The chef shook his head. "Inside the cult, your reputation and power keep you safe, but the cult's growing fame has drawn superpowered hotshots from all over Xandar, people used to calling the shots. They swagger in here, expecting to be treated like royalty. Instead, they have to grovel, acting like humble grandchildren, begging for the cult's blessing." Damien glanced toward a small shrine at the edge of the dock, where a handful of newcomers knelt, murmuring prayers to the Void idol. "Do any of them actually get the blessing?" "Hardly any," the chef sighed. "Some beg for weeks, months even, and still leave empty-handed and furious." A faint, wry smile curved Damien's lips. "So entering here is easy. Leaving might cost you more than you've bargained for." The chef gave a grim nod. "That's exactly right." They came back looking both frustrated and suffocated. "If you say the wrong thing, you won't dare raise a fuss while you're still on the island. But once you leave, you have no outlet for your anger," Damien muttered. "So even when you're in the right, you have to choose your words carefully. One slip, one unintended insult, and you might not make it back alive." The middle-aged chef watched him for a moment, then leaned forward. "You're missing the point," he said. That's exactly why I thought some of those folks had shady motives or no real faith at all. I haven't met every high-ranking member of the Void God faith, but I've encountered well over 400. Sure, Lord and Molix can be terrifying, but most of the bigwigs are surprisingly easygoing. Take Mr. Alex, for instance. His face and mannerisms can scare the daylights out of you at first, but feed him a great dish and he'll shower you with praise. He paused, letting Damien absorb that. They may each have their own quirks, but they share one unwavering principle. They never prey on the weak without cause. Remember that, because it's the one thing that holds them together. Damien treated everyone, whether worshippers seeking blessings or the island's laborers, with the same genuine kindness. Some of the workers even whispered among themselves, wondering why he was so generous. In the end, they decided it must be because anyone who joined the Void cult received its blessings without question. One of them finally shrugged and said, "All right, that makes sense." Damien noticed a middle-aged man leaning in to speak, his voice low and nervous as though he feared eavesdroppers. Damien said nothing. He simply gave a reassuring nod. Once Sonia returned, he planned to ask her to send a small team to clear up any misunderstandings. After all, whether people came for gifts or simply to bear witness, they deserved to know they weren't at risk because of the Void God cult. So far, only a handful had been harmed, and by making sure the body count stayed low, he could prevent a minor incident from spiraling into a full-blown scandal. If word got out that newcomers were being quietly eliminated, the cult's reputation would suffer. Damien had never pretended that the Void cult was a paragon of justice, but he had led the charge against the land of nothingness and delivered on his promise. He was determined to protect what he'd built, and to prove that, despite the rumors, the Void God cult could be a force for something better. In the wider world, the Void God faith inspires as much fear as it does devotion. Its reputation may be tarnished, but that doesn't give anyone the right to heap lies on its followers. The middle-aged chef ladled a generous portion onto Damien's plate and teased, "Brother, you've got quite an appetite. Has the Void God himself blessed your stomach?" Damien chuckled, picking up his spoon. "Everyone says that, but honestly, I'm just naturally hungry." The chef grinned. "Well, consider yourself lucky." There was genuine pride in his voice. Among the faithful, no one shied away from proclaiming their allegiance to the Void God. If a newcomer like Damien joined their ranks, why hide it? "Absolutely," Damien agreed with a slight nod. He remembered the last time he'd seen this chef, out in the Voidlands, where Sonia was overseeing the harvest tally. With his status and legendary appetite, indulging too freely could easily raise eyebrows among the cult's more suspicious members. Better to eat quietly and stay under the radar. Damien glanced around the nearly empty courtyard before leaning in. He had learned to sneak these meetings when the island's inhabitants were few and far between. "Tell me," he asked quietly, "if you still haven't received your blessing after all his time, how long do you intend to stay here?" The middle-aged chef, normally bustling about the kitchen, paused in his work. Seeing no customers at the moment, he wiped his hands on his apron and took a seat on the low stone bench beside Damien. "I'll remain," he replied, "as long as there's even the slightest chance." Damien offered a wry smile. 5 months on this island, and not a single blessing. Don't you think you've already lost hope?" The chef looked genuinely surprised. He studied Damien's face for a moment before answering. "Hope might have dwindled, yes, but a spark remains so long as I haven't walked away." He tapped his chest, as if reminding himself of his own words. "As long as I don't give up, the possibility of receiving a blessing still exists." Damien nodded thoughtfully, folding his arms. "Is that really true? Before you finally surrender or admit defeat, might it be possible that the blessing finds you instead?" The chef let out a soft chuckle. "That's the gamble, isn't it?" He rose to his feet. "Either I'm blessed in time, or I'm left wondering until the end. But I'd rather cling to this hope than leave without ever knowing." Damien watched him go, uncertain whether to admire the chef's stubborn optimism or to pity him. The island's mysteries were fickle, and blessings even more so. Yet in that shaded courtyard, both men felt the same restless yearning. What if, tomorrow, their fortunes finally changed? Damien shook his head with a rueful smile. "It's such an optimistic idea, isn't it? But it's only people like you who ever receive the void's blessing, the middle-aged chef countered, leaning on the counter with a folded towel in his hands. If you stayed on this island for a few years, you'd see for yourself that the blessing is real. I've been here for over a month, searching every dawn and dusk, Damien admitted, his voice trailing off. Yet nothing has happened. I've started to believe I'm simply not worthy, and I almost gave up. That's exactly the fickleness and chance I was talking about, the chef said gently. He studied Damien with unexpected warmth. But even in failure, there's value. You've learned your own limits. Now when someone points out your flaws, you don't hide from them. You face them. That courage is a gain. Damien let the chef's words settle over him. He used to think of seekers of the void as hopeless dreamers, their faith blind. But watching so many come and go had changed his mind. Faith, he now realized, wasn't rare. It was everywhere, in small acts and stubborn persistence. At last, you're right. I was angry at first, frustrated that Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, wouldn't acknowledge me. He paused and looked out toward the storm-lashed shore. But maybe the real blessing isn't a sign from above. Maybe it's the determination we find in ourselves when nothing else answers. I once believed that a single blessing would lift me into the heavens, yet I've seen plenty of others receive that same gift and succeed. Most of them arrived here with ironclad faith. Compared to them, I was nothing more than a whim, so it was no surprise I failed. I averted my gaze and accepted it. The middle-aged chef scratched the back of his head, embarrassed by my praise. He'd worked at the temple kitchens for over 5 years, and in that time, he'd watched hopefuls of every stripe attempt the void god's trial. He'd learned to spot those most likely to earn Lord Cassidon's approval, people brimming with optimism, confidence, and unshakable belief. "Take that young man over there," the chef said, nodding toward a cheerful recruit nearby. "He's exactly the kind of candidate who will pass. But just because I can recognize who stands a good chance doesn't mean I can tip the scales for them." He paused, then asked quietly, "Am I supposed to remind you of that?" At his words, I blinked in surprise. Then I smiled, because he just unwittingly touched on the trial's very essence. If you can master your essence and strengthen your convictions, you'll be recognized, and maybe even invited into the void. Of course, everyone's beliefs and character differ. As the old saying goes, effort only bears fruit when it's invested in the right direction. Otherwise, it's wasted. Talent will always find success, and arguing with those who lack it is pointless. Damien paused to consider that. "Isn't that the very nature of faith?" The middle-aged chef chuckled, wiping his hands on his apron. "Indeed, as intelligent beings, we're sadly all too good at giving up the moment things get tough." He extended a firm hand. "By the way, I'm Antoine. What's your name?" Damien smiled and shook it. "I'm Damien," Antoine nodded, his eyes warm. "Damien, got it. I hope our paths cross again." "Likewise," Damien replied. "After all, this island is my home as much as my workplace." Antoine's grin deepened. "Then I look forward to seeing you around." Chapter 460, Beings of a Higher Order. Damien sat across from Antoine in the bustling cafeteria, slowly working his way through a steaming bowl of noodles. Between bites, he asked questions about how the outside world viewed Void Island and the unspoken conventions that governed its interactions with outsiders. Antoine, grateful for the chance to share, outlined the informal rules that had arisen among mainlanders, most of them reasonable guidelines, he assured Damien, born of caution rather than malice. An hour slipped by as they talked. Away from the quiet of his own home, Damien found himself eating more deliberately, savoring each mouthful as though it were part of an exchange rather than a quick meal. When his bowl lay empty and his drink was gone, he leaned back and stretched, ready to call it a day. "Brother," Antoine said, rising with a warm smile, "are you all set to go?" Damien wiped the corners of his mouth and met Antoine's gaze. "I've really enjoyed our conversation. You know, if I'd met you sooner, I might never have abandoned my dream of joining the Void cult." Antoine's face lit up. He was struck by the young man's maturity, so unexpected in someone so young. Damien's optimism, his ability to find hope even in a dream long since surrendered, had lifted a weight from Antoine's own heart. As they walked out of the cafeteria together, Antoine felt the old anxieties and frustrations that had plagued him loosen their grip. In that moment, he understood that an optimist's path, one of acceptance, curiosity, and self-forgiveness, was far richer than any life spent blaming others or clinging to regret. Damien folded his arms and listened as Antoine leaned back in his chair. "Just because you've given up on a dream doesn't mean the dream itself is gone," Antoine said softly. "Opportunities in this universe can be fleeting. Miss one, and it's gone for good. But the blessing of the Void God Church hasn't disappeared. You simply stopped fighting for it. It's never too late to reclaim your dream and go after it." Damien met his gaze and nodded. "You're right. I'll do it." Antoine's eyes brightened. "That's what I wanted to hear. I'll hold you to it. Come back and tell me how far you've come." Damien slipped a handful of shimmering cosmic coins from his sleeve and set them on the cafeteria table. He couldn't risk tapping his cosmic communicator here. It would instantly reveal his true identity. Keeping spare coins was a habit he'd learned on his travels. "Thank you for your guidance, brother. I've learned more in these few minutes than I have in months." Antoine studied him for a moment. "I don't even know your name." Damien brushed a wisp of dark hair from his face. "It's Damien, and if I succeed, I hope we'll still be regarded as brothers in faith." A knowing smile curved Antoine's lips. Within the Void God's fold, every initiate was family. "Then tell me, Damien, do you plan to stand with us? Will you join the church and fight for that blessing?" Damien clasped his hands on the table, resolve shining in his eyes. "Yes, I'll be back, stronger than ever." Antoine reached across and ruffled Damien's hair. "I'll be waiting." "That's a worthy ideal. When we meet again, I'll tell you my name." Damien offered that with a casual wave and a half-smile, then turned on his heel and strolled away. Antoine watched him go, muttering to himself, "No doubt about it, this kid isn't ordinary." He frowned, recalling that Damien still hadn't revealed who he was. Antoine knew nothing of the boy's origins, nor had he heard any whispers of spectacular achievements. Yet there was something undeniably remarkable about him. Most petitioners with supernatural gifts arrived eager to parade their past glories and display their powers. Damien had done neither. What struck Antoine most, however, was the youth's unwavering faith in the Void God. That single fact convinced him. Damien would one day join the Void cult. In the months since their last encounter, Antoine had felt that desire. His old dream to devote himself to the Void, rekindled again and again. It's easy enough to entertain a thought, but far harder to act on it. Still, after talking with Damien, Antoine had been unable to let go of his aspiration for 5 long months. Now, more determined than ever, he resolved to chase that dream to its end. When Damien wasn't on duty, he made his way to Void Island to seek the blessing of the Void God. Such blessings were open to anyone. Success was never guaranteed, but neither was refusal. An opportunity like this demanded to be seized. To let it slip by and drift through life aimlessly, he knew, was the surest path to losing yourself. That evening, as dusk fell, the island lay almost deserted. All of the Void cult's members had departed with Sonia to Void Planet 001, save for Lalatina, who remained behind to guard their sanctum. Damien welcomed the quiet. It allowed him to wander the narrow stone paths without fear of being overheard or seen. Not far away, Star-Lord was heading from the grand steps of the Void Temple toward the cafeteria, his growling stomach almost louder than the music thumping in his earbuds. Round a moonlit corner, he suddenly spotted a lone figure moving with calm confidence. Jet-black hair, dark eyes that seemed to absorb the light. Damien cut a striking figure against the island's pale stones. Even Peter Quill admitted to himself that the man was undeniably handsome. Curiosity tugged at Star-Lord, urging him to step forward for a closer look. But before he could, a wave of visceral panic surged up through his chest. Every nerve ending screamed at him, "Run away." And in that instant, Peter knew he had a choice. Ignore the warning and satisfy his curiosity, or heed his instincts and retreat into the shadows. This was the first time Damien had ever felt such terror, an absolute, paralyzing dread in the presence of a being whose power seemed light years beyond his own. He'd faced foes like Hulk, Hercules, even Thor, and never had his body betrayed him with fear. Now his heart pounded so hard he thought he might collapse. Cold sweat trickled down his spine, his face went ashen, and every instinct screamed, "Run." Damien's lungs burned, but his legs were rooted to the spot, as if weighed down with lead. He willed himself to flee, even as the impossible being locked eyes with him. Go, 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 echoed in his mind, each breath more ragged than the last. Then, from somewhere deep inside, a surge of strength pulsed through him. He shoved away the paralysis, crouched low, and sprinted toward the trees lining the road. A man standing nearby watched in shock. He had never seen anyone so terrified. Damien's wide, unblinking stare made him look like a ghost. The stranger's own limbs trembled as he debated whether to call out or let Damien vanish into the forest's edge. Damien froze as patches of silver light began to shimmer over Star-Lord's form, coalescing into two brilliant bands around his legs. In an instant, Star-Lord tore through the undergrowth, sprinting as though his life depended on it, covering 100 meters in a single second, an almost impossible speed. Has Star-Lord really awakened? When did this happen? How did he tap into this power? Damien's mind raced with questions. With no other Void Cult members nearby, he crept closer, determined to get answers. But inside Star-Lord, panic had taken hold. An urgent, fractured voice whispered through his cells. It's watching you. Run. Always watching you. Though he could feel the warning, he couldn't slow down. That unseen gaze stayed locked on him as he fled deeper into the forest. This sensation rattled Star-Lord's very soul. He barely registered the changes coursing through his body. He simply bolted down the path illuminated by that silvery light ahead. Despair had driven countless slumbering cells and divine energies within him to awaken all at once, surging with a single purpose: survival. On the brink of death, the instinct to live flares into raw power, pushing a person beyond any known limits. In an instant, Star-Lord's speed doubled, from 100 meters per second, to 200, transforming him into a living streak of silver darting through the forest. Damien watched, eyes wide, as Star-Lord accelerated with uncanny precision. There was none of the chaos or rage one might expect from such a sudden awakening. Instead, he harnessed it as if he'd trained for years. Just as Damien summoned the courage to call out, Star-Lord burst clear of the trees, and a figure slipped out of the shadows beside him, clamping a firm hand around his arm. Damien slammed his hand down on the switch, and with a thunderous bang, the device flared to life. A cloud of dust burst into the air, choking the clearing. Before he could even brace himself, an invisible force pinned him to the ground, sapping all strength from his limbs. His heart thundered so loudly he feared it would burst from his chest. Towering above him, Lalatina's eyes were ice. She'd spotted a flash of silver darting through the forest and had come on the run. Senior Sonia had assigned her to guard Void Island these past few days. At first, Lalatina had thought the island's reputation enough to keep trespassers away. She never imagined someone would brazenly defy the rules. Just because many of our members are off the island, she said, her voice steely, yet strangely melodic, doesn't mean you can do whatever you please here. Pinned beneath her, Damien's racing thoughts ground to a halt, then snapped back to life. He stared up in astonishment. A woman? He wondered, bewildered by how someone so delicate-looking could wield such raw power. In that instant, desperation faded. He straightened his resolve. This encounter was only just beginning. Although Star-Lord couldn't clearly recall the face of the man who had lured him here, he knew one thing for certain. The stranger was male, and merely being in his presence had sent cold alarm bells through his spine. Now that instinctive warning, the urgent voice in his mind shouting, "Run!" had inexplicably fallen silent. He seized the moment. "I swear, I meant no harm," Star-Lord blurted out, desperation threading his voice. "I wasn't planning any reckless stunts on the island. I was just running for my life." Above him, perched on the ridgeline near the mountaintop villa, Damien watched the entire scene unfold. The moment Lalatina emerged from the shadows, Damien had slipped away through the void walk, arriving unseen at his secluded vantage point. From there, he observed as Star-Lord frantically defended himself. Damien's dark eyes narrowed in genuine curiosity. Star-Lord's terrified confession was hardly what he'd expected. When the young man had first laid eyes on him, it had been as though he'd glimpsed a phantom. His white hair, the cold glint in his gaze, and the taut tension of barely restrained power radiating off him like sealed lightning. And yet until that instant, no one, not friend nor foe, had ever sensed a trace of danger from Damien. Kazak's gift concealed his aura so flawlessly that even the keenest divination spells failed to detect him. So why, then, did Star-Lord feel compelled to bolt? How had he become so certain of mortal peril when Damien had not once chosen to strike? Questions buzzed in Damien's mind as he continued to watch Star-Lord's frantic gesturing and tearful entreaties. The answer lay somewhere between fear and instinct, and he intended to find out exactly what hammered at that man's senses and what it might mean for the secrets he thought he'd buried long ago. Lalatina's brow furrowed as she watched the man before her. "You said you were running for your life," she repeated, her voice cool. "Then why didn't I see anyone chasing you?" Damien swallowed, glancing nervously over his shoulder toward the dense tree line where he'd fled. He wasn't bound or visibly hurt, but something in his posture betrayed him. Every inch of his body was taut, as if he still expected danger to burst forth at any moment. "You wouldn't have seen them," he insisted, voice low and urgent. "Not in the conventional sense. This was something else entirely." Lalatina inhaled. D sharply, unconvinced. Damien's wide eyes and clammy palms told their own story, though. He looked every bit the hunted man he claimed to be. "What do you mean, something else?" she asked, arms crossed. He let out a trembling laugh that held no humor. "Imagine a presence so powerful that, just by contemplating its existence, you'd drop dead on the spot." He clasped his hands together, knuckles whitening. "I don't know if it wanted to kill me, but there was no way I could stand before it and survive. That's why I ran. I swear it on my life. If I'm lying right now, may lightning strike me down." Lalatina watched him for a long moment. A chill crept up her spine as she pictured a towering figure clad in molten gold armor, an image that flickered unbidden through her mind's eye. There were very few of them left on Void Island. She was among the last. If what Damien said was true, this was trouble too immense to face alone, but she reminded herself of Senior Sonia's warning. Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void, would never leave his domain. Void Island was his fortress, and no force, no matter how terrifying, could stray beyond its boundaries. In that thought, Lalatina found some comfort. For better or worse, whatever chased Damien belonged here, and here only. She squared her shoulders and met his gaze. "All right," she said at last, her tone firm. "Tell me everything you saw. We'll decide what to do together." Damien drew a breath, relief washing over his face. Whatever horrors lurked in the shadows of Void Island, at least now he wouldn't face them alone. "Don't let me catch you using your powers recklessly," Lalatina warned, her voice ice-cold. "Do it again, and I'll have you banished from this island. A third offense, and I'll execute you." With that, she released Damien's wrist and vanished as swiftly as she'd appeared. Damien staggered to his feet, his wrist throbbing from the strength of her grip. He had no idea who that woman was, only that she must be one of the Void Cult's elite, vicious enough to threaten him with death over a casual display of power. She'd mentioned Lord Cassidon, too, warning that she wouldn't tolerate anyone disturbing his solitude. It seemed the Void Lord liked to slip down from his realm now and then for a bit of peace and quiet. "The women of the Void Cult are brutal," Damien muttered under his breath. He turned back toward the forest, half expecting to see her stalking silently among the shadows. But the trees were empty. Lalatina had truly vanished. A wave of relief washed over him. If he'd hesitated a moment longer, he might have ended up worse than bruised, or worse. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the world looked unusually crisp. Golden sunlight filtered through the palms, and the steady, soothing murmur of waves breaking on the sand reached his ears. For a moment, he simply stood there, letting the sea breeze chase away the last of his fear. Then, testing his wrist, he bent and picked up a handful of sand, letting the grains slip through his fingers. Tomorrow, he promised himself, he'd find out more about Cassidon and about the beautiful, terrifying Lalatina. But for now, the beach was calm, and Damien intended to enjoy every second of it. Damien's senses were on fire. Every sound, every scent, every subtle shift in the air sharpened as he pieced together the last few moments of his escape. He activated the holographic map of Void Island and nearly shattered his own jaw when he saw the readout. 8 kilometers covered in mere seconds. Even at his usual best, he'd never moved faster than a few dozen meters per second. Now he'd raced at nearly 100, maybe 2. Heart pounding, Damien steadied himself and sprang upward with everything he had. In an instant, he rocketed 10 meters into the sky. He opened his mouth to shout in triumph, only to feel his stomach drop. He was plummeting. For a sickening moment, he tried to claw at the air to slow his descent. Nothing worked. Panic flashed through him. The jetpack embedded in his suit was his only chance. He fumbled at the familiar controls on his belt, pressing frantically, only to find nothing there. No button, no activation switch. Damien's free fall continued, and the ground rushed up to meet him. In that split second before impact, he braced himself, desperation and adrenaline surging through every fiber of his being. Damien paused, realizing how safe and comfortable Void Island had become. On a whim, he shrugged out of his gear and suddenly cursed himself. Damn it, I forgot I'm not in battle uniform. He barely had time to register the mistake before a sharp cry escaped him. With a thunderous crash, he hit the ground hard, carving a small crater in the earth. He lay there for a moment, rattled, but not broken. Grimacing, Damien hauled himself out of the pit and ran a hand over his body. No missing pieces of armor, no snapped bones, just a dull ache radiating through his limbs. It wasn't nearly as painful as the searing grip of that mysterious woman moments ago, but he'd be nursing bruises for days. Still, compared to her touch, an unplanned fall was almost benign. Chapter 461, Star-Lord Awakens, but not fully. Damien watched Star-Lord's performance and realized the cosmic adventurer had only partly awakened, deliberately holding back his power as he searched for the gift. Yet the moment Star-Lord's eyes locked onto him, Damien felt a surge of peril wash through his veins, driving him to recoil instinctively. Star-Lord was essentially a novice at harnessing his newfound abilities, so how had he already gauged the gulf between their strengths? Damien couldn't tell, so he simply continued to study him from the shadows. When Star-Lord finally climbed out of the pit and discovered that the ordeal hadn't been nearly as agonizing as before, he knew his body had truly grown stronger. Relief flooded through him, dispelling his fear as though he had just crossed the threshold of hell and emerged unscathed. He remembered the strange silver light that had burst from his form moments ago, and guided by a primal instinct, reached out to shape that energy. In the vivid clarity of that vision, everything around him had appeared sharper, and now his very core seemed to whisper how he ought to wield it. Damien tried everything he could think of. He slapped his hands together, pounded his thighs, even sprinted full tilt, only to smack into a boulder and see stars. Half an hour passed in a blur of futile effort. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, chest heaving, fists pounding the dirt in frustration. His body buzzed with new strength. He felt at least 10 times stronger than before, but none of it would channel the silvery light he needed. Damien knew that only by releasing that glow could he claim his true power as a half-blood demigod, the power Cassidin the Void God and Tony Stark had assured him waiting inside. Only then could he exact revenge on the father who'd abandoned him. He sat in the dust, anger simmering and hope flickering. He'd been told this awakening would be just the beginning, that once he unleashed his promise, his strength would skyrocket far beyond what he felt now. But until that moment came, all he had was raw potential and a burning impatience to prove himself. Damien sat alone in the forest's dim light, replaying every moment in his mind. He murmured to himself, desperate to stir the instinct that once pulsed through his veins, yet it remained stubbornly silent. The silver energy that had surged through him, channeling information from every direction into his senses, had vanished without a trace. He didn't understand how to wield the latent power inside him, but he knew who had unlocked it, the stranger whose mere presence had sent a wave of terror racing through his blood. Rising to his feet, Damien began to pace along the narrow path by which he'd fled. He still lacked the key to summon his ability at will, but he was certain of one thing. If he could confront that man again, his body would respond instinctively, unleashing the energy he needed to survive. With determination fueling his steps, he retraced his escape route through the tangle of trees. When he reached the clearing's edge, Damien scaled a tall oak and settled onto a sturdy branch. From his vantage point, 400 meters above the forest floor, he scanned the shadows below. He sought the tall, strikingly handsome man whose presence had both terrified and strengthened him. Clinging to the bark, Damien held his breath. He only needed that man to reappear, and the dormant power inside him would awaken once more. Damien landed silently in the clearing and froze. His quarry had already slipped away, and his carefully laid plan had come to nothing. He slid down from the tree, each movement light and effortless, still unaccustomed to the surge of strength coursing through him. Though he hadn't yet fully awakened, he admitted to himself that this new power felt promising. He emerged from the forest onto the narrow road, turning the day's encounter over in his mind. Whoever that man was, he couldn't be a member of the Void cult. Damien had faced down Thor, Loki, Tony Stark, and Bruce Banner, the cult's most formidable agents, and none had ever unsettled him like this stranger. Not even Sonya, the Void goddess, had emanated such a forbidding presence. There was only one being who might stand above every member of Void Island, Kassadin, the god of the Void. The first time Damien had seen him, awe had overwhelmed any other thought, and back then, Kassadin hadn't even spared him a second glance. Yet today, Damien had stood barely 20 meters from a man whose bearing and aura left him convinced he'd come face to face with the Void god himself. If that figure really was Kassadin, the god of the Void, then he must know exactly who Star-Lord is. Perhaps, to preserve him, Kassadin employed some ancient rite to stir the slumbering demigod blood in Star-Lord's veins. That would explain why Star-Lord dared to return here, hoping for a second meeting. After all, if Kassadin had truly wanted him dead, no corner of the cosmos could have offered sanctuary. Yet he still lived, and by his side, the god's casual mercy was the only plausible reason. Already he could feel that dormant power stirring, strengthening him from within. Star-Lord pressed his palms together in a reverent bow. "Thank you, Lord Kassadin, great god of the Void, for your gift." High on a distant mountainside, in the quiet of his secluded villa, Damien watched the exchange with a tightening in his chest. He had observed Star-Lord for over an hour, certain that something profound had awakened in him, but still clueless as to how it had come about. Dark thoughts churned behind Damien's calm facade as he tried to piece together the truth of this unexpected boon. In Star-Lord's mind, it felt as though Kassadin had singled him out for special aid, and that was exactly what Damien needed. The surge of void energy he just absorbed would serve as a perfect gauge of his own progress. After all, an even stronger Star-Lord already existed out there, and Damien still had to catch up. It had only been 5 months since his first void trial, and there were another 18 ahead before the next test the Order had laid out for him. Power changes people. Most grew more confident as their abilities expanded, and confidence was healthy. But when confidence tipped into arrogance, your very character could fracture, your past and future shaken to their foundations. With those thoughts in mind, Damien offered a quiet bow toward the Temple of the Void. Then he turned and headed straight back to his temporary lodgings. A hot shower washed away the grime of the day, and afterward he set out in search of a good meal. If Kassadin, the god of the Void, had indeed intervened on his behalf, Damien was all the more resolved to join the ranks of the Void and earn its ultimate blessing. Only once his bloodline was fully awakened and touched by the power of the Void could he hope to kill Yige within a century or two. Otherwise, even with full awakening, he would stand little chance against his own bastard father's might. Damien glanced up just in time to see Star-Lord heading for the showers. He had no desire to watch. Instead, he turned on the taps and let the hot water pour over him, washing away the day's fatigue. Thoroughly relaxed, he climbed into bed, confident that by the time he woke, Sonya would have reached Planet Void 001. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Damien rose promptly and departed Xandar at once. Engaging his Void Descent ability, he locked onto the star coordinates and held course. Moments later, the viewfinder revealed an immense planet looming ahead, and on its approach vector were the Void God cult's warships and fighter wings. "Is that Planet Void 001? Someone whispered. "It's huge," another voice exclaimed. "I never thought our true home could be this vast." Excitement rippled through the ranks as the flagship pierced the atmosphere. Far below lay a seemingly untouched world, endless forests, craggy mountains, and oceans that stretched beyond the horizon. Though it felt more primitive than the comforts of Void Island, not a soul among the cult's fleet felt ill at ease. They had returned to the cradle of their faith, and destiny awaited them there. Deep down, Damien longed for a true homeworld for the Void God cult in this vast cosmos. With their power, the cult's members could survive on almost any planet, and they had, but he still believed they needed a place to call their own. No matter how far he roamed or how many battles he fought, he wanted somewhere he could always return, a refuge from the universe's endless struggles. Since embracing the Void God's path, Damien's lifespan had been freed from ordinary mortality. Time was no longer an enemy, and he vowed to use his endless years to aid the people and places he once cherished. Still, as decades passed, the faces and landmarks of his childhood world slipped away, one by one. Towns fell into ruin, old friends vanished, and memories that once kindled warmth in his heart began to grow cold. Eventually, the nostalgia that had once driven him to help his hometown simply faded. Damien realized that his past no longer offered the support or solace he needed. Now, with his old world lost to time, he knew exactly where his loyalties and his hopes must lie. His new home, the true sanctuary he and his fellow cultists deserved, would be the realm of the Void God cult itself. Sonia leaned back in her chair, eyes alight with determination. Once the Void God religion has grown strong enough, we'll find a world that suits us, one we can claim among the stars. Until then, we must be patient. She understood the hopes of the faithful. They longed for a true home, a stronghold they could call their own. Even if Lord Cassidan ever left their side, a permanent sanctuary would draw him back. In time, the Void Faith will extend its reach to countless worlds, she added, her voice firm. Damien straightened, pride swelling in his chest. I will see to it that the glory of the Void spreads throughout the universe. His words echoed his gratitude to Lord Cassidan, the Void God, whose favor had granted him this very moment. Sarah smiled at Damien's zeal, and noticed that Rix, one of their fellow acolytes, was positively beaming. Damien, she said gently, until Lord Cassidan reveals his next decree, it simply isn't time yet. There's no need to rush what the Void itself has not ordained. Damien returned her smile, the fervor in his eyes undimmed. Of course, I will always follow Lord Cassidan's will. Until the appointed time, Damien will continue honing his strength. When that moment finally arrives, he will become the sharpest blade, ready to stand by Lord Cassidan, the Void God, and shoulder his burdens. Chapter 462, That Day Won't Be Too Far Away. The members of the Void Cult dispersed, each eager to set foot on this unexplored world with their own eyes. Standing among them was Damien, whose pulse quickened at the thought of witnessing such raw beauty in person. High above, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner beamed live images of Planet Void 001 back to their friends on Earth, Steve Rogers, Paige Guthrie, and Pepper Potts, who watched in rapt attention. Through Banner's feed, Steve saw an immaculate landscape of towering crystalline forests, mist-shrouded valleys, and swirling lavender skies. He let out a quiet sigh. Earth must have looked like this once, he murmured. Before we reshaped it, I can't wait to step foot here myself. On Pepper's end, Tony's broadcast stirred a familiar ache. She studied the pristine terrain, a world yet untouched by industry, radiating the wild harmony of nature's own design. It's beautiful, she whispered, eyes glistening, and slightly larger than Earth, too. In the distant marketplace, investors listened to the live commentary with growing excitement. 700 billion units is steep, one voice noted, but for an entire planet, it's a steal. If we establish proper protections, another added, this world could foster an entirely new civilization. I have to hand it to Miss Sonia, a trader laughed. She knows a gem when she sees one. Meanwhile, far beyond any transmission delays, Odin and Frigga lounged aboard their celestial vessel. Thanks to Thor's relay, they too were treated to breathtaking vistas of the untouched world below. Their eyes shone with curiosity and wonder, proof that even gods could be awed by a planet in its purest state. As Tony switched from Banner's panoramic sweep to Damien's uplink from the surface, all at once it felt as though the distance between the stars and humankind had suddenly shrunk, and that the day of true exploration was drawing nearer than ever. Odin stood before the vast world he had just acquired. Alone, it matched the combined size of at least 4 of his existing realms. And that was just the landmass. In terms of value, his 9 other domains each boasted unique resources, and unlike this new planet, were already teeming with life. Yet the Asgardian treasury held only 180 billion units of cosmic currency, funds set aside for emergency imports and rarely touched by Odin himself. "I didn't purchase this world to build a civilization here," Odin confessed, his gaze sweeping over the planet's unspoiled continents and oceans. Sonia arched an eyebrow. If the Void God religion ever decided to relocate to another star system, they wouldn't have access to a world this size for another 10,000 years. Odin nodded. "Exactly," Sonia smiled. "Then why did you buy it?" Odin paused for a moment, weighing his words carefully. Around them, the alien sky shimmered with unfamiliar constellations, signs that this planet would serve a very different purpose than any of his other realms. "Because," he said at last, "this world will become our greatest safeguard, an ace we keep hidden until the very end." Sonia stood beside Odin in the command hall, her eyes bright with conviction. "Beyond simply purchasing this planet, we'll establish a shipyard here to build our space battleships. But the real prize is its farmland. Our Void Cult members consume prodigious amounts of food. Relying on imports from other civilizations may seem convenient, but it's fraught with uncertainty, and history shows that as societies evolve, disputes inevitably arise. A mature power must be able to feed itself. By growing our own crops and raising our own livestock, we free ourselves from dependence on outsiders." Odin listened thoughtfully. "I agree," he said, "but developing a self-sufficient agricultural network will demand vast manpower and financial resources." Sonia smiled. "Precisely. That's why we must start now." He returned her smile with equal confidence. "I've already laid out a detailed plan to secure the workforce and manage the funding." Unfazed, Sonia nodded. Achieving full self-reliance for the Void God faith wasn't just a logistical goal. It was a turning point with consequences that would echo across the galaxy. Sonia had sketched out an astonishingly detailed plan that spanned more than 2 centuries. She laid out exactly how settlers would carve out a home here and gradually build a thriving civilization. Over time, more and more people would be drawn to the Void Cult, yet she understood that the entire universe could never be completely consumed by the Void. Countless independent civilizations and species would endure. This planet was only the first world to sail under the banner of the Void God cult. Many more would follow. "You've taken on an incredible responsibility," Odin said, genuinely moved. "It sounds overwhelming, but I admire it." Sonia returned his smile. "And I won't be tackling it alone." Odin's curiosity got the better of him. "So this planet is primarily for agriculture?" Kyle's eyes went wide. He knew that Sonia, Sarah, and Lalatina wouldn't remain here indefinitely. Naturally, Sonia would appoint stewards, just as she had with Lacey, to manage each new world in her absence. "Besides," Sonia continued, "if you settle here on this planet, you won't be exposed to the all-consuming darkness of the Voidlands, so there's far less risk of corruption. And once you're appointed to public office, you'll have a steady position with full retirement benefits." Damien bristled at the mention of benefits. "I appreciate that, Miss Sonia, but Mr. Kyle," Alex interjected, "I'm afraid you still don't meet the requirements for this posting." Sonia inclined her head. "Then tell us, what are the specific criteria for the job?" Alex leaned forward, eager to learn from Sonia's experience. As manager of the Mowgli Star Branch Temple, he valued her counsel. "First," he said, "you must genuinely love the natural world, and you must be passionate about fostering life, whether it's plants or creatures." Sonia picked up the thread. "More importantly, you need patience. Don't come expecting grand achievements right away. This role is supervisory rather than hands-on farming. You won't plant every seed or reap every harvest yourself, but overseeing the process demands its own diligence." Alex nodded. "And above all, you must tolerate solitude. If you can't stand being alone, this isn't the post for you." Sonia's gaze swept the assembly. She knew all too well the personalities aboard Void Island, and no pretenses would escape her notice. "There are many members of the Void cult who lack ambition," Alex said after a moment's thought, "but I don't know much about those assigned to farming." Sonia considered his words before replying coolly, "That's all right. I already have several candidates in mind to oversee the food production." Alex nodded. "And Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void, has officially approved their appointments?" "Yes," Sonia confirmed. "Ultimately, though, It comes down to the strength of their will. Very well, you all should head out and take a look, she continued. I'll review everything and make the final decision myself. Tony, Banner, Thor, and Loki gathered around the holographic map that Jarvis had scanned. Farming wasn't their specialty, and they had little reason to linger, so they set off toward the battleship base. At the same time, Kyle, Renoli, Lacey, Predictor, and Sarah poured out of the headquarters, eager to start their own inspections. Alex lingered only long enough to offer a polite nod. He knew and trusted that Sonia was more than capable of handling this. With her mind already made up, she no longer needed his counsel. A short while later, Tony slowed at the sight of a gargantuan spaceport before them. Massive battleships lined the hangars, their sleek hulls gleaming under overhead lights. Transport shuttles came and went in a steady stream, while crews scurried across the tarmac like ants in a bustling colony. The entire complex buzzed with activity, a living testament to the Void Cult's reach and power. A sleek, colossal warship hovered at the edge of the battleship base. As Damien stepped forward, the ship's scanners swept over him, and a resonant feminine voice filled the air. Welcome, Mr. Damien, creator of the Void. A luminous projection materialized above the deck, a graceful woman whose eyes shone with knowing warmth. She was Lalatina, the station's autonomous AI, and she spoke as though she'd been expecting him. Loki, standing to one side, felt a twinge of awe. It had been barely months since the planet itself was purchased and this entire base erected. Sonia had provided the funding, while Lalatina had overseen every detail of construction. To see it all completed so swiftly, so flawlessly, stirred something in him. Damien studied the ship's hull, its surface adorned with the starry insignia of the Void Cult. A proud smile curved his lips. Fully AI-driven battleships and fighters like this, he said softly, will be the standard throughout the galaxy. Odin nodded in agreement, his expression one of genuine admiration. With your mind behind them, there's no doubt they'll reshape star travel and sell faster than anyone can build them. Damien stood on the bridge of his newly acquired dreadnought, the kind of space battleship that could carry tens of thousands of soldiers in relative comfort. He'd expected the price tag. What he hadn't fully reckoned with was the ongoing cost of supporting such a vast crew. Even if you could recruit hundreds or thousands of specialists cheaply, feeding and housing them all would quickly bleed the coffers dry. That's why Tony Stark's proposal to integrate a fully autonomous, self-learning AI made so much sense. With a smart enough system at the helm, Damien could safely slash his personnel roster by tens of thousands, retaining only a skeleton crew for critical oversight. Still, Damien worried about security. What if some hostile power hacked the ship's AI? Tony was ready for that contingency. In the event of an intrusion, the AI would instantly lock down and revert to a semi-automatic, human-controlled mode. It wasn't perfect, but it bought time to repel any attack and restore full safeguards. Bruce Banner had also pitched in, streamlining complex battle procedures so that even non-specialists could run them under semi-automatic guidance. To help Damien and his remaining crew master the new systems, Tony pressed a slender booklet into his hand, a tongue-in-cheek manual titled "A Monkey Can Pilot a Battleship." "It's got everything you'll need," Tony said with a grin. "Just don't actually let any monkeys near the controls." Damien cracked a smile. With this blend of cutting-edge AI and practical emergency backups, he felt ready to field the most formidable ship in the fleet, and to do so without bankrupting his own command. "There's no need to hire professional pilots," Banner said. "We just need to train a few trusted crew members to handle the ship's semi-autonomous systems. Once the AI is switched off, every weapon, thruster, and shield module can be brought online instantly. If we still encounter glitches, the only explanation is a saboteur among the drivers, and that's a problem for internal security, not for Tony and me to worry about. Frankly, it doesn't matter who originally developed the technology." Tony nodded, brimming with confidence. "Exactly. This battleship is going to sell like wildfire. No one, even the shipyards of the Xandar or the Kree, can match our package. A true artificial intelligence core that slashes crew requirements, a next-generation sublight drive, and a fully modular design. Owners can install or upgrade weapons and power systems as they please. No more one-size-fits-all bundles." I'd love to open up every subsystem for tinkering, but I simply don't have time to calibrate each weapons array myself. And as for my new energy reactor, that's strictly off the market. Tony laid out the distribution plan to Damien and Banner. We'll supply these dreadnoughts only to the Void Cult, Blue Star, and Asgard. Other civilizations, under the Void Cult's influence, NCES will have to make do with sublight drives. As for energy, don't expect full support anytime soon. That will depend on the Void God's faith growing to near-universal proportions. Once we control half the galaxy, though, we can convert off-market resources into low-cost power and distribute it under the Void God Cult's banner. Damien's eyes gleamed at the prospect, and Banner felt a surge of excitement as he stared up at the colossal battleship looming before them. That day can't be far off, Banner said. Tony nodded, his confidence unshakable. Not long at all. Chapter 463. The planet itself is a masterpiece. Damien hovered in the observation bay alongside Tony Stark and Bruce Banner as their Quinjet glided into the docking bay of the massive interstellar battleship. On the deck, Thor and Loki wandered through the corridors, their footsteps echoing against polished metal floors. Within moments, the ship's AI, its voice calm and precise, began directing them on a full tour. The central command bridge, the recreation wing, the power core, the weapons depot, and the fighter hangars. Stepping into the crew quarters, Damien felt a wave of surprise. In this new era of interstellar travel, few vessels double as long-term homes, yet this battleship's living quarters rivaled the common areas of any developed world. Alongside standard benches and gaming tables, there were holodecks for immersive simulations, small libraries stocked with data slates, and even a zero-G lounge where gravity could be dialed down for aerial acrobatics. It wasn't quite the breadth of entertainment you'd find on a bustling colony, but it was more than sufficient to keep a crew occupied on months-long voyages. Odin, who had joined them in the rec wing, paused before a flight simulator that projected starfields across an entire wall. His eyes lit up at the ship's unexpected comforts. "How much does a vessel like this cost?" he asked, half to himself. Tony flashed his trademark grin. "If we sold one of these to our own people, you're looking at roughly 600 million credits each. For off-world clients, the price starts at $1 billion. Bruce Banner folded his arms, studying a scale model of the sublight thruster engine. "And you're saying no civilization, ours included, sells these engines on the open market?" "Exactly," Tony replied, leaning back. "This tech is proprietary. Every engine you see here was engineered in our labs. Nobody else has the blueprint." As the four of them moved on to inspect the power core's glowing fusion conduits, Damien couldn't help but feel the thrill of discovery. Even a warship, designed for conflict, could become a home in the expanses of space. And beyond the ship's hull, the planet awaiting them below promised wonders that no battleship, no matter how lavish, could ever match. Any civilization with the resources would pay, even if it cost 1 billion credits. A star dreadnought of that size not only projects overwhelming military power, it also forges rapid contact with other races. Best of all, owning such a ship offers the tantalizing promise of sublight drive technology. But Damien knew the truth. Simply acquiring the vessel wouldn't unlock its secrets. The foundations of a sublight propulsion system demand more than blueprints or a few salvaged components. They require specialized facilities, advanced scientific expertise, and years of dedicated research. No buyer could reverse engineer the engine just by examining a sample. Putting that aside, neither the Xandar Empire nor the Kree hierarchy would ever consider selling in the first place. True, Xandar and the Kree have signed a truce, and the ceasefire holds for now, but Kree ambitions are far from spent. The moment they see an opening, they will resume their assault and sweep across star systems. Crushing weaker civilizations in total war is the Kree's specialty. The less advanced the foe, the greater their thrill. So how could they possibly hand over their most fearsome warship? The Xandar Empire has chosen not to put its advanced sublight thruster engines on the market. While they recognize that sharing the technology could benefit countless worlds, they worry even more about the risk of outlaw warlords or criminal syndicates acquiring star battleships, and with them, the means to sow chaos across the galaxy. Worse still, if an adversary escapes with identical thrusters, the Empire's ships could not overtake them. What might have been a swift, decisive strike instead becomes a protracted, star-spanning chase. That delay only makes it harder for Xandar to uphold its promise of protection to neighboring civilizations. Faster than Lig, HT drives, whether lightspeed or warp, remain years, perhaps decades from practical use. Until that breakthrough arrives, licensing their submariner engines simply isn't an option. Yet Damien is convinced. The moment Xandar masters true FTL travel, they will reverse course and sell it without hesitation. For all their talk of benevolence, no empire stays atop the cosmic order through charity alone. Power and awe command respect. Without cutting-edge technology to back their goodwill, Xandar's promises would ring hollow. In the end, a show of strength is the only currency that matters among the stars, and the only way to ensure that kindness is ever taken seriously. The Xandar Empire has never claimed to brim with the Holy Mother's compassion, yet it possesses both the will and the means to become her cosmic bulwark, and it intends to prove it. Without that resolve, Xandar's technology would remain inferior, and it would quickly be eclipsed by the expansionist Kree. Other civilizations might turn a blind eye to a weaker power, but the Kree brook no rivals. The universe may be breathtakingly vast and full of wonder, but it is also ruthlessly unforgiving, a domain where the strong survive and the weak are crushed. No species can rely solely on charity or alliances. To endure, it must continually strengthen itself. 600 million credits? Odin leaned back on his throne, eyebrows raised. Tony Stark shrugged, that familiar smirk playing on his lips. That's the going rate for a prototype hyperdrive chassis. More than fair, if you ask me. Odin nodded gravely. Then we'll take 5. With the deal sealed, Asgard would finally acquire the freedom to traverse the galaxy at will, something its legions had lacked for ages. And if they hoped to establish a reliable link with the enigmatic Void cult, these cutting-edge vessels would be only the first of many investments in advanced technology. As the hall's towering windows reflected the distant stars, Odin allowed himself a moment of rare satisfaction. In a universe where mercy held little sway, power was everything, and Asgard had just taken a decisive step toward securing its future. Damien raised an eyebrow. You're the Asgard family, and you've ordered 5 ships? That's quite an investment. Odin leaned back in his throne, his gaze steady. You understand that Asgard will be responsible for every detail of docking with Void Island once the time comes. These battleships are the finest available in the market. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. And, of course, the more vessels you procure, the greater your contribution to the Void cult. A flicker of pride crossed Odin's face, yet Damien knew the All-Father had only commissioned those 5 ships so far. He forced a polite smile. If you say so. Frigga, standing beside her husband, folded her hands. Damien, we've been discussing your request for financial assistance. Odin nodded. Rather than extending you a direct loan, we're considering underwriting certain research projects. That way, you still benefit, while our support goes directly toward advancing the Void cult's work. Damien recognized the subtle snare. He was desperate for credits, but he refused to give in without securing better terms. Meeting Odin's gaze with cool resolve, he prepared his next move. Damien stood before Odin's golden throne, his heart pounding in his chest. He leveled his gaze, refusing to flinch under the All-Father's scrutiny. Please, he began, voice low but steady, I didn't borrow these funds for my own indulgence. Odin's stern expression softened only slightly. Every coin is in your name, he reminded him, but it was lent for one purpose, the advancement of the 9 realms. If Blue Star truly enters the interstellar age under your guidance, your name will be honored throughout the cosmos. Damien drew in a breath. I consider it my duty to uplift Blue Star, he said, yet you must understand the scale of what we face down there. He knew Loki and Thor had already spoken on his behalf, convincing Odin to release 100 billion cosmic coins without hesitation. Asgard's vaults brimmed with such wealth, and Damien intended to put every coin to good use. Yes, he could later sell the Void God cult's space battleships to other civilizations, but first, he needed to win the trust of each world currently under the cult's sway. Odin leaned forward, his voice cold as the void. Had I not believed in your plan, I would not have lent you a single coin. Do not mistake my generosity for gullibility. Damien met his gaze and nodded. The terms were clear. Now came the true test, turning a lifetime of ambition into a reality that would carry Blue Star beyond the stars. Your technology will only get better, Odin said, leaning back on the polished table, and it won't be too late to buy more ships down the road. Damien folded his arms. 5 at this stage is more than sufficient for Asgard. You can say whatever you like, Odin replied coolly, but if 5 ships are enough, then that's the deal. Odin's sudden shift in tone made Damien bristle. Odin sounded as if he felt no further need to negotiate. Of course, Odin had every confidence in Damien's ability to repay the loan. He wouldn't have lent him a single coin otherwise. Very well, Odin said, tapping the table. 5 ships. Damien offered a curt nod, and the matter was settled. Later, accompanied by a small retinue, Damien toured the newly acquired battleship. After inspecting the arsenal and command bridge, they transported to Void 001, a planet renowned for its untouched beauty. Stepping onto the surface, Damien paused. Jagged mountain peaks rose in the distance, their slopes cloaked in verdant forests that stretched as far as the eye could see. Crystal-clear rivers wound their way through the valleys, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and wildflowers. Even for a technology enthusiast, the raw splendor of this world was humbling. No machine, no matter how ingenious, could rival the grandeur forged by nature over millennia. Damien wandered among ancient trees whose trunks were as wide as a warship's hull, each leaf shimmering like emeralds in the sunlight. Everywhere he looked, life thrived in perfect harmony, an art form too vast and intricate for any gallery. Standing at the edge of a cliff with the wind tangling his hair, Damien felt a rare quietude settle over him. Here, amid the mountains and rivers of Void 01, he understood that some marvels were beyond the reach of even the most sophisticated technology, and that was a revelation worth cherishing. Damien gazed out at the pale blue orb drifting in the void and spoke quietly. Someday, humanity will venture beyond this cradle we call home. We'll leave Earth behind, free from its limited resources, and scatter across the stars. Loki watched him with mild amusement. I don't dispute your vision, he said, but that, right there, is exactly what makes this planet so remarkable. Damien turned to him with a wry smile. I know other worlds hold their own wonders, nebulae that blaze with every color of the spectrum, galaxies that spiral like cosmic pinwheels. But beauty and danger often go hand in hand. The more breathtaking the sight, the deadlier it can be. Loki fell silent for a moment, as though weighing his next words. There are infinite marvels out there. Each galaxy, each star system, each lonely planet has its secrets. As intelligent beings, we can only stand in awe of these miracles. Some places are simply too remote, too unforgiving to ever visit in person. They must remain distant, admired, but untouchable. Damien's heart pounded with a mix of excitement and humility. He realized that his own wonder came from the same truth Loki had hinted at. This world's delicate balance of air, water, and life was no accident of chance or human achievement. It was a masterpiece carved by cosmic forces over eons, something far greater than any civilization could hope to create. Perhaps, he thought, some primordial power in the universe is responsible for birthing planets like this one, worlds that captivate us, even as they remind us of our place in the grand design. Damien's immediate mission is to refine Blue Star and free humanity from its reliance on conventional energy. Down the road, he hopes to turn his attention to uncovering the universe's deepest truths. After several years roaming the cosmos, he's amassed an impressive store of knowledge, but he knows there is still far more to learn. Thanks to Kassadin, however, he has all the time he needs to explore the mysteries of space, one step at a time. In the battleship's observation lounge, a handful of Void Cult members gathered around low tables, sampling synthesized refreshments and marveling at the unspoiled world passing beneath them. Over the next 3 days, nearly everyone on board took this chance to appreciate the planet in its original state, before the cult's colonization and the rise of new intelligent inhabitants inevitably reshape its landscapes and ecosystems. During their visit, Sonia identified 3 gifted individuals whose powers could shape the planet's future abundance. One who could accelerate the growth and health of every tree and plant on land. One who could invigorate the reproductive cycles and well-being of all terrestrial animals. one who could energize the oceans themselves, ensuring marine life flourished. Together, they stood on the brink of transforming this world forever, guided by Damien's vision of a liberated humanity and perhaps someday a clearer understanding of the cosmos itself. Sonia's proposal was met with unbridled enthusiasm by the three members. They agreed on the spot, though first they would return to the Void God cult to learn the ins and outs of administration before formally taking charge of Harvest's operations. Once everyone had celebrated, the fleet set its course back to Void Island. Standing on the bridge, Tony announced that upon their return, a grand 3-day banquet would be held in their honor. He asked Lalatina to notify the canteen chefs immediately so they could begin preparations without delay. As the ships lifted off, hired staff across Planet Void 001 paused to watch them disappear into the sky. Less than half a day later, at noon, the fleet touched down on Void Island. Eager to continue the festivities, the members rushed straight to the canteen to feast. Meanwhile, Sonia made her way up to the mountaintop villa, where Mr. Cassidon awaited her for dinner. She reported every detail of the evening's success. Securing their first world for cultivation was a pivotal step in the Void God faith's rise to true power. This time, not just 3 but 9 dedicated followers had answered the call to master Harvest's abundance. If she buys a planet intending to develop it later, there's no need for her to make a grand show of leading the expedition herself. She can simply assign someone competent to go in her place. Chapter 464. My words are absolute. The 3 days of Damien's banquet passed in the blink of an eye. By early July 2015, the time had come for him and Banner to depart. Lacey, Kyle, Renoli, the Prophet, Sarah, and Lalatina all gathered to see them off, well aware that, unless the Void Divine Religion issued a summons, Damien wouldn't be staying on Void Island permanently just yet. If you ever run into trouble, just let us know, Renoli said, patting Damien on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. We're still deep in training ourselves, the Prophet added. Next year, we'll come to Blue Star to visit. He had already set the schedule. It had been 5 months since they occupied the Land of Nothingness, and both he and Kyle continued their mental cultivation to guard against any unforeseen dangers. Kyle stepped forward and clapped Banner on the back. Don't get so absorbed in home-based technology that you neglect your own growth. Your boy has real talent, and it's him who's carrying the heaviest load. I'm only here to lend a hand. Banner returned his smile. Thank you, Mr. Kyle. We appreciate everything you've done. Integrating the races into a true shared future is bound to be thorny, Lalatina admitted, her voice calm but resolute. I know you can overcome every obstacle on your path to that ideal, Sarah added, offering Damien an encouraging smile. We'll keep Void Island running smoothly until you return. Damien nodded gratefully. He trusted Sarah implicitly, and he knew Lalatina could handle anything that came up. Thank you both. I couldn't ask for better allies. Sarah bowed her head slightly. Void Island will be trouble-free under our watch. You focus on the mission ahead. Lalatina stepped forward, her posture respectful. Leave the day-to-day affairs to us, Mr. Damien. You and Dr. Banner concentrate on steering this project forward. Damien exhaled in relief. Recruiting Lalatina had proven to be one of his best decisions. She was more than capable of resolving any crisis. He turned to Dr. Banner. Ready? Banner gave a curt nod. Let's go. Safe travels, Thor and Loki called out with matching grins. The Asgardian brothers had their own duties to attend to, but they paused to see their friends off. Damien returned their waves, then climbed aboard the shuttle with Banner. The engines roared to life, lifting them gently off the ground. As Void Island slipped beneath the hull, Damien's resolve only strengthened. There were challenges ahead on Blue Star, but with his team in place back home, he was ready for whatever lay in wait. Despite having both their father and the Queen alive to support them, Kyle and Lacey felt it too awkward to burden the royal household with every little problem. If they could handle an issue on their own, they'd much rather do so, and so they trained harder than ever to strengthen themselves. All right, see you on Blue Star, Lacey called as Tony and Bruce boarded their sleek starship. Tony gave a short nod. Banner, wiping his hands on a towel, offered a small wave. Moments later, the cruiser's engines hummed to life, and it lifted off the launch pad. Kyle, they're gone, Lacey remarked, watching the ship vanish among the stars. Kyle's lips curled in amusement. If you blinked, you'd think it blew up instead of taking off. I can't wait to go there myself next year, Lacey confessed, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. It's so quiet here without them. For ordinary people, a separation can last a lifetime, Kyle said softly. But for us, a few years or even decades aren't anything, Renaud added with a reassuring grin. Just relax and trust Tony. He'll bring them back safe and sound. High atop a secluded mountain stood an elegant villa, its terraces bathed in late afternoon light. Inside the drawing room, Sonia caught sight of Damien through the open balcony doors. Damien, she called, why don't you take a well-deserved break and pay a visit to Blue Star yourself? She knew him well enough to guess that the idea thrilled him, even if he would nothing ever admit it. Damien paused, gazing out at the same sky Tony and Bruce had just flown into, and allowed himself the briefest of smiles. Tony was departing for his home world today on a construction assignment, and Sonia couldn't help but watch him go. She'd grown accustomed to having Cassidy nearby, and today, as always, she turned to him with a question. Ever since he first emerged from the void, he'd taken a singular interest in Blue Star, visiting at irregular intervals and keeping a close eye on its affairs. In fact, among the 9 realms, a select few on Blue Star had benefited from his particular brand of guardianship. Anything we need to know about on Blue Star? Sonia asked, her tone hopeful. Damien, formerly known as Harvey, studied the horizon, expression calm. Nothing significant has happened recently. There's no cause for alarm. He checked the crystalline chronometer on his wrist. It was July 2015, the final stretch before Stephen Strange would rise to become Doctor Strange. Once that transformation occurred, Strange would need to be inducted into our alliance. If he wasn't, the time gem could slip indirectly into the hands of the Void Cult. Even worse, the sorcery that Kamataj had amassed would be vulnerable too, transforming the Cult of the Void into a formidable new threat and granting their faith an unprecedented evolutionary surge. Damien's thoughts shifted to another concern. Peter Quill, the man they called Star-Lord. His cosmic powers were only just awakening, and this was precisely the window during which his personality was most at risk of fracturing. A starship-hopping rogue to the outside world, to Damien, he was a potential fulcrum for cosmic balance, or catastrophe. All right, Damien said, turning back to Sonia and Cassidy. Tony's departure won't leave us short-staffed. Cassidy, if you notice any ripples in the void around Blue Star, alert me at once. Sonia, keep the channels open with our informants there, and I'll keep tabs on Strange and Quill. Their paths are pivotal to the safety of all 9 realms. With that, the trio fell into a contemplative silence, each aware that the coming months would test them in ways they could scarcely imagine. Whenever someone acquires immense power, their first instinct is to master it. Next, they take stock of their surroundings, and once they realize just how potent they've become, their very character begins to shift. With God King Odin still holding sway, no one would dare touch Blue Star, Cassidy observed. Sonia's curiosity was piqued. What makes you say that? What's really going on? Cassidy's eyes gleamed. It isn't a foreign invasion this time. It's the emergence of a new supreme mage. A true prodigy, Damien said, leaning forward. If such power is awakening, we need to recruit him immediately. Sonia frowned. A new supreme mage, and what of the ancient one, the Sorcerer Supreme? At the mention of the Sorcerer Supreme, Sonia, who had top-level clearance on Blue Star's defenses, nodded. Only 2 Archmasters stood between that world and catastrophe. Odin, God King of Asgard, and the Ancient One, whose mastery of the Time Stone was legendary. On the surface, Blue Star's civilization appeared backward, even primitive. In truth, it was a crouching tiger, ready to unleash its hidden strength on the universe. Damien and Sonia stood at the edge of the dimly lit sanctum, the air heavy with residual magic. If they'd stumbled in unannounced and crossed paths with either of the living legends who once guarded this place, it would have spelled certain doom. Damien allowed himself a faint, ironic smile. There's an old saying, he began quietly, that when a new supreme mage is born, the old one must pass on. Sonia's brow shot up. Pass on? You mean she died? He nodded. That's what the rumor claims. But according to my research, Sonia countered, The Ancient One's natural lifespan far exceeded ours. She's been alive for over a millennium. Damien tapped his staff against the stone floor, sparks of blue light flickering at the tip. Then why did she die? With her mastery of the mystic arts, she could have extended her life indefinitely, hundreds, even thousands of years. Sonia's silver eyes glittered with confusion. Exactly. The Ancient One had countless rituals and spells at her disposal. Immortality should have been trivial for her. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Damien's voice dropped to a whisper. So what finally ended her? There's no record of a final battle, no grand sacrifice, nothing. Sonia shook her head. I've scoured every archive, every hidden grimoire in the Order's vaults. Her last moments are a complete blank. It's as though she simply vanished from existence. Damien stared into the darkness beyond the archway. A sorceress of her power disappearing overnight. That's the real mystery we need to solve. Sonia looked at Damien, brow furrowed. If the Ancient One has protected the Blue Star for thousands of years, seen every joy and sorrow, why can't she simply step down? Damien paused, choosing his words carefully. Because, for all her power, the Ancient One is still human. Over the centuries, she's witnessed countless births and deaths, farewells and betrayals, seen the darkest corners of our world. In the beginning, she may have found purpose in protecting everyone, but living solely for others wears a person down. He leaned forward. If you want to survive, really live, through long, endless years, you need more than duty. You need your own reasons to hope, to find joy for yourself. You can't spend eternity just bearing the weight of the world on your shoulders. Sonia's eyes went distant. So she's tired of it all? Exactly. The Ancient One has grown weary of her responsibilities. She's ready to retire, to embrace death as her final act of agency. But throughout her reign, no one has proven capable of taking her place. She's bound to this duty by default, by necessity, because there is simply no one else who can fill her shoes. Damien let out a long breath. There's something else you should know. The Ancient One's longevity doesn't come naturally. She's extended her life through dark magic. Magic that our community considers taboo. It's a secret she's hidden for centuries, another burden she carries in solitude. Sonia swallowed. The weight of Damien's words settled between them, a reminder of the price even the greatest champions must pay. Damien had no way of knowing whether the Ancient One had ever confessed to living for thousands of years, but in the end, it hardly mattered. Human lifespans are so fleeting that buried secrets tend to remain buried. He knew, too, that Gu Yi would never willingly share the deeds of her past, and yet she'd been unable to bring herself to resign her post outright. Instead, she delayed her decision until the new Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Stephen Strange, stepped onto the stage. At last, she had someone to blame, and a perfect excuse to escape a life spent endlessly serving others. Once Stephen Strange accepted the mantle, the Ancient One quietly surrendered her own duties. We're only human, she said. If we can't find a successor, we must face death. But as Sorcerer Supreme, Damien objected, your power stands at the pinnacle of the universe. Why not continue? Odin himself has lived for millennia. Why hasn't he considered stepping down? Sonia, who'd gained far more insight by this point, still looked puzzled. Odin and the Ancient One aren't the same, she replied softly. Their paths and their purposes are very different. Damien listened calmly as Sonia invoked Odin's example. Odin was born a god, he said quietly. He was granted an unending lifespan and immense power. He founded Asgard, and with his beloved ever at his side, he never knew loneliness. He paused, gathering his thoughts. The Ancient One, by contrast, lived her entire life as a mere mortal. Through sheer force of will, she rose to become the supreme sorceress and mastered formidable magic. Yet she never truly stepped beyond the human sphere. She beheld the universe's wonders but never embraced them. A faint smile touched his lips. It wasn't that no one in the cosmos could understand her. She simply never looked for them, and she would never allow anyone, not even me, to dictate her destiny. His expression grew solemn. I've said the Ancient One will die. Her body will perish, but her soul will endure in the spirit realm. Freed from the confines of flesh, she will enter the realm of spirits and finally live for herself. Damien's voice remained steady, though beneath it lay the weight of centuries. After all, he had watched over Blue Star for millennia, and in all that time, he had known only the company of solitude. Damien pressed a hand to his chest, as if steadying a storm-tossed heart. "I'm exhausted," he said quietly. "I can't keep living for the Blue Star. From now on, I want to live for myself." Sonia regarded him thoughtfully. "Is that why you think the Soul Realm holds all the excitement? That you can only really live there?" Damien shook his head. "Why limit yourself? There's so much worth experiencing in the real world." Sonia nodded slowly. She'd finally accepted why Guyi had died, not at the hands of some unstoppable foe, but because he chose to walk into oblivion. She still didn't fully understand his mindset. She had no sense of what the Soul Realm truly offered, but she was convinced that reality had its own wonders. "I can't say what drove him," Damien admitted. "People are different. We each follow our own hearts." Sonia let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. "You're right. I've been worrying about what Guyi must have been thinking, but it's not my place. I need to focus on what matters to me." A gentle smile curved Damien's lips. "Exactly. No matter what choices others make, you owe it to yourself to build the life you want." She returned his smile, clarity settling over her. She'd thrown herself into developing the Void Cult not just for Mr. Cassidon, but for her own sake. She loved watching its influence grow, step by step, under her careful guidance. Perhaps one day she might tire of it, but if that time ever came, she could lay it aside with no regrets. With her doubts laid to rest, Sonia felt a steady resolve take root. Whatever the future held, she would face it on her own terms. Cassidon wouldn't dare interfere. After all, joining the Void Cult was supposed to be freedom itself. The next morning, Tony and Banner returned to Blue Star, and this time, Tony brought back an enormous cache of parts for assembling a cosmic communicator. Off-the-shelf models couldn't simply be ordered through local suppliers. They were controlled by the interstellar market. Even obsolete communicators carried a steep price tag of around 10,000 cosmic coins. Properly maintained, one of these devices could last 20 years or more, so any civilization with a functioning space economy could save up for it in a matter of months. But Blue Star hadn't yet stepped into the interstellar age and had no way to earn cosmic currency. The idea of 10,000 coins was unthinkable. In fact, even a single cosmic coin might as well have been a fortune. Tony's personal wealth would undoubtedly skyrocket in the years ahead, but no matter how much he amassed, every future purchase in the cosmic economy would still demand sums measured in the trillions. They'd agreed to source every component themselves and build production from the ground up. Scaling the operation would take years before their invention could reach the masses. But for now, Tony Stark was back at Stark Manor on Blue Star. With Pepper still tied up at Stark Industries, he waved off all distractions and asked Jarvis to establish a secure line to Dr. Helen Zhao. In her private study, Helen Zhao was enjoying a quiet afternoon tea while reviewing her latest genetic data when her monitors suddenly glitched. Within seconds, the display cleared to reveal a sharply dressed young man with tousled brown hair. Helen set down her cup and leaned forward. "Who are you?" She'd never encountered this intruder before, and given how effortlessly he'd reached her system's defenses, his skills had to be formidable. The man offered a polite nod. "Dr. Zhao, you're widely regarded as one of the world's leading experts in genetics." Helen's eyes narrowed. "Is that so? Then you must be someone worth my attention." He smiled. "Tony Stark, or if you prefer, Iron Man." He paused, letting the name register. "I'll get straight to the point. I need you on my team." Damien flicked on the secure hololink and blinked at the man floating in midair. The face was familiar, but this wasn't the Tony Stark he'd heard so much about. "Iron Man? Tony Stark?" he said, eyebrows raised. A soft chuckle echoed through the small chamber. Helen Zhao stepped forward, folding her arms. "You're nothing like Tony Stark," she said coolly. Damien leaned back. "So let me guess. You need me on this project, and you think I'll just drop everything and agree?" Helen shook her head. "Even if you wanted to, your superiors wouldn't let you." Defiance flared in Damien's chest. "And you really believe you can make them change their minds?" Helen's eyes glittered with resolve. "My word is absolute. When I say you'll work for me, you will work for me. I don't care how many layers of management are standing in the way." She tapped a control on her wrist. The projection shimmered to reveal a star field beyond the lab's reinforced glass. What I'm building isn't another gadget or a weapon. I'm leading humanity into the interstellar age. Your breakthroughs in medical technology will be vital to our success. Damien swallowed hard. You're asking me to abandon everything, my team, my research, on your say-so? Helen inclined her head. I've already arranged transport. In less than 12 hours, a ship will be at your doorstep. Any obstacles beyond that will be dealt with. All you need to worry about is packing. A long silence stretched between them. Damien's mind raced, the lives he could save, the risks he'd take, the certainty that this was not a standard research grant. This was something far bigger. Finally, he closed his eyes, drew in a steady breath, and opened them again. All right, he said, but one thing, I'm going on my own terms, or I'm not going at all. Helen smiled for the first time. Done. Welcome aboard, Damien. As the HoloLink cut out, Damien stared at the empty projection place. The lab lights hummed quietly around him. His heart pounded with equal parts fear and exhilaration. Humanity's next giant leap was about to begin, and he was standing on the launch pad. Chapter 465. Heroes Understand the Times. Tony Stark dreamed of ushering humanity into the interstellar age, but that didn't mean he'd abase himself to make it happen. He was the herald of the void, a man of growing renown. He might not yet be the universe's most powerful figure, but his name already carried weight among starfarers and bureaucrats alike. Yet even Tony had one person before whom he'd bow his head. Damien. No one else could draw that kind of submission from him, and Damien would be the last. He alone understood the grand design Tony pursued, to unite all inhabitants of Blue Star into a single, shared future for mankind. Oh, there will be obstacles, Damien had warned him. You'll face scorn from thousands who don't share your vision. But remember, those who grasp the times are the true heroes. Ignorance and small-minded resistance won't slow you if you stand firm. Tony respected that resolve. He knew the road to the stars would be paved with criticism, and that some people simply couldn't see beyond their own horizon. They'd refused to board his interstellar vessels, balking at the unknown. But Tony Stark would never grovel or coax the unwilling. He'd rather conquer the void alone than shamelessly beg the blind to join him. From that moment on, the mission was clear. Tony would press forward, carrying Damien's words like a banner. For in an age of cosmic expansion, only the informed, the visionaries, would claim the mantle of hero, and Tony Stark intended to stand among them. Helen Zhao leaned back in her chair, her dark eyes glinting under the laboratory's dim lights. You said you sent someone to find me? Tony Stark's eyebrow arched. With a faint hum, the panels of his Iron Man gauntlet slid closed. Do you really think this place is so easy to infiltrate? She smiled coolly, folding her arms. Let's assume you really are Iron Man. Just because millions hail you as a hero, you believe you're above both the law and the limits of current technology? He bristled at the challenge. You've met my suits, Dr. Zhao. You know what they can do. As far as I'm aware, Tony Stark, she replied, none of your armors have ever demonstrated this level of power. She reached across the table, tapping a small vial filled with swirling, silvery liquid. The next great leap for our world lies in nanotechnology. Tony leaned forward, intrigued despite himself. Nanotech? That's your grand vision? Helen's smile grew wider. It's only one branch of progress. The true destiny of this planet, Blue Star, as you call it, lies in the interstellar era, and in that arena, only the strong prevail. He studied her for a long moment. You've never set foot beyond Earth's atmosphere. You don't know what it's really like out there in the void. Perhaps not, she conceded, but one needn't have flown among the stars to understand their promise. Her gaze remained steady. The universe rewards those who shape its future, not those who cower at its doorstep. Tony allowed himself a slow nod, a trace of respect flickering in his eyes. All right, Dr. Zhao. I like your style and your ambition. How would you like to join my team? Helen's smile turned triumphant. I thought you'd never ask. Helen Zhao's eyes glittered with challenge as the holographic array shimmered before her. When we finally meet, she said coolly, you'll see just how vast the universe really is. Tony Stark let a confident smirk play across his lips. I'll grant you this much. Blue Star's technology still has room to grow. Helen scoffed. Room to grow? barely half-baked, more like, you can't even be bothered to show up in person, and I certainly don't have time for another self-styled Stark wannabe. Tony's gaze flicked to Bruce Banner, standing a step behind him. Bruce, remind her what we agreed. Once she sees it for herself, her doubts will vanish. Bruce sighed, rubbing at his temples. Tony, you lost the bet. You owe me dinner. And more, Tony cut in with a grin. You're also on the hook for escorting Ms. Zhao to our private island prototype. It's the perfect setting for further discussions. Helen folded her arms, her expression cool. So there's always a catch. Tony merely shrugged. Consider it a trust exercise, but really, Miss Zhao, prove me wrong. It's entirely in your hands now. Bruce glanced between them, exasperated. Before Helen could reply, a soft voice drifted up from behind her. Startled, she whirled around and froze. A tall, impeccably dressed young man stood less than a meter away, as if he'd stepped out of thin air. His dark eyes were calm and appraising, his posture effortlessly composed. Forgive my unannounced arrival, he said, offering a slight bow. My name is Damien, and I'll be your guide to the island. Banner spotted Helen Zhao just as she realized someone was there. Miss Zhao, he said, offering a calm smile, please come with me. Time is precious. We'll explain everything once we meet. Before she could protest, he struck her swiftly, knocking her unconscious. Alex had warned him that subtlety might trigger alarms and complicate the mission, so without another word, Banner's form melted into a black shadow. In a heartbeat, he slipped through the wall and vanished with Helen. At that same moment, Tony Stark sat in his private study. Jarvis, wipe our comlogs with Helen Zhao, he ordered, then stood and began donning his armor. His next stop was the secure private island where Banner was headed. On the far side of that island, Steve Rogers worked at a forge. The metal vibrated under his hammer, and sweat poured down his face. 6 months of relentless training had finally paid off. He'd mastered the agility drills and completed the grueling 10-minute endurance test. Yet Lacey's words still echoed in his mind. If he ever wanted to close the gap on the likes of Tony and Banner, he'd have to push himself even harder. Damien held his breath as Lacey's hammer smashed against the concussive metal, again and again. He'd insisted on a full hour of non-stop training, knowing she could handle it. Still, each strike felt like an all-out battle, and with every passing minute, he was more certain of what a monster of a fighter she was. But at the height of their sparring, Damien suddenly sensed a shift in the wind, high above them. He stepped back, lowering his guard, and tilted his head skyward. Through the swirling clouds, a colossal space battleship gradually came into view. Our backups finally arrived, he said with a relieved smile. He'd received word that Tony Stark and Bruce Banner were on their way. They'd achieved a major breakthrough in their study of the Void Cult and intended to stay on Blue Star for a while to help him plan the planet's next phase of development. No matter how many times Damien watched that warship descend, its sheer power never failed to impress him. Pietro, standing nearby, caught sight of the vessel too. His eyes lit up, and he punched the air in excitement. They really are here, Pietro said, echoing Damien's own anticipation. He'd heard all about the mission's potential from Damien and Mrs. Page, and now the future of Blue Star was about to shift into high gear. Tony Stark had finally cracked the core technology for constructing space battleships. Humanity's long-awaited leap into the interstellar age was now within grasp. Wanda stared up at the colossal warship, her heart swelling with admiration. Stark was a scientific prodigy, yet as Steve Rogers constantly reminded them, it was the mysterious patronage of the Void Cult that had vaulted his genius onto the cosmic stage. With a low rumble, the hangar doors slid open. Clad head to toe in his latest battle armor, Tony Stark dropped through the opening like a falling star. At the same moment, a sleek spacefighter swooped down from high orbit and touched down on the landing pad. From its cockpit emerged Bruce Banner, carrying an unconscious woman cradled in his arms. Steve hurried forward, eyes wide with concern. Banner, who is she? And what happened? Bruce set the woman gently on the deck. He hovered protectively over her, his brow dark with worry. Why? Before he could answer, Pietro zipped in beside them, a teasing glint in his eye. Banner, don't tell me you actually wrestled her into the ship, Pietro quipped. With all that scientific know-how, you really couldn't have just convinced her to come quietly? Bruce shot his friend a rueful look but remained silent, his attention fixed on the woman's pale face. Above them, the newly completed battleship gleamed under the hangar lights, a silent promise of the vast frontiers that now lay open to humankind. Damien stepped into the bright conference room, flanked by Tony Stark. At the long table sat Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, Pietro Maximoff, Wanda Maximoff, and Agent Page. Damien cleared his throat and motioned toward the young woman beside him. "Everyone, this is Dr. Helen Zhao, a true prodigy in the field of genetics," he said. "Tony and I arranged this meeting to see whether she can help us develop genetic-based pharmaceuticals. I even wagered with Tony that she wouldn't agree to join our cause right away." He grinned. "I lost, so here she is." Bruce folded his arms and regarded Helen thoughtfully. "Genetics isn't exactly our usual angle, but her reputation precedes her. If our standard persuasion tactics fail, be prepared to escalate. Right, Cap?" Steve leaned forward, his expression serious. The more someone believes in their own genius, the harder it is for them to admit they need help, and they'll guard that pride fiercely. Dr. Zhao won't surrender hers lightly. Tony gave a wry nod. "I know, we've examined her history and accomplishments. We're not underestimating her self-confidence." Before anyone could respond, Jarvis's calm voice echoed through the room. "Sir, Dr. Zhao has arrived in Conference Room B. Would you like me to initiate the briefing?" Exchanging determined looks, the team rose. The real negotiation was about to begin. "Okay, these are all the factors we need to keep in mind. If you need any help, just say so." Damien nodded at Steve's response. No further questions needed. Tony's words had been addressed not only to Helen Zhao, but to all of them. Before witnessing Lacey's display of power, Damien, like many, had doubted a woman could be so formidable. Now his skepticism was gone. "Right," Damien said. "We'll figure out how to handle this." "I'll catch up with you later," Tony said. "Banner and I want to have a word with her." Tony gave a curt nod, and Banner knelt beside Helen Zhao. He gently laid her flat on the grass, then summoned his signature green life energy in his right hand. Within moments, Helen's eyes snapped open. Instead of looking at Banner, her gaze fixed on the imposing battlecruiser hovering overhead. Its sleek lines and sheer scale left her wide-eyed and breathless. "Ms. Zhao," Tony began, his tone brimming with confidence, "let me be perfectly clear. Blue Star's future belongs to the interstellar era." Damien Zhao's vision swam back into focus at the faint hiss of servos. He blinked up at the hulking form of Iron Man's armor, and then took in the rest of the room. How long had he been out? He had no idea. The last thing he remembered was Dr. Bruce Banner, this Banner, bundling him off somewhere. Now he was lying on a cold metal slab, deep inside a facility on a remote island, surrounded by strangers in lab coats and combat gear. It was not a reassuring place to wake up. If anything went wrong, if he died here, the world outside might never even learn what had happened to him. And yet, for the moment, his kidnappers seemed content to keep him alive. They'd brought him all this way because they believed he had talents worth exploiting. If they valued him, he'd bought himself a little breathing room. Still, Damien knew from experience that even breathing room could vanish in an instant. If he refused to cooperate, they had countless ways to break his will. Only someone who would rather die than yield would stand any chance of holding out. He pushed himself upright, planted his feet on the floor, and fixed Iron Man's glowing faceplate with a steady gaze. "Are you real, Tony Stark?" he asked. Tony's lips curved into a knowing smile. He leaned forward, his tone gentle but resolute. "I bear you no ill will, Damien. It's simply that your talents have captured my attention. If humanity is ever to step confidently into the interstellar age, we'll need breakthroughs in countless fields, genetics foremost among them. That's where you come in." Damien returned the smile and extended his hand. "I'm listening." Tony clasped his hand firmly. "I'm offering you a chance to make a real difference. I guarantee you'll be well taken care of." As their hands met, a silent understanding passed between them. This partnership would change everything. Chapter 466. The future will not be peaceful. "You've already run a full background check on me," Damien Zhao replied coolly, "so I don't suppose an introduction is necessary." "Then, let's skip the formalities," Tony Stark said with a grin. "Ready for a tour of my new toy?" He gestured toward the massive warship hovering silently above the ground. Damien hesitated only a moment before extending his hand. In truth, he'd never encountered anything like this vessel. A world-renowned nanomedicine pioneer, he had devoted his life to perfecting the cradle-of-life technology, a self-replicating nanorobotic system poised to revolutionize healthcare on Blue Star. He understood the power of machines on the smallest scale. But this, he asked, voice taut with curiosity, as Tony helped him aboard. From the moment Tony scooped him up, Damien held himself perfectly still. As they passed through the ship's hatch, he surveyed the interior. Sleek metal walls, softly glowing control panels, and the hum of unseen engines. Every surface suggested a melding of form and function, far beyond anything he'd ever seen on his home world. "Who's flying this warship?" Damien finally asked, scanning for a bridge or cockpit. Pardon me, Dr. Zhao," Tony said, correcting himself with a smirk. "Meet JS, my latest and quietest onboard AI." A calm, modulated voice echoed from concealed speakers. "Good afternoon, Dr. Zhao. Welcome aboard." Damien allowed a small smile to tug at his lips. Whatever lay ahead, he knew one thing for certain. The future of Blue Star, and perhaps the entire galaxy, was about to get a lot more complicated. Damien Zhao stepped forward, glancing around the cavernous hangar bay. "Tony," he began. Tony Stark looked up from the console, a half smile on his face. "If you've got questions, fire away. I'll do my best to give you straight answers." At that moment, Jarvis's hologram flickered into existence at Tony's side, bowing in a perfectly courteous, gentlemanly manner. Damien stared in astonishment at the AI butler before him. With Tony's quiet encouragement, he found his courage. "What kind of technology goes into building a battleship like this?" Damien asked, voice low. "And where do all these breakthroughs come from?" He let the questions hang in the charged silence. Humanity was still centuries away from true interstellar travel. Yet here, before him, stood Tony Stark's very own spacefaring warship, proof that someone had already leapt that gulf. Damien settled into the briefing room's padded chair, eyes fixed on Tony as he tapped the holo display to life. Swirling constellations and shifting star fields filled the air. Tony's voice was calm but authoritative. "If you want to build a true space battleship," he began, "you need to master 4 core technologies. 1. Wormhole jump drive. This isn't just opening a gateway from point A to point B," Tony explained, tracing a glowing route through the holo map. "Your system must handle cosmic star charts, precise stellar positioning, long-range space scanning, and an energy buffer capable of stabilizing the jump. Believe it or not, several advanced civilizations have cracked this, but implementing it reliably in a warship remains a huge challenge. 2. Sublight thrusters. Faster-than-light travel gets you across galaxies," Tony continued, "but most tactical engagements occur at sublight speeds. You need an engine that's both powerful and efficient. What we've developed here, the next-generation sublight drive, is the most cutting-edge technology in the known universe. Its acceleration and maneuverability are unmatched, so that critical piece is already in place." 3. Power core, Damien nodded. "Without energy, nothing runs." "Exactly," said Tony. "Our microarc reactor delivers a nearly limitless power supply. It's compact, incredibly stable, and perfect for sustaining all shipboard systems, from shields to weapons." 4. Gravity control module. Tony's expression grew serious. "Finally, you need a gravity device, not just for artificial G-pack gravity, but for inertia dampening, weapons targeting, and even advanced propulsion concepts. Without a top-tier gravity module, your battleship is little more than a high-speed coffin. And that's where we're still catching up." Tony paused the holo display, letting Damien absorb the scope of the task. "Master these 4, Tony said, "and you'll have the foundation for the most formidable warship ever conceived." Damien leaned forward, determination flashing in his eyes. The road ahead would be long and perilous, but he knew there was no turning back. Damien has perfected gravity manipulation technology that ranks among the top 5 in the entire universe. His system automatically calibrates both the battleship's internal and external gravity fields to match local conditions, smoothly controlling every phase of acceleration and deceleration. Everything else, offensive and defensive weaponry, intelligent onboard AI, cryo-sleep chambers, raw materials for ship construction, and so on, are merely supplementary functions. Those can all be purchased inexpensively from other civilizations, so there's no need to worry. With a robust power source driving those 4 core gravity technologies, developing advanced arms and defense systems is straightforward. Jarvis summarized the situation to Helen Zhao in clear, simple terms. Helen stared at Damien in disbelief. You've already mastered all of these technologies? And when did you come back into our universe? Helen Zhao had once wondered how Tony Stark, already in his 50s, could still look so youthful. But at this point, those questions no longer mattered to her. So this all goes back to around 2009, she said softly. Tony caught the surprise in her eyes and felt a rush of relief. 2009? You'd already gone off into the cosmos by then. No wonder there's been virtually nothing about you since the Battle of New York. Helen let a small, knowing smile tug at her lips. She'd pieced together every scrap of information on Stark. Although he made the occasional appearance on Blue Star, he spent most of his time out of the public eye. Rumors claimed he'd retired. After all, nearing 50, it seemed only natural that his physical prowess would fade and that he'd opt for a quieter life. But those whispers assumed his absence was born of age and a desire to slow down. In truth, Tony Stark had no intention of stepping back. He was simply channeling his genius into space research. Jarvis's report made one thing abundantly clear. Stark's technology outstripped anything Blue Star possessed by millennia, perhaps even more. As Jarvis had noted, Tony Stark had perfected the most advanced sublight thruster engine in the known universe. Now, fresh from his latest space research, he intended to drag Blue Star into the interstellar age. Helen Zhao absorbed his ambition at once. She studied the man before her, a nearly 50-year-old whose energy and poise betrayed no hint of age. "Tell me," she said, "have you undergone genetic enhancement?" Tony offered a wry smile. "If you're interested, I've brought back samples for you to examine, along with every relevant technical dossier." Helen's eyes flicked over him once more. She didn't need a tour of his starship's systems. His vitality spoke volumes. "Very well," she said. "But first, who are these future research partners you mentioned?" Tony extended a hand toward the corridor beyond his lab. "Come with me. I want you to meet the team I've assembled." Helen hesitated for only a heartbeat, then followed him, curious to see just how far Stark's vision would take them. Damien held back any more self-congratulations. No need to spoil the good mood, though a satisfied grin lingered on his face. Tony Stark, as always utterly at ease, swooped up Helen Zhao in one arm and headed straight for his private island compound. "Your gear is positively antique," Damien called after them. "Time for an upgrade." When Tony gently set her down, Helen rubbed her sore shoulders and lower back. Having realized Tony genuinely wanted her on board to pursue his grand vision, she'd relaxed, and it showed in her blunt complaint. "Honestly, with all your resources, why haven't you explored nanotechnology? Smart alloys that adapt to your body would save me this pain. Your steel suit is unforgiving." She forced a wry smile. "I've poured years into the core systems of space battleships, but I never ventured into nano." Damien chuckled. "And yet you still found the time to gripe about it." Tony flashed an amused look at Helen. "Lies, sounds like you're warming up to the idea." At that moment, Bruce Banner, drawn by their banter, stepped forward, complaining to Stark's face, "Helen Zhao, I never thought I'd see the day." Helen shot him a playful glare. "What can I say? When the tech's stiff, the scientist must speak up." Helen Zhao smoothed her lab coat, eyes fixed on the impeccably dressed man standing before her. "I never thought I'd admit it, but your technical achievements far outpace mine, even if you do look like you stepped out of a history book." Damien offered her a polite nod. "Facts are hard to argue with." His apologetic grin softened his tone. "And I owe you an apology as well. Sorry for knocking you out back there." She took a breath. "Thank you. So introduce yourself properly." "Damien Banner," he said, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "You might know me as the Hulk, but please, call me Banner." Helen raised an eyebrow. "I've already run a thorough background check, so there's no need for formalities. Rumor has it you struggle to control the power inside you." Banner chuckled, the sound surprisingly gentle for someone with his reputation. "Rumors tend to exaggerate. As you can see, I'm fully in command." He flexed his fingers, his expression calm and measured. Helen extended her hand. "Welcome, Dr. Banner. Or should I say Damien? Either way, it's clear you're in complete control." Inwardly, she marveled. Damien had infiltrated her secure experimental base without triggering a single alarm. Mastering the Hulk's might without succumbing to rage, that was a feat even Tony Stark would envy. Pietro Maximoff leaned against the corridor railing, watching with mild surprise as Helen Zhao laughed and chatted easily with Tony Stark and Bruce Banner in the villa's sunlit atrium. Her initial fear was completely gone. "She's remarkably composed," Pietro murmured. Wanda glanced over. "She doesn't know who they really are yet." "Just wait till she finds out," Pietro said, brows lifting. Wanda's lips curved into a sly smile. "To people like us, those awakened to superpowers and magic, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, even Mrs. Page are terrifying legends." Pietro nodded slowly. "Right now, she's fearless only because she's ignorant of what they can do." Below them, Tony waved Helen over to a cluster of plush chairs. Bruce poured tea and offered her a warm smile. Pietro's curiosity got the better of him. He started to step forward, determined to join them. "Not so fast," a firm voice said. Pietro stumbled and turned to see Steve Rogers standing beside him. "Thought you weren't policing our free time," Pietro grumbled. "Training isn't over," Steve replied calmly. "Don't slack off." Pietro rolled his eyes. "But today's special, it can wait." Steve interrupted, though his tone softened. "Trust me." With a resigned sigh, Pietro fell in step with Wanda. Before they reached the training room, he stole one last look back at Helen, bright-eyed and unsuspecting, as Tony Stark launched into another story, one she still had no reason to fear. "The banners are back," Damien said with a sigh, pausing mid-drill. He wiped sweat from his brow and turned toward Steve. Steve Rogers studied him for a moment before calling out, "Damien, don't just stand there. Do you know what Tony and the others are planning?" Damien shook his head. "Not really. Why?" A faint smile curved Steve's lips. "They want to go interstellar, lead humanity beyond the stars, as peacefully as possible, but they expect some resistance, and that means we may have to get our hands dirty." Damien's pulse quickened. "Really? Me?" Doubt flickered in his eyes. "What if I break something or hurt someone by accident?" Steve nodded. "That's always a risk, but Tony has the tech and the funds to push us forward. What we lack is reliable people who are willing to act when the time comes." Damien ran a hand through his hair. "If there's a chance of getting hurt, maybe I should just stick to training." Steve gave him a gentle whack on the shoulder. "Damien, without bodies on the line, there's no way to secure our future among the stars. Tony wants to free us from energy shortages and every earthly constraint, but he can't do it alone. We need you." Damien squared his shoulders, determination replacing hesitation. "All right, I'm in. Just tell me what to do." Steve clapped him on the back. "That's what I like to hear. Now, let's get back to training, because when Tony gives the word, we won't have time to waste. Forging a shared future for all humankind, even one that extends our lifespans, represents a monumental leap forward. Millions yearn to join a more advanced society, where daily life is smoother and opportunities once unimaginable suddenly emerge. Yet such transformative progress inevitably threatens the entrenched hierarchy on Blue Star. Those perched at the top of our social order will stop at nothing to preserve their privileges and resist any shift in power. From the moment Damien learned of Tony's plan, he understood the challenges ahead. He knew the elite would marshal every resource to block this new vision. But his certainty only deepened after journeying to Void Island. Amid the chaos of the Void Land War, Damien stood in the presence of Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void, and witnessed power that defied all earthly comparison. In that awe-inspiring moment, he realized just how far Blue Star's civilization still lagged behind the wonders scattered across the universe, and how vital it was to overcome the forces determined to keep it shackled to the past. Chapter 1. A Shared Future. The Xandar Empire stands as a shining example of what humanity on Blue Star could achieve. A united civilization where every individual lives in comfort, free from concerns over resources. To reach that pinnacle, humans would need tens of thousands of years of relentless effort, and that's assuming we first overcome our own internal divisions. If we remain fractured, never forming a true global community, we'll never come close to the grandeur of Xandar, no matter how many centuries we endure. Our first priority, then, must be forging humanity into a society with a shared future. Anyone who obstructs our progress toward this goal is a cancer on humankind, whether a corrupt official, a reactionary politician, or even a celebrated general. No one is indispensable, not even the United States in its current form. We cannot allow the old guard of decadence and backwardness to hold us back. In the end, infamy and cruelty count for nothing if they stand in the way of our collective destiny. That's why Director Steve has made it clear, any obstacle, no matter how powerful or how famed, must be removed. Only then can humanity step confidently into the cosmos, unburdened, and pursue its rightful place among the stars. Understood, Damien said, nodding firmly. Across the table, Pietro, who had planned to take the day off, stiffened at the gravity of Steve's expression. The director's eyes bore into him, leaving no doubt that this mission was not to be taken lightly. Instead of shrugging and reaching for a coffee, Pietro straightened in his chair, ready to commit himself fully to the task ahead. Tony laid out his future plans to Damien, who listened intently. It was a relief to learn that Tony had returned, but Damien knew the human world wouldn't remain peaceful for long. There was no time for complacency. No sooner had Tony finished speaking than Wanda sprang into the air, flying toward the open sea to practice her magic against the crashing waves. For Wanda and Pietro, the goal wasn't simply to win Damien's early approval, secure a pay raise, and live or comfortably. After all, living under Damien and Mrs. Page's roof had already given them all the daily comforts they needed. What they truly sought was official recognition as the guardians of Blue Star. It would be a challenging path, but the day their ambition became reality would stand as a proud testament to their achievement and the responsibility they were ready to shoulder. Chapter 467, I'm Not That Capable Yet. Inside the villa, Damien Zhao sat between Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, absorbing revelations he'd never imagined. With a few taps on his holographic display, Tony outlined the galactic balance of power. At the summit of technological civilization stood the Xandar Empire, sworn to peacekeeping, and the Kree Empire, relentless in its drive to conquer. Each wielded staggering firepower, from star destroyers to massive stellar-class battleships, and held thousands of worlds in their grasp, siphoning planetary energy to fuel engines powerful enough to fell even gods. Bruce added, they don't just skirt the edges of godhood, they've essentially become technological demigods. Still, they can't quite go toe-to-toe with the ancient cosmic pantheons at the universe's apex, but they come close. Damien felt his worldview expand and shift. He'd already learned after the Battle of New York that humanity wasn't alone in the cosmos, but hearing the full scale of Xandar and Kree made him realize just how far human tech lagged behind. Even compared to the Chitauri fleet, Earth was a backwater. But Banner's final remark sparked a fire in him. We're behind, sure, but not so far that we can't catch up. Damien leaned forward, determination blazing in his eyes. He wasn't ready yet, far from it, but the gap, he believed, was bridgeable, and he swore he'd do everything in his power to close it. Damien never realized the Chitauri were merely a vanguard for some greater cosmic power. Their technology, he now understood, was only mediocre by universal standards. The true pinnacles of advancement belong to the Xandarian and Kree empires, yet even they aren't the supreme rulers of the cosmos. That honor goes to ageless beings whose reign reaches back eons. Fortunately for Blue Star, it has one such being in its corner, Odin, God King of Asgard. That singular allegiance gives Blue Star an edge no other empire can claim. Damien Zhao, brilliant as ever, absorbs this torrent of revelations, cutting-edge weaponry, interstellar politics, divine hierarchies, with astonishing speed. After a heartbeat, he speaks up. I understand, but Mr. Stark, Dr. Banner, you said there's more to this than just the two of you? Tony Stark and Bruce Banner exchange a solemn glance. Stark nods. You're right, we aren't the only ones involved. Banner adds quietly, we've also got Odin on our side. Damien paced the length of the briefing room, his brow furrowed. Across the table, Helen Zhao watched him with equal concern. Tony Stark stood beside a holographic display of the galaxy, its stars pulsing gently in the dim light. Thor, the god of thunder, Tony began, and Loki, the god of trickery, have both sworn allegiance to a new and incredibly dangerous organization called the Void Cult. Helen's eyes went wide. What exactly is the Void Cult? Tony tapped a control on his wrist gauntlet. Instantly, the stars rearranged themselves into a three-dimensional map of Blue Star and its surrounding systems. The Void Cult traces its origin to Kassadin, the so-called God of the Void. He discovered and mastered a power that taps directly into the fabric of nothingness. With it, he can open gateways to other dimensions, summon void-born creatures, even twist reality itself. Damien folded his arms. Sounds like magic. Worse, Tony corrected. It's a force that can rival any technology in the known universe. Think of the Xandar Empire's hyperspace drives, the Kree's weaponry. Odin's cosmic spear makes them look like toys in comparison. So when God King Odin himself fell to Kassadin's promises of infinite power and joined the Void Cult, it was more than a political betrayal. It was a cosmic shift. Helen leaned forward. Why would Odin do that? He's practically invincible. Even he has a breaking point, Tony said quietly. According to intercepted transmissions, Odin was mortally wounded in a battle beyond our realm. Faced with death, he turned to the void for salvation, and in so doing, became the cult's greatest champion. Damien's jaw tightened. If Odin's on their side, and Thor and Loki too, what chance do we have? Tony's hologram shimmered. We adapt, we learn their weaknesses, and we prepare, for what's coming will challenge every hero in the universe. Damien watched Tony swirl his wine, the amber liquid catching the flickering torchlight. When Tony finally spoke, his voice was calm but carried the weight of undeniable authority. Odin was very clear. This is cooperation, not submission. We can't reveal too much about Kassadin's origins or the true power of the Void God faith. What matters is this. Under King Odin's leadership, Asgard and the Nine Realms have already leapfrogged every rival power and signed on with the Void God cult. That's a good thing. Nothing but a good thing. Tony leaned back, setting his glass on the polished stone table. Yes, a handful of our people have pledged themselves to the cult, but that doesn't mean all of humanity has. Blue Star remains merely within Asgard's sphere of influence, not in its command. But Odin is different. He speaks for the Nine Realms as a whole. When Asgard's legions formally embrace the Void God faith, they will become one of its most formidable factions, and anyone born in the Nine Realms will benefit too. If you're fortunate enough to join the faith en masse, you'll stand shoulder to shoulder with Asgard itself. In the grand scheme, we'll be on the winning side. There are simply too many humans to bring into the Void Cult all at once, Tony Stark said, rubbing his temple as he stared at the data streams flickering across the holoscreen. Bruce Banner leaned forward, folding his arms. That's why Tony and I are looking for ways to give human civilization a real foothold in the universe. He tapped a schematic of Asgard's armory. Even if we could recruit every Asgardian soldier under the Void's banner, which we can't, since they answer to their king, their population barely reaches a few million. They'd still be bound by Asgard's theocratic hierarchy. Humans, on the other hand, number in the billions, and our history is one long chronicle of war. The moment one faction gains a technological edge, conflict erupts. If every single human received the Void's blessing, large-scale chaos would be inevitable. Bruce shook his head. No matter how you slice it, you can't convert all of humanity. Our best hope is to do what we've set out to do, push mankind toward the stars and into the interstellar age. Tony and Bruce had been talking about humanity's future among the stars, and the troubling likelihood that, even then, we'd still tear ourselves apart from within. They agreed that if we ever reach the interstellar age, they'll step in to help only twice. After 2 rescues, if we still refuse to learn and plunge headlong into self-destruction because of our own internal conflicts, then that will be our fate. Why only twice? Because history shows us one stubborn truth. Humans never learn from it. Tony and Bruce both feared that no matter how far we travel or how advanced we become, we'll repeat the same old mistakes. They couldn't predict whether we'd change once we hit the stars, but they could set their own limit. 2 interventions, no more. If you include Steve's future involvement, that makes 3 chances in total. But beyond that, if we remain obstinate and incapable of overcoming our worst impulses, they simply won't keep paying the price for our failures. Even heroes have their own lives and ambitions to pursue. In the end, Tony and Bruce decided to do all they could, then step back and let humanity face the consequences of its own choices. Damien stood before the small gathering and laid out his vision in clear, unflinching terms. Our mission is to launch human civilization into the universe, and, just as critically, to safeguard mankind from self-destruction, twice over, by preventing the civil strife that has doomed so many societies. It's an immense burden, but even if humanity ultimately falls, we will know we've lived up to our origins. He turned to Tony, the closest, thin G he had to a brother. Damien's voice caught. Above all, Tony, I want to repair the rift between us. Losing your friendship has haunted me. Tony's expression softened. I couldn't agree more. That's why I'm determined to fulfill our shared dream, reach the stars, stand at the summit of the universe, and then come home to those simpler days when we could just sit and laugh together. Damien gave a rueful smile. By tomorrow morning, I'll start brushing up on astrophysics. Dr. Zhao Hailan, who had been listening intently, nodded. Very well. I'll take charge of the genetically engineered therapeutics research. She hesitated, then added, I studied genetic medicine and even explored genetic pharmacology, but we never took that final, ethically fraught step. If we're truly committed, now is the time to face it. Neither Damien nor Tony pressed her further on the moral implications. After a thoughtful pause, Zhao Hailun straightened her shoulders and accepted her role in the monumental undertaking. It's great that you're willing to tackle this research, Tony said, his tone warm. But we won't let you bear this responsibility alone. The sooner we finish, the better. If you need any help, just let us know. And you understand our ultimate goal, right? He regarded Helen Zhao with genuine appreciation. For Stark Industries to become the dominant force on Blue Star, they must overhaul its entire system and forge it into a community with a shared future for all humanity. Only then could Tony steer mankind toward the stars. Our objective, he went on, is to refine those genetically modified agents so they're fully safe and effective for human use. Helen Zhao returned his gaze with a confident smile. She had long admired the vision of Tony Stark and Bruce Banner. In a few brief words, they had already hinted at capabilities that reached far beyond Earth, and she knew their reputations in the wider cosmos were well established. Damien watched Tony Stark and Bruce Banner with growing respect. In theory, the two of them could have slipped away, living quietly somewhere in the cosmos and leaving Blue Star and its endless politics behind. After all, so few people really knew their story that nobody could hold them accountable. Yet Tony and Bruce were determined to give back to humanity, to help us step into an interstellar age. It was an immense, thankless undertaking, and they'd volunteered anyway. Tony set two objects on the table before Damien. Here, he said, everything you need. Bruce picked up a slim data drive. We've embedded every scrap of genetic pharmacy research in this, gazillions of hours of work, now at your fingertips. Tony slid a delicate ring and a transparent plate across the surface. And these are your cosmic translator and communicator. The ring automatically deciphers any language in real time. The plate connects you to the galaxy net. Think of it like the universal internet. You'll have instant access to data from anywhere in the universe, in any tongue. Damien lifted the translator ring, its surface gleaming with micro-etchings. He examined the wafer-thin plate, translucent circuits pulsing faintly under his fingertips. This is amazing, he breathed. Thank you for trusting me with it. Trust isn't given lightly, Bruce smiled, but you've earned it. Tony nodded. Now go on. Make sure the rest of humanity catches up with you. Just follow the instructions and explore the system, the console reminded them. Do not make any unauthorized comments. Damien glanced at the readout. Blue Star isn't officially cleared for integration with other civilizations, it warned. Its signal currently spans several galaxies near Andromeda. Tony's eyes widened. Several galaxies? Covering that many light years. Did you set this up yourself? Zhao Hailan, better known to her friends as Helen, smiled modestly. I'd like to take credit, but no, this entire system was developed by the Xandar Empire, including the communications network. Tony let out a small laugh, partly in relief. He'd hoped to be the genius behind such technology, but the Xandar Empire's achievements were in another league entirely. The Xandar Empire, he repeated with respect. I'd love the chance to visit one of their worlds someday. Helen's eyes lit up. They're one of the two great powers in our galaxy, she said, gazing off into space. Their advancements are nothing short of astonishing. Sure, please provide the full text of the chapter you'd like me to revise, and I'll transform it into a polished, coherent English version with Damien as the protagonist. Chapter 468, A Tale of Two Standards. There'll be plenty of opportunities, Tony said with a grin. A quick trip over to the Xandar Empire is no big deal. If you can spare a week, I'll personally take you there. Helen Zhao returned his smile. That sounds wonderful. There's no rush. She hesitated for a moment, then continued. But first, I need your help with something more urgent. Go on, Tony prompted. Helen took a steadying breath. I need someone high up in your organization to support me. Even if I decide to work for you, I still need official clearance. Without it, they could accuse me of treason, and my family could suffer for it. Tony's expression turned serious. Consider it done. We'll sort it out. Helen visibly relaxed. Thank you, truly. While that's in progress, Tony went on, why don't you stay here and dive into some genetics materials? Get a head start on what we're doing. Helen nodded. That's exactly what I had in mind. Paige, Tony called to his assistant, please show Miss Zhao to a room. Let her get settled in. Right away, Paige replied, appearing almost instantly in the hallway. She offered Helen a warm smile. This way, Miss Zhao. Choose whichever room you like. Helen hoisted her bag onto her shoulder. Thank you, Paige. As Paige led her through the villa, Helen felt a glimmer of hope. With Tony's backing, she might finally overcome the threats looming over her and protect her family in the process. Tony would handle all the heavy thinking. Steve and Peggy would chip in wherever they could. Helen Zhao, however, froze when she caught sight of the remarkably beautiful young woman before her. Her eyes went wide. I forgot to mention, Helen stammered, aside from Pietro and Wanda, everyone else on this island belongs to the Void Cult. Tony gave her a reassuring nod. So there's really nothing to fear. Helen blinked, her shock giving way to relief. All right. She rose and fell in step with Peggy, drifting away to catch their breath. No sooner had they left than Tony turned to Jarvis. Jarvis, get me the black egg. Right away, sir. Jarvis knew exactly who Tony meant. In mere seconds, he pinpointed Nick Fury's location and overrode the standard security protocols to force open a secure channel. A holographic projection snapped into focus. Nick Fury's grizzled face materialized. Stark, you're back. Fury's eyes flicked over Tony's gleaming suit, noting how youthful and sharp Tony looked inside the armor. His jaw tightened, but he pasted on a friendly smile. Good to see you, Stark. Tony offered his own grin. He remembered all too well the last time Fury had dropped by Stark Manor, and how he'd been run off by Damien Ambalaka. The world hadn't seen Tony Stark's face in years, only Iron Man's gleaming armor. Yet Nick Fury had long ago pieced together what Tony looked like by observing Pepper Potts. Her youthful beauty told him everything he needed to know. Tony had reversed his own aging as well. All that time, Tony remained hidden behind his armor. Then, without warning, he reappeared to strike at Hydra, and did so with weapons and technology beyond anyone's wildest dreams. He targeted every Hydra cell and branch that S.H.I.E.L.D. had hunted for years, wiping them out in a single, surgical blow. From that moment, Fury understood that Stark's genius didn't just outpace American technology, it outstripped the limits of humanity itself. If Tony ever chose to, he could seize control of Earth in an instant. Instead, Iron Man blasted off into the cosmos, and for all intents and purposes, Tony Stark had vanished again. Fury had assumed the man had no further interest in Earth's affairs. But now, Stark was showing his face. And that, Nick Fury knew, was a very bad sign. Yeah, I'm back. But Nick, you're getting on in years yourself. Damien leaned back on the leather sofa, crossing one leg over the other. He offered a half smile, fully aware that Nick Fury had been relying on experimental treatments to stall the aging process. For a while, it had worked. Fury still moved with the vigor of a man decades younger, but wrinkles were finally beginning to betray him. Fury let out a rueful sigh. There's nothing more I can do. People aren't ready to see me age. Damien's smile widened. He knew exactly the dread stirring in Fury's chest. Damien still looked no older than 35, and his private army of scientists, AI constructs, and nanotech-imbued suits seemed less human than he did. Fury's eyes flickered with that unwelcome suspicion. He reached up to smooth his own brow, then cleared his throat. Enough teasing. I didn't call you here to trade barbs. I need you for a mission. Damien shrugged, unfazed. Fury viewed him as an anomaly, a self-made superhuman stepping far beyond normal human limits. After all, the Blue Star Initiative was Damien's brainchild, a private operation hoarding the world's most advanced technologies. Dr. Zhao Hailan, the initiative's lead biologist, had perfected the cradle of life, a process that enabled the ultra-wealthy to regenerate failing organs at will. United Nations delegates and American politicians objected to every aspect of it, but Damien had no interest in politicians' opinions, only in getting the job done. In the S-Shield briefing room, the holoscreens cast a pale glow over the assembled agents. At the head of the long table stood Tony Stark, arms folded, expression cool. Across from him, Nick Fury leaned forward, one eye fixed on Stark. "If I need Helen Zhao on my team, I'll make it happen," Tony said. "And honestly, if the UN had any sense, I wouldn't be here untangling their mess." Fury's smirk vanished. "Are you seriously calling that an instruction?" "Consider it an order," Tony replied without hesitation. He met Fury's gaze head-on. "I'll give you credit. Stark Industries' tech is leagues beyond what any government can produce, but you don't get to browbeat Blue Star the way you please." Fury's jaw tightened. "And who do you think you are, telling S-Shield how to operate?" Tony shrugged. "Call me someone who knows what he wants and how to get it. So unless you've got a better plan, I suggest you clear the way for Helen Zhao." Fury stared him down for a tense moment, then, slowly, nodded. The deal was struck. "You're bringing Captain Marvel in as backup?" "I know her reputation and her record better than you do. And if you're counting on her help to make me your enemy, you'd better be honest with her about it." "She's not facing just anyone," Fury continued. "Her next opponent is Tony Stark, the Void Herald of the mysterious Void Cult." Tony set his wineglass down with a soft clink and lifted an eyebrow. "Void Herald? Void Cult? Explain yourself." At the mention of the Void Cult, a group Fury had never encountered, his usually composed face darkened. "I'm telling you," Fury said, his voice low and firm, "Captain Marvel may be powerful, but she's not the ultimate force in the cosmos. She ranks among the universe's elite, yes, but she's far from invincible. Even if she teams up with you, she won't thwart my plan to lead humanity into the interstellar age. You'll follow my orders. There's no room for defiance." Tony chuckled, swirling the last of his wine in the glass. His tone was cool, almost amused. "Relax, Fury. I did my homework on Captain Marvel, down to her origin story. She's formidable, peak-level strong, but she's still just one warrior. It hadn't yet reached the divine heights of the Void God Kassadin or the God King Odin, true apexes of the universe. Kassadin never formally pledged to Damien's vision of propelling humanity into the interstellar age, but Odin had given his blessing. Even if Captain Marvel, in her headlong charge, follows Nick Fury's orders without thinking, Damien doesn't flinch. Fury had heard rumors of Damien's uncanny rapport with Captain Marvel. He suspected that Damien wouldn't set foot back on Earth without someone powerful enough to watch his back. So, when Damien laid out his ambition, Fury blanched. "Lead all of humanity into the stars?" Fury said. "Have you lost your mind, or am I the crazy one here? Do you really think people will stand for it?" Fury pressed. Damien met his gaze. "The world is changing. Most people no longer have a reason to refuse." Fury's expression shifted, skepticism giving way to begrudging hope. "Maybe you're right," he admitted. "Public sentiment is more open than ever." Damien leaned forward. "And those holdouts you mentioned, the ones who'd never agreed to any of this, what happens to them?" Fury's eyes hardened. Obstacles to human progress get swept aside by the tide of history. Damien understood precisely whom Fury meant, the entrenched politicians and power brokers at the summit of human society. They would never willingly cede control. But if time itself would cast them aside, then Damien's path into the stars might finally be clear. "If they refuse to cooperate, do you really think your plan can still work? Are you seriously proposing we drag humanity back to the Stone Age?" Nick Fury sensed the lethal intent behind Tony's words, but he also knew Tony was underestimating the United Nations. Those politicians might not hesitate to launch nuclear strikes in the name of self-interest, setting civilization back centuries, or worse. "Tony," Fury said coolly, "you've faced alien threats since you were young, yet you still know almost nothing about galactic technology. If I'm going to pull this off, I won't give them a single opening to fire those bombs." Tony shot Fury a look of pure condescension, as if he were staring down at an insignificant insect. In Tony's view, Captain Marvel might have superhuman strength by human standards, but her record was worthless. She had all the Kree Empire's secrets and technology at her disposal, yet she never bothered to stick around and protect Earth. Instead, she flitted across the cosmos, chasing God knows what. Damien stared at the flickering hollow screen in Fury's war room, jaw clenched against a tide of frustration. During the Battle of New York, Captain Marvel hadn't answered the call. If Damien and his team hadn't intercepted Thanos' Chitauri army before it could seize the Space Stone, the aftermath would have been unthinkable, not just for the universe, but for Blue Star itself. And yet here he was, sitting through Fury's thinly veiled accusations. Ever since joining the Void Cult, Damien had poured every ounce of his being into mastering its power. Night after night, he'd worked himself to the brink of exhaustion, driven by a single goal, to give back to humanity, to illuminate the very secrets of our origin. Now that his research had borne fruit, he wanted nothing more than to contribute, to prove his worth. But Nick Fury, ever suspicious, preferred to see a ticking time bomb. To Fury, Damien was a monster in waiting, an unstable variable that could tip the scales toward catastrophe. At the same time, Captain Marvel, who had largely ignored Blue Star's cries for help, was hailed as Earth's guardian angel, the hero always ready to swoop in and save the day. Of course, people cheer for those who save them and cast doubt on those they've never truly trusted. Fury's words weren't just his own. They echoed the stance of many U.S. politicians, who measured every extraordinary individual through the narrow lens of national security, not the broader needs of all humankind. Damien shut off the holo projector and faced Fury across the table. The room was silent, except for the soft hum of the facility's power core. "I'm not your enemy," he said quietly. Fury's eyes didn't flicker. "We'll see." Damien exhaled slowly, steeling himself for whatever came next. He had fought too hard, sacrificed too much to be written off now, and deep down he believed that, once the world saw what he could truly do, they would see more than a threat, they would see a savior. Tony knew Nick Fury's double standards all too well, so he didn't waste time negotiating cooperation. He simply issued his orders. Do it if you want to. If you don't, don't. Chapter 469. Just do it. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he paced before the holographic comm station. Across the room, Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, arms folded, eyes glinting with defiance. "The Void Cult," Fury said, voice low and urgent, "was almost certainly founded by Damien. He's the one who gave you that gift. Do you really intend to turn your back on humanity?" Stark's jaw tightened. "Whether I'm a traitor isn't your call, Nick." "Fine," Fury shot back. "Then take it up with the United Nations. Let them judge you themselves." On the screen, Tony's eyes sparkled with triumph. "And while you're at it," he replied, voice cool, "tell them Helen Zhao stays in my custody. Get her released, or they can negotiate with me personally. I'm not in the habit of repeating myself." With that ultimatum, he cut the link. For a long moment, the comm unit sat silent. Fury's knuckles turned white as he gripped the console. Finally, he yanked a sleek BB communicator from his coat pocket. His mind raced. If freeing Captain Marvel could be his bargaining chip, perhaps Stark would take the hint. Fury couldn't shake the feeling that Damien was behind more than just Tony's newfound vitality. Pepper's youth, too, and their remarkable return to top physical form. Damien had been spotted on Blue Star several times, always with that inscrutable smile, never overtly hostile, but clearly pulling strings. Taking a steadying breath, Fury tapped the activation pad. The device flared to life, projecting the familiar Omega sigil. He keyed in the override code. "BB command," he said, voice firm. "Initiate retrieval protocol for Captain Marvel. Just do it." Nick Fury stared at the holomap flickering before him. The image of Blue Star, Earth, sprawled across the display. His thoughts raced. He needed Captain Marvel back at his side, not just to bolster the roster, but to help him understand the true nature of the Void Cult and to hammer out a formal strategy. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. declare open war on Tony Stark? In the past, when alien invasions or cosmic menaces loomed, Fury could call the Avengers to arms and chart a course of action. But now, the threat he was worried about most wore the face of Iron Man himself. Since the Avengers' first summit, authority had slowly slipped from Fury's grasp. Today, the only members left who still answered his direct orders were Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Falcon. They'd helped him dismantle countless underground cells and foil domestic threats, but they were only ever enough to handle petty criminals and small-time extremists. Tony Stark in his steel armor had been a challenge, yes, but one Fury believed solvable through tactics and teamwork. What terrified him now was the Stark who'd been empowered by Damien, the demon known as Harvey in Whispers, and elevated to cosmic might. No field strategy could match that kind of power, not with just 3 operatives at his back. Fury tapped the console, bringing up intelligence reports on the so-called mushroom eggs that the Void cult was seeding across Blue Star's atmosphere, biological harbingers they planned to launch worldwide. Fury wondered with grim certainty, could even Tony Stark, in all his new glory, halt that fungal apocalypse? He needed answers, and he needed Carol Danvers. Without Captain Marvel's insight into interstellar threats, without the full Avengers roster at his command, Fury knew they stood on the brink of catastrophe. The only remaining question was whether he would dare to confront Tony Stark head-on, or find a way to bring him back from the abyss before all hell broke loose. Damien understood that if he wanted a face-to-face, on-equal terms meeting with Tony Stark, he needed someone powerful enough to change the tide. Stark's dream of launching humanity into the interstellar age promised revolutionary advances, but it would also upend political alliances and economic systems. Many would fight those changes tooth and nail. Until Captain Marvel returned, Damien had little choice but to do exactly as Stark asked. If he delayed, he'd send his own envoys, or worse, a military force, to enforce his vision, and that could erupt into open conflict on the world stage. Just then, the BB communicator on Damien's desk sprang to life. Its light pulsed insistently. Across star systems, on the battered surface of Torlek 4, Carol Danvers was recalibrating her suit's power core when she spotted the same signal flare. She froze for a moment, then snatched up the device. "Fury?" she demanded, voice low and tense. She knew Nick Fury had left this beacon solely for her, and had never turned it on until now. If he'd activated it, the Blue Star Initiative must be in dire peril. Without another thought, Carol leapt into her ship, rocketed through the planet's thin atmosphere, and accelerated past light speed toward Earth. The universe was calling, and she was answering. In mere seconds, Captain Marvel slipped past the light barrier and streaked toward the Blue Star. On a secluded private island, Damien faced Tony Stark across a sleek conference table. "What if Nick Fury actually brings Carol back?" Damien asked, concern tightening his voice. Tony leaned back, steepling his fingers. "It might even help us," he said coolly. "Fury's always been hamstrung by UN red tape. His vision's just too narrow." Damien frowned. "Carol Danvers has traversed entire star systems. She ought to grasp the scope of our plan." "True, but even if she doesn't fully understand," Tony replied, "she can't move against us without Fury's go-ahead. And Fury, he simply won't see the benefits we're offering." Damien studied him. Despite the stakes, ushering humanity into an interstellar era, Tony seemed unfazed by the idea of the world's greatest heroes standing in their way. "Should we inform Lord Cassidy of our progress?" Tony gave him a sidelong glance. "It wouldn't hurt. If Carol, or anyone else, tries to interfere, we'll need powerful allies." Damien nodded. Bringing Lord Cassidy into the loop was the safest course. Even the strongest players could be caught off guard. And in this game, surprise was their greatest advantage. Bruce Banner turned to the others in the war room. "Cassidy already understands Blue Star's situation and her future, even better than we do. I'm certain he's aware of the plan I'm about to set in motion, the one that will force Nick Fury to order Captain Marvel back to Earth. But just to be safe, I'll lay it all out for him." Tony Stark nodded, though his jaw tightened. Banner's strategy made sense, but Stark knew he was nowhere near powerful enough to take on Captain Marvel head-on if things went south. "All right, Bruce, let's hear it." Jarvis's voice echoed through the chamber. "Shall I open the line to Lord Cassidy now, sir?" "Do it," Banner replied. Moments later, the chamber lights dimmed and a soft hum filled the air. In the center of the circular table, a shimmering portal swirled into view. From it stepped Cassidy, the god of the void, clad in ornate golden armor that seemed to drink in the light around him. Banner was the first to kneel. Lord Cassidon, God of the Void. Tony followed suit, his usual bravado tempered by awe. Lord Cassidon. At that moment, Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter entered the room, pausing at the threshold. When they saw the glowing projection, they too dropped to one knee. Steve's voice was quiet but steady. Lord Cassidon. Peggy echoed his respect with a soft, "My lord." Cassidon's eyes, like twin voids, regarded them all in silence. Then his deep, resonant voice filled the chamber. Banner, Stark, Rogers, Carter, you have called upon me. Speak your plans. Bruce drew in a steadying breath, then outlined his scheme, how Fury would be compelled to recall Captain Marvel, how the Avengers might manage the fallout, and ultimately, how they would protect Blue Star from being used as a pawn in some cosmic war. Cassidon listened without interruption, the cool glow of his armor reflecting each speaker's resolve. When Banner finished, the Void God considered them for a long moment. Then, he inclined his D as if peering through the veil of reality itself. Your plan is bold, but the cosmos has its own designs. I will intervene when the moment is right. Until then, trust only in what you can control, and be prepared for what you cannot. With that, the image flickered and vanished. The war room lights brightened once more, leaving the Avengers to absorb the weight of Cassidon's words and to steel themselves for the days ahead. Wanda and Pietro heard the commotion and hurried down the corridor. From the side, they caught sight of a towering figure draped in a white cloak, golden armor gleaming beneath the lights, and a featureless mask concealing all but an unsettling glow behind its eye slits. Both siblings exchanged curious glances. Everyone knew of the Void cult, founded by Cassidon, the so-called God of the Void. Tony Stark and Steve Rogers had long claimed his blessing, staking their claim among the truly powerful. But none of them had ever laid eyes on Cassidon himself, until today. At the doorway, Helen Zhao lingered as well, her sharp gaze fixed on the silent deity that Tony, Bruce, and the others so revered. Finally, she broke the hush. Tony, you asked me here because you want to discuss Captain Marvel, right? Damien offered a slight nod in return to the group's deferential greeting. He wasn't surprised by Tony's request. Earth's brightest mind was determined to propel humanity into the interstellar age, and Damien supported the vision. To lift the Blue Star out from its cosmic backwater, to open new frontiers, such ambition promised a better future for all mankind. Still, he knew it would run headlong into the vested interests of power-hungry politicians, not to mention the shadowy doctrines of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the organization claimed to serve humanity, but in practice, answered to the United Nations. Now, beneath Cassidon's inscrutable mask, Damien steeled himself. The next steps would alter the course of human history, and he intended to make sure they were taken wisely. Nick Fury will almost certainly bring Captain Marvel back. Since Tony's awakening, his power has increased beyond anything he'd known before, though he still hasn't tapped into his true top tier. Even the Ancient One, Earth's supreme sorcerer, has no intention of blocking this. Across all of Blue Star, only Captain Marvel gives him pause. Damien knew Tony had already asked Odin's permission, more a formality than a necessity at this point. Tony had nothing left to fear. He was simply dotting his I's. Yes, Damien confirmed. I've recruited Helen Zhao, he continued, but I don't want to jump straight to heavy-handed tactics. I've asked Fury to bring this before the United Nations. If they don't object, Fury will secure her for us. Of course, I fully expect him to bring Captain Marvel back, too, just to see whether she can derail our plan. Tony listened intently, then inclined his head. Proceed. I'll be on Blue Star in a few days to oversee everything in person. With that, Damien prepared the tranquilizer. His former wariness of Captain Marvel was long gone. His Void Reaver Kha'Zix had evolved an astonishing 920 times, and he felt more than ready for whatever came next. Damien studied the evolution panel once more. Between Voidwalker Cassidon and Void Terror Cho'Gath, his total evolutions now stood at 1,470. The other hero templates demanded far rarer and more costly evolution points, but they too would bolster his strength in time. For the moment, sticking with Cho'Gath was the smart choice. Its template granted him a dramatic boost to evolution speed, letting him cycle through upgrades faster than ever. Down the road, as he unlocked more templates, he'd be able to push each ability well past 100 evolutions with ease. But right now, the final step to awaken Cho'Gath into a true void predator required a staggering 50 million evolution points. If he hadn't set aside points to test the Void Reaver's hero sublimation, just to see how much raw power it could unleash, he'd already have broken the 2,000 evolution mark. After all, once you pass each century threshold, the cost jumps significantly. There's no need to front-load all your points at the start. Leaning back in his chair, Damien tapped his comm panel and addressed his team. This is the plan, then, if you're all in. He met their eager faces one by one. As long as you agree, he repeated, voice firm. A hush fell over the control room, a silent acknowledgement that they were about to take this experiment to a whole new level. Odin's on board with this too, Damien said with a confident nod. That's a relief, Tony replied quickly, so you don't have to go out of your way to drop by Blue Star. He didn't doubt Damien would agree, but the moment he heard his friend was planning a trip, Tony blurted it out. He merely wanted Damien's blessing, never meant to burden him. Alex had warned that if Cassidon, the Void God, or Miss Sonia ever made a move, it would only expose their own shortcomings. Even if Captain Marvel never turns up to complicate things, I've been meaning to head to Blue Star myself. Damien raised an eyebrow. What about Odin? He's still hiding his true strength, right? I assume he doesn't want Zeus catching wind of it yet. Exactly, Tony said, leaning back. He could handle it if he were exposed now, but he'd rather wait until he's back at full power. So don't lose any sleep over potential threats beyond your reach. Damien saw that Tony was worried he'd signed up for extra trouble and offered a reassuring smile. Understood. Satisfied, Tony let the subject drop. After all, Damien was coming to Blue Star to unwind, not to dive into another crisis. Damien's voice crackled through the comlink. Depending on the situation, I can support you, but I won't necessarily need to take direct action. If you're serious about developing Blue Star, you should go to Wakanda. The people there can help you tremendously. He cast a quick glance around the room, locked eyes with Helen Zhao, then gave Tony a curt nod before ending the transmission. In an instant, Damien was gone. Tony stared at the empty air. Wakanda? Banner frowned. Isn't that supposed to be one of the most undeveloped nations on Earth? Steve shook his head. I don't know much about it either. He turned to Jarvis. Jarvis, gather all available information on Wakanda, historical background, technology, political structure, everything. Right away, Captain. Tony paced a short circle. And find out who's in charge. We'll need to pay him a visit if we're going to move forward with Blue Star. All right, compiling data, Jarvis intoned. The current monarch of Wakanda is King T'Chaka, the AI continued its briefing. At first glance, Wakanda appears to be an impoverished agrarian nation in East Africa. In reality, it sits atop the world's richest deposits of vibranium and has developed technologies that far outstrip any other country on Earth. Their arsenal includes nanotech vibranium armor, advanced medical treatments that can cure cancer, and a planetary cloaking field that hides the entire nation from external detection. Short of interstellar travel, Wakanda's technological prowess is unrivaled on Blue Star. The moment Jarvis absorbed this information, he narrowed its search parameters to the vicinity of Wakanda. In mere seconds, he breached every relevant network, extracting and decrypting every fragment of classified data. Tony Stark's technical innovations, and by extension Jarvis's own computational capacity, had advanced to the point where no terrestrial defenses could thwart an extraterrestrial offensive. Demonstrating this new capability, Jarvis quietly sabotaged the launch protocols for the so-called mushroom bombs, ensuring they could never leave their silos. Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, exuding the confidence he'd needed to sell Blue Star's bold proposal, humanity's leap into the interstellar age. If they didn't succeed, the mushroom egg launches would remain unstoppable. Stark and Banner might survive the fallout, but the rest of civilization would likely be dragged back into savagery. Does Wakanda really have the most advanced technology of this new era? Helen Zhao asked, her eyes fixed on the holographic readout hovering above the conference table. Tony's brow shot up. Believe me, this stuff changes everything. He flicked through layers of schematics and data. He shot a grateful glance at Damien. If Damien hadn't insisted that Jarvis probe even the world's most backward nations, none of this would have come to light. After all, today's top minds swarm to gleaming metropolises. A developing country that can just feed its population barely registers on the global radar. Yet here it was. Wakanda, long dismissed as a primitive backwater, quietly harboring breakthroughs that dwarfed anything the rest of the world had produced. Helen's hand flew to her mouth as she read one line in particular. Nanotech treatments that can cure cancer? Tony let out a slow laugh. Isolation has its perks, he said. Welcome to the next chapter of human history. She had always thought herself at the forefront of humanity, never imagining someone else was already one step ahead. Chapter 470, Dimensionality Reduction. Tony Stark leaned back, reviewing the data streaming across his holo display. It looks like we can master those nanotech protocols in far less time than I expected. Since uncovering the full extent of Wakanda's hidden prowess, he realized how many dead ends he could now avoid. He tapped his comms. Jarvis, what else can you tell me about the various power blocks inside Wakanda? Bruce Banner peered over from his own station. According to these briefings, the Wakandans revere a deity known as the Panther God. Jarvis's calm voice filled the lab. Correct. Members of the royal lineage consume a unique heart-shaped herb that channels the Panther God's blessings. A new set of stats appeared in midair. Superhuman strength, speed, endurance, and reflexes. Heightened senses, sight, hearing, smell, well beyond any normal human. Enhanced resistance to magical and mystical attacks. Bruce raised an eyebrow. So each generation produces only one Black Panther? Someone on the level of, say, an average citizen of Xandar. That's the consensus, Jarvis confirmed. And while Wakandan technology is unrivaled among Earth's nations, its export is minimal. They remain, for all practical purposes, a self-contained technological powerhouse. Tony tapped his fingertips together. In other words, they're leagues ahead of us, unless you start comparing them to off-world civilizations. Jarvis's tone grew analytical. Precisely. Against most terrestrial threats, Wakanda leads the field, but measured alongside, and I quote, advanced extraterrestrial societies, its achievements, while still formidable, face more evenly matched competition. Bruce nodded thoughtfully. Good to know. The question now is how quickly we can integrate their breakthroughs into our systems without alerting Wakanda itself. Tony cracked a grin. Let's just say, by the time they notice, we'll already be 2 steps ahead. With that, the lab fell into focused silence, each mind racing toward the next leap in dimensional reduction warfare. Compared to the civilizations of the cosmos, even Wakanda, undeniably one of humanity's greatest achievements, remains in its infancy. It has yet to transcend planetary confines and join the ranks of true interstellar powers. Jarvis, the Stark Industries AI, views Blue Star's technology much as a higher dimensional being might regard 2-dimensional warfare. Primitive, limited, ripe for recruitment. We need fresh talent, Jarvis announced quietly in Tony's control chamber. Blue Star's current scientific and military capabilities pale in comparison to established galactic polities, even more so against the Void God cult. Power alone isn't enough. What matters is gifted individuals who can close the gap. Put me in touch with Wakanda's leaders, Jarvis continued. I want to negotiate, on behalf of Earth, our place in the broader universe. Tony Stark listened, absorbing every calculated syllable. This wasn't blind arrogance, but the sober assessment of humanity's precarious position among far older, more advanced civilizations. Tony had long dreamt of propelling humankind into the interstellar age, freeing Earth from divine caprice and securing our future among the stars. All right, Tony said at last, tapping a holo display. Give me a moment. Sensing Tony's resolve, Jarvis suppressed its underlying contempt. The gears of humankind's galactic ascent were already in motion. Inside the heart of Wakanda, a storm of alarm had erupted among the kingdom's brightest minds. In every laboratory and control center, scientists and engineers pounded at their consoles, faces drained of color, as they realized an unknown enemy had penetrated Wakanda's most secure database and was ravenously extracting state secrets. Even King T'Chaka, usually the epitome of calm confidence, stood rigid at the central command terminal, his brow knotted in concentration. Since Wakanda's founding, its systems had never been so brazenly violated, and the manner of the breach was more terrifying still. The intruder's signal had sailed right through the kingdom's famed energy shield, as if it didn't exist. It was immediately clear to everyone present that no ordinary hacker, no matter how skilled, could have pulled off such an assault. This was a dimensional reduction attack of a sophistication far beyond terrestrial technology, one that could only be powered by an otherworldly intelligence. On Earth, known in some circles as Blue Star, many nations boasted burgeoning AI research programs, but none had even scratched the surface of true artificial consciousness. Wakanda's own AI reigned supreme, its capabilities unmatched. Therefore, the realization settled over the command center like a cold wind. This threat could not originate from any earthbound lab. It had to come from the cosmos itself. Damien watched the skies over Wakanda with a single, grim thought. Their mysterious visitor would either strike without warning or demand a parley. King T'Chaka stood ready, waiting for the first move. Barely a minute passed before Wakanda's communications array glowed and then died. A quick flicker, and a hologram shimmered into view. Chaka's breath caught. Standing before him was a human figure in gleaming red and gold armor. The man's eyes reflected something between steel and sorrow. Iron Man, Tony Stark. T'Chaka's voice was a mix of surprise and suspicion. Indeed, the armored man replied, inclining his head. Tony Stark. Good evening, King T'Chaka. Chaka studied the projection more closely. He had expected an alien, a phantom from another world, but not this. I didn't think Wakanda was that easy to find, Stark said with a half-smile. Nor did I expect you to breach our defenses, Chaka countered, regaining his composure. Most intruders prefer stealth or outright destruction. Hardly my style, Stark replied. His tone was light, but his eyes were deadly serious. I came because I needed answers. Wakanda holds secrets the world's never seen. Chaka's expression hardened. Then speak plainly. What do you want from Wakanda? Stark's features seemed oddly youthful in the hologram. T'Chaka made a mental note. This was a man burdened by more than just technology, and whatever he sought, he wouldn't settle for anything less than the truth. Damien sat at the edge of the vibranium conference table, watching the holo display flicker to life. According to Wakanda's intelligence service, Tony Stark had already ventured into deep space years ago. Even before the Battle of New York, Stark had forged alliances with alien contacts. Groundbreaking, but still built on human technology. Extending human lifespans remained out of reach. Yet somewhere in the galaxy, and certainly among more advanced civilizations, methods of rejuvenation and youth restoration must exist. Wakanda, too, had launched its own longevity research, but so far, without success. When Stark finally spoke, his voice was calm, almost diplomatic. My purpose here is simple, he said, pausing only to let his words register. I plan to bring Blue Star into the interstellar era. To do that, I need exceptional talent. Engineers, scientists, innovators. You, Wakanda, possess some of Earth's brightest minds. Provide me with that talent, and I guarantee fair treatment for every Wakandan who joins this effort. A murmur rippled through the assembly. Damien noted the subtle shift in posture among the council members. Only now did Stark fully explain why he'd sought out Wakanda. He didn't press them on why their vibranium-based technology remained hidden from the world, because, advanced as it was, Wakandan science was still vulnerable. Some nations had developed spore-based weapons that could punch through Wakanda's defenses. Stark locked eyes with each council member in turn. With your cooperation, he concluded, we can propel humanity and Blue Star into a new golden age among the stars. The question is, will you join me? According to Jarvis's latest intelligence, Wakanda's population is small and, apart from the sole genetically enhanced additive known as the Black Panther, their military strength is negligible, nowhere near enough to challenge a global power like Blue Star. Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, arms folded. So what's your play? We either do things your way, or... T'Challa's jaw tightened. There's no way I'll submit to your demands. Tony cut him off with a smirk. This isn't a negotiation. It's an order. T'Challa bristled at the dismissal. He recognized Tony's arrogance had nothing to do with respect. He stepped forward, ready to retort, until a deep, resonant voice stopped him cold. Prince T'Challa, stand aside. It was T'Chaka, his father, every inch the sovereign. Before T'Challa could speak, T'Chaka's stern gaze met his son's. Step back. T'Challa froze, anger flickering in his eyes. Father. Now, T'Chaka repeated, his tone brooking no argument. With a curt nod, T'Challa retreated, casting one last glare at Stark before falling into line behind his father. The tension in the chamber hung heavy, but for the moment Wakanda's king would speak for his people. Sorry, he's still young and doesn't fully grasp the situation yet. Please be gentle with him. After King T'Chaka watched Damien step aside, he let out a quiet sigh of relief and turned back to Tony Stark, offering an apologetic bow. He might not know every detail about Stark, but he understood one terrifying fact. Tony's AI had breached Wakanda's network, leaving no avenue for a counterstrike. Even worse, it now controlled their weapon systems. With one command, Stark could unleash Wakanda's own arsenal upon its people. Given that, he supposed Tony's aloof manner made a certain sense. "I'm speaking to you," Tony said coolly, "not your son." T'Chaka inclined his head. "Of course." Tony's expression didn't soften. "I've noted your conditions, Your Majesty," he replied. He paused, studying the king. "But I need more. Explain your plan in full, and tell me exactly what level of technology you've achieved." A cold knot formed in T'Chaka's stomach. Stark's calm insistence, his complete lack of fear for Wakanda's power, drove home the truth. They held no leverage. And now the king realized just how far Tony Stark was willing to go. Damien tapped a control on the conference table, and a three-dimensional schematic of his neural network AI sprang to life above the surface. As you already know, Jarvis is the most advanced artificial intelligence system ever built. It can infiltrate and analyze any database or device in real time. Alongside Jarvis, I've developed faster-than-light fighters and Dreadnought-class battleships capable of instantaneous travel between Earth, what I call Blue Star, and any point in the universe. We also have a quantum cosmic communicator that maintains a direct link to deep space networks. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Yet even with these achievements, humanity still trails far behind the galactic powers we've observed. What we have are the foundational tools for an interstellar civilization, but to rival or even approach those advanced societies, we need breakthroughs in exotic energy systems, zero-point technology, and next-generation AI architectures. Damien fixed his gaze on the assembled Wakandan delegation. "That's why I've come here, to ask Wakanda to contribute your finest scientists, engineers, and researchers. With your expertise, we can compress decades of development into years and give humanity a real chance to step onto the cosmic stage." Across the table, Tony Stark leaned forward, a familiar spark of excitement lighting up his face. He didn't hesitate. "All right," he said, "here's how we get started." T'Chaka studied him coolly. "So you're telling me you found a way to stop other nations from launching missiles or even nuclear warheads during this critical period for humanity?" He wasn't questioning Tony's sincerity. His real concern was whether such a plan could be sustained. It depended on Wakandan technology and expertise, and it would inevitably threaten the interests of countless powerful figures. If it faltered, the cost to mankind would be unbearable. "Otherwise," he added, "how do you expect this to work?" Tony let a confident smile spread across his face. "You've already hacked our databases. You know exactly what we're capable of and who we have working in Wakanda." T'Chaka leaned back. "Then tell me, whose skills do you need?" Tony's eyes gleamed. "I only deal with the best of the best, so there's just one person I want, your daughter, Shuri." Chapter 471, The Rising Tide. Jarvis's reconnaissance had uncovered a wealth of talent in Wakanda, but one name stood out above all others: Shuri. Skilled technicians were plentiful, but true geniuses were as rare as vibranium itself. Naturally, Tony Stark had set his sights firmly on her. Shuri, who had been lingering at the edge of the chamber, caught every word. When Tony casually dropped her name into the conversation, her heart skipped a beat. "That can't be," she breathed. T'Chaka immediately bristled. "Shuri is still very young and has never even left Wakanda." Before he could say more, T'Challa stepped forward, his expression steely. "Shuri is my half-sister. I've cared for her since we were children. I will not allow Tony Stark to carry her off as a hostage." Tony merely inclined his head, unfazed. "I don't need your cooperation to propel humanity into the interstellar age. Your resources are impressive, but Shuri's talents, they're the real prize." A hush fell over the room as T'Challa and Tony Stark locked eyes. The fate of Wakanda's brightest mind, and perhaps the future of mankind, hung in the balance. "If we work together, we can accelerate our progress, bringing humanity into the interstellar age far sooner than any of us could alone. But if you refuse to cooperate, the technology you command, however unlikely, could still cause me trouble down the road. Since Jarvis already controls every scrap of Wakandan tech, I could simply neutralize the threat. Yet I'd rather forge an alliance than resort to annihilation. This isn't about good or evil, Tony continued, voice cool and even, but about choosing a stance. T'Challa's refusal came as blunt as ever. Tony met his gaze for a long moment, then turned slowly to T'Chaka. I bear no ill will toward Wakanda, he said. You possess the most advanced technology on Earth, and I've taken it all under Jarvis's watch. If you won't join me, then you become my enemy. And I can't afford to leave such power in the hands of an adversary. The choice is yours. Ally yourself with me, or stand against me. I'll go with you. Don't make things difficult for my family, or for Wakanda. Damien met his father's eyes. The humility in his father's stance had made everything clear. Stark only wanted Damien's help. If Damien agreed, Wakanda would remain safe. If he refused, it would be destroyed. There was no real choice. All right, he said. Tony Stark glanced between Damien and the king. My plan hasn't officially started yet, so I'll give you some time. You'll stay here in Wakanda for 2 months. After that, I want you to bring your people to me. Then you'll see that working with us isn't such a bad choice. He tapped the table thoughtfully. Once the project succeeds, Lanshing will enter the interstellar age. And when that happens, if you wish to return to Wakanda, I won't stop you. See you in 2 months, Damien replied firmly. Stark gave a slight nod. His immediate priorities were recovering Captain Marvel and integrating Wakandan technology into his armor. Damien's arrival wouldn't change those urgent tasks, but his talent would be essential for the more ambitious work ahead. When Damien heard he wouldn't be departing immediately, but instead in 2 months' time, his eyes gleamed, and he gave a curt nod. Chaka, let me be perfectly clear, he said. You must keep your son in line. I've agreed to your conditions. I won't move against Wakanda, but that doesn't mean I'll tolerate someone foolish enough to show up at my door and stir trouble. I won't hesitate to teach them a lesson. Tony Stark's holographic form regarded T'Chaka for a moment, then added, You have my word. Before the older man could respond, the projection flickered out. T'Challa's face burned with indignation. Father, he demanded, why on earth did you accede to Tony Stark's insolent terms? We should have struck back. In the silence that followed, T'Chaka clenched the armrest so hard that it creaked under his grip, and a small dent appeared where his knuckles had struck. War. T'Chaka's voice cut through the council chamber like a blade. T'Challa met his father's glare unflinchingly. What could we, Wakanda, do to provoke Tony Stark into declaring war? T'Chaka's fist slammed against the armrest of his throne. He hasn't merely infiltrated our databases, he's taken command of our very systems. T'Challa squared his shoulders. Our most advanced AIs, our stealth technologies, they remain invisible to his scanners, yet he moves through them as though they don't exist. A storm clouded T'Chaka's features. Stark commands weaponry and know-how bestowed by civilizations far more advanced than ours. To him, we're fighting on an entirely different plane. His eyes narrowed on his son. Otherwise, why did your sister accept those humiliating terms? T'Challa's jaw tightened. His father was right. The force subverting Wakanda was a hyper-intelligent alien AI, and the mastermind at its helm was Tony Stark himself. He is powerful, T'Challa admitted, but not invulnerable. We simply need a strategy to trap him. T'Chaka exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing. Very well, let us hear this strategy. Damien stood rigidly before his father, King T'Chaka, as the tension in the War Council chamber grew almost unbearable. Are we really going to apprehend him? Damien asked, his voice low. T'Chaka's gaze was distant. It's no rumor. He personally wiped out every last mushroom spore on Blue Star. Damien swallowed. And every modern institution, the governments, the intelligence services, they're all unwittingly under his influence. The king nodded. On Blue Star, Tony Stark is deified, a god to their people. Damien bowed his head. I know how badly you want to send Shuri to help our sister, father, but if we can't secure an ally... You misunderstand, T'Chaka interrupted. I will not risk more Wakandan lives. Effective immediately, you are forbidden to leave Wakanda for 6 months. A flicker of anger crossed Damien's face, but he remained silent. Shuri will go to Blue Star and report back. Until then, we watch and wait. If we find ourselves backed into a corner, then only then we'll strike. For the first time in many moons, Chaka set aside his usual reserve and issued a direct command to his son. Tony Stark had already seized every piece of Wakandan research accumulated over decades. He could have obliterated our defenses outright, yet instead he reached out to our sister. That alone spoke volumes of his intent. Now they needed to test his sincerity. Damien hesitated, then risked one more question. "Father, what is our next move?" Chaka's stern features softened into a rare, encouraging smile. Though Damien still feared the worst, his father's confidence kindled a spark of hope in his heart. Chaka's eyes softened as he faced his daughter. "Shuri is my child," he said with a sigh. "Of course I have to put her first." He studied her carefully. "I know you feel wronged right now, but you must go to Tony Stark's side. Watch him closely. See if he truly honors the promises he's made you. If he betrays you in any way, find a way to alert Wakanda. We will come for you the moment you send word." Shuri bowed her head. "I understand, Father." On Tony Stark's private island laboratory, Bruce Banner, Pietro Maximoff, and Wanda Maximoff watched a live feed of Stark's remote conference with Wakanda's envoys. Banner shook his head. "Tony's playing hardball again," Pietro scoffed. "He's brilliant, sure, but his tone puts everyone on edge." Wanda folded her arms, frowning at the screen. "We're negotiating for a royal princess, the daughter of King T'Chaka himself. If we don't hold our ground, Wakanda will never let her go." Pietro added, "We need to be firm, but we can't be cruel." Wanda's expression softened. "We've treated Miss Zhao, Shuri's alias, with respect so far, and that can't change. As long as she isn't harmed, we'll secure her cooperation." Behind them, Tony Stark's silhouette appeared, arms crossed, as he prepared to face the most delicate negotiation of his career. "You've set to let in nicely here," Helen Zhao observed with a faint smile. Tony leaned back in his chair, swirling the wine in his glass. "Oh, I'm quite comfortable, but there's one thing you haven't mentioned, my compensation." Helen raised an eyebrow. "Compensation? I've already provided you with every piece of genetic research you'll need." Tony put the glass down and spoke earnestly. "Knowledge is invaluable, yes, but it isn't a paycheck. I'm serious. If I'm going to devote myself fully to this project, I need fair terms." He paused, then softened his tone. "As long as you, Miss Zhao, don't set unreasonable demands, I'll do my utmost to meet them. All I ask in return is the freedom to work undisturbed and tangible support for the work itself." A playful smile flickered across his lips as he changed the subject. "Specifically, I'll need a state-of-the-art lab and the authority to recruit personnel. And please, don't forget my family. They'll need housing and employment. With everything going on, Blue Star won't remain peaceful for long." Helen Zhao's smile widened. "Very well," she said, leaning forward. "Let's discuss the details." "No problem. Those are givens. As for Blue Star's unrest, it won't remain the privilege of a few," Damien continued. "Otherwise, do you honestly believe Banner, Steve, and even Odin the All-Father would support my plan?" Tony nodded thoughtfully, his tone as steady as ever. "Humanity's voyage into the interstellar age offers countless people a chance to rise again. The vast majority won't reject this progress. Only a handful of entrenched politicians and self-serving elites, desperate to keep everyone else down, will try to derail it. So long as nations and individuals grasp the reality we face and choose cooperation," Tony said, "I'll welcome them with open arms, and I'll do everything in my power to help. But those who understand the stakes and still refuse to adapt, they'll be the ones I remove from the board." He paused, eyes distant. "And ordinary people? They won't suffer the collapse of their lives. I'll find a way to integrate them, to give them room to adjust. Frankly, that will be the greatest challenge ahead." Damien kept his thoughts to himself. He knew his plan could cost countless lives, yet he dared not speak of it aloud. After all, Blue Star wasn't his home. It had no right to question his motives. Still, as Lord of the Nine Realms, Odin could never openly endorse a scheme destined to condemn so many. Nor would Steve Rogers or Bruce Banner stand by and allow it. What Damien relied on was his belief in the relentless march of progress. the conviction that time inevitably sweeps away the decadent remnants of a dying age. It was this vision that won him Steve's and Banner's unshakable loyalty. Even Odin, constrained by his duties, along with Thor and Loki, pledged to support Damien if he ever hit a setback. Together, they shared one goal: to catapult human science and technology into the interstellar era and secure for humanity its first foothold among the stars. Chapter 472, News That Shocked the World. Tony Stark flew back from the remote island to Stark Manor, eager to see Pepper. Thanks to Wakandan nanotechnology, he'd saved himself weeks of work and was ready to begin manufacturing his next-generation nano-soldier. But before he could do that, he had to launch the Cosmic Translator. Only by generating substantial revenue could he fund the larger Cosmic Communicator project. Meanwhile, Damien remained behind on the private island, poring over the intricacies of genetic pharmacology. He was in no hurry to leave. The knowledge he'd gained from studying alien biotechnology was staggering. On worlds like Xandar, lifespans regularly stretched beyond 2 centuries, and every citizen boasted genetically optimized physiques and regenerative capabilities that far outstripped anything on Earth. These were breakthroughs humanity had dreamed of for decades, but never quite cracked. Back at the agency, Nick Fury had quietly neutralized any complications surrounding Tony's involvement. He had deployed the Avengers as a plausible cover story to secure Damien's cooperation, a task that had taken considerable finesse. Throughout the negotiations, Fury never once disclosed Stark's name or hinted at the magnitude of his plans. In Nick's view, the fewer people who knew about Tony's true objectives, the better. Now, with Damien deep in research and Tony gearing up for his next reveal, the stage was set. The world was about to learn that Earth's scientific frontier was no longer confined to its own stars, and the implications would soon reverberate across every corner of the globe. Revealing Tony Stark's grand plan now would only trigger a wave of uproar among certain United Nations delegates who simply don't have the means to rein him in. A direct confrontation risks a power struggle so fierce it could drown the UN leadership in bloodshed. For that reason, all debates have been put on ice until Captain Marvel returns. Once Bruce Banner had taught Steve Rogers how to wield soft power in negotiations, Steve booked a flight straight back to New York, eager to savor this rare pocket of free time before his schedule exploded. Exactly 1 week later, Stark Industries rolled out a globally televised press conference at its Manhattan headquarters. Pepper Potts, now serving as the company's chairwoman, strode onto the stage with her trademark calm confidence. Facing the world's press, she announced the latest invention from genius inventor Tony Stark, a revolutionary universal translator. This sleek device can instantly recognize and interpret every human language in history, perfect not only for deciphering ancient manuscripts and forgotten scriptures, but also for seamless everyday conversation. Pepper Potts stepped onto the stage in Stark Industries' demonstration hall, a sleek prototype cradled in her hands. "This is the Void Translator," she announced, her voice echoing through the room. "Each unit is initially priced at $1 million, though we welcome payment in any national currency." She paused, allowing the journalists' cameras to settle. Then she continued, "Before long, we will refine our manufacturing process, driving costs down so this technology can reach every corner of the globe. Our ultimate aim is to eliminate language barriers, empowering historians and scholars everywhere to explore and compare one another's pasts with unprecedented clarity." A hand shot up among the assembled reporters. One veteran correspondent leaned forward. "Miss Potts, have you discussed sales territories or pricing protocols with the military? And shouldn't a project of this scale be vetted by the United Nations first?" Pepper offered a measured smile. "We've already begun talks with several defense departments. As for international oversight, we fully intend to collaborate with the UN to ensure the Void Translator is deployed responsibly and equitably. We are Stark Industries, one of Blue Star's most advanced technology firms," Pepper Potts began, her voice clear and confident. We've refocused our efforts on the energy sector. In just a few years, we've risen to become one of the world's most powerful energy companies." She gave a slight nod to the assembled reporters. "I'm serving as acting chair of Stark Industries, but make no mistake, This company has always belonged to Tony Stark. We are neither a United Nations agency nor a U.S. government-owned enterprise. Anything related to pricing or distribution is decided entirely within Stark Industries. Pausing for effect, Pepper smiled. After extensive internal discussions, we've reached a unanimous conclusion. This invention is a boon for all humanity and should not be restricted by national boundaries. From now on, anyone, even without studying another country's language, can communicate seamlessly with people anywhere, simply by using a universal translator. Cameras flashed as the press digested her announcement, but Pepper remained composed, answering each follow-up question with poise and assurance. Pepper Potts tapped the microphone and looked out over the assembled crowd. Effective the 1st of next month, Stark Industries will no longer confine its energy sales to the United States. We're going global. Executives from every corner of the world are invited to come here, to Stark Industries, to negotiate energy contracts directly with us. Aside from transportation costs, our prices will be uniform, no more country-by-country rates. A hush fell over the room. It was a bold, even dangerous declaration, one that could easily provoke the highest levels of the U.S. government or the military and wipe the company off the map overnight. But Pepper's calm confidence left no doubt that she believed in it. "Believe me, I understand the risks," she continued. "This plan has been in the making since 2008, and by 2009 we were on the right track. Until now, our energy sales were strictly limited to this country and to allied nations that maintain good relations with the United States. But all preparations are complete. If Washington dares to come after Stark Industries, Tony Stark won't hesitate to respond. He'll take on any challenge, even if it means standing up to the entire government." With that, Pepper stepped back, leaving a stunned silence and a clear message. Stark Industries was ready to reshape the global energy market, no matter the cost. Chapter 7: A New World Order. The balance of power on Blue Star had shifted. No longer steered by the United States or the United Nations, the planet bowed to the cult of the Void God. From Shadow City to the frozen wastes of Ulfheim, every government, every ruler, answered to this mysterious faith. And at the center of it all, Stark Industries had just dropped a bombshell. Pepper Potts, now acting chairwoman of Stark Industries, stood before an uneasy gathering of reporters. Behind her, the Stark insignia shimmered on the hollow screen. Her expression was calm, almost clinical, as she delivered her first announcement. Effective immediately, Stark Industries will no longer recognize any exclusive defense contracts with the United States. All of our Void energy technologies, including the new Void translators, will be available for purchase to any nation or entity in good standing with Blue Star's sovereign states. The second declaration was even more startling. We are severing all remaining ties with the American military. From today forward, Stark Industries will focus entirely on civilian energy applications, research, and humanitarian efforts, supported by the Void God Cult's Central Fund. Silence stunned the crowd. Flashbulbs popped. Reporters fumbled for their recorders. Across the globe, cameras trained on the press box. In Washington, D.C., the U.S. president's face turned ashen. Damn it, Stark Industries really did break with the United States. In the control room of the Divine Spear Bureau, Director Zhang Shan slammed his fist on the table. "Fuck," he growled, eyes wide with disbelief. For decades, Stark Industries had been the Pentagon's greatest partner, dragons of steel and lightning that guided American military supremacy. Even after Tony Stark's controversial pivot from weapons development to civilian energy, his innovations in arc reactors and void energy converters had fortified U.S. forces like nothing before. Now all of that was over. On the world stage, government delegations erupted into whispered debates. Some envoys celebrated. This was precisely the competitive edge they'd longed for. Others exchanged frantic telegrams, pleading for emergency talks in Geneva and Kyoto. Pepper Potts closed her eyes for a brief moment, then opened them, resolute. "We stand at the dawn of a new era," she continued, "one where energy knows no borders and technology serves humanity, not armies." Behind the scenes, agents of the Void God cult murmured their approval. Their satellites, buried deep within Stark's infrastructure, hummed to life. Blue Star's fate, its political and spiritual destiny, had shifted once more. And in the eye of this storm, Stark Industries prepared to chart a fresh course through the void of uncertainty. The world was watching. No one knew what would happen next. But one thing was certain: nothing would ever be the same again. Damien stared at the press release in disbelief. He couldn't fathom why Stark Industries would make such a declaration, or why they'd dare. In the United States, defense contractors were virtually extensions of the military, reliable, unquestioning, and deeply tied to national interests. Yet here was Tony Stark, announcing he would no longer serve my country, I will serve the world. It's utterly reckless, Damien muttered. No wonder credible voices in Washington are already calling to sever Stark Industries' government contracts. Weatherwitch, one of the Bureau's senior operatives, allowed herself a sardonic smile. Reckless isn't the half of it, she said. By renouncing their primary patron, Stark Industries leaps straight into ruin. But Tony Stark isn't stupid, Damien protested. He's a genius. His Iron Man armor is unmatched. It may not be invincible, but it's too influential to simply be cast aside. Influence is meaningless if your most powerful client feels betrayed, Weatherwitch countered. There's an old saying, when the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman profits. Stark hasn't launched an external attack. He's destabilized his own house. That internal chaos will dismantle him far faster than any foreign adversary. Damien frowned. He's gambling everything on a utopian vision. A noble ambition, Weatherwitch conceded, but catastrophically naive. In one bold stroke, Tony Stark has mortgaged Stark Industries' future, and nobody's come close to matching his reach. The fallout will be immense. They exchanged a meaningful glance. A single press release had the power to topple one of the world's greatest defense powers. And in the shadows, the Divine Spear Bureau readied itself to exploit every fracture in Stark's carefully constructed empire. Maybe Stark Industries still has a hidden ace up their sleeve, one agent mused. Then let's just sit back and watch, Zheng Xian, director of the Divine Spear Bureau, replied with a wry smile. In the meantime, we should turn our attention to reverse engineering that void translator ourselves. The Weatherwitch shook her head, dousing him with a heavy dose of reality. Why worry so much? Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. eventually takes over Stark Industries, we'll simply requisition a few samples for analysis. Exactly. No need to rush. Let the drama unfold at its own pace, Zheng Xian continued, leaning back in his chair. I, for one, can't wait to see how Stark Industries responds when they realize they're being squeezed. His calm confidence was unshakable. If the situation could be resolved with money, the Divine Spear Bureau would rather buy cooperation than wage war. Now, though, he was looking forward to the high-stakes clash between Tony Stark's empire and the highest levels of the U.S. government. Meanwhile, at the press conference, Pepper Potts walked confidently to the podium as Amara flashes filled the room. A reporter from the Financial Times broke the silence first. Miss Potts, since you took over Stark Industries' energy division, the company's share price has climbed steadily. Your new technology has become indispensable to both our military programs and the civilian power grid. But this large-scale move into international markets, did the White House officially approve it? Before Pepper could answer, an Associated Press correspondent jumped in. Let me be clear. Stark Industries is Tony Stark's private company, not a government agency. You're accountable only to your board of directors, correct? Pepper paused, meeting their eager gazes. She knew her bold vision might spark political backlash at home, yet she refused to back down. From the moment Tony signed off on this plan, our goal has been to serve a global community under the United Nations Shared Prosperity Initiative, not to further any single nation's agenda. Whispers spread through the packed press gallery. Then a voice rang out from a state-run network. Miss Potts, are you saying you're unafraid of the risks you're taking? Another round of flashes burst around her. Pepper straightened her shoulders and offered a steady smile. Leadership always involves risk. If we're too afraid to embrace it, the future we're building will never come to pass. Pepper Potts stepped up to the podium, cameras flashing and reporters leaning forward. She offered a confident smile before speaking. Stark Industries has no intention of upsetting the international balance. Our only goal is to ensure that our inventions and technologies benefit all of humanity. We will devote ourselves wholeheartedly to that mission. She paused, letting her words settle over the room. With that, this press conference is concluded. Any nation or organization in need is welcome to contact us. Pepper gave a courteous nod, then turned and left the stage, brushing past eager journalists who shouted for one more statement. She'd refused to be lured into political posturing, delivering instead a straightforward promise. So long as the U.S. leadership does not compel us otherwise, Stark Industries will not take actions that stoke global tensions. Within hours, the scientific community was abuzz. Governments and research institutes reacted with astonishment. Some embraced Stark's open-handed offer, while others hesitated, wary of the company's unprecedented technical power. For now, few dared to reach out, though Pepper's invitation remained open. Fear, after all, could keep some at bay, but it wouldn't deter every interested party. Word of Stark Industries' new cosmic translator has spread like wildfire. Before long, several governments and private factions had quietly ordered their agents to approach Stark, arrange to purchase a unit for $1 million, then return for further evaluation. At that price, they reason, a shot at leaping ahead technologically is more than worth the cost. In particular, U.S. politicians and military leaders, all the way up to General Thaddeus Ross, have started calling Pepper Potts directly. "Miss Potts," begins one prominent senator over a secure line, "we believe this invention should be field-tested on American soil first. Once we've proven its safety and utility, we'll be ready to endorse a broader rollout." General Ross, speaking after the senator, is equally blunt. "As an American company, Stark Industries has a duty to our nation. We expect you to defer energy generation data and the translator's technical specifications to the Pentagon immediately. Our armed forces won't mistreat your technology." A chorus of voices follows. "You need to call Tony Stark out of the workshop. We have urgent questions for him." Pepper takes a deep breath. "I'm sorry, but Mr. Stark is completely consumed with the research right now. He's in the middle of crucial modifications and can't be disturbed without risking the entire project." Despite her calm tone, she knows the pressure is only going to intensify. If any one of these factions gets its hands on the cosmic translator first, the balance of power could shift overnight, and Stark Industries had better be ready to protect not only its invention, but its founder's vision of using it responsibly. "He's still recovering, so it isn't convenient for him to speak with you right now," Pepper said, offering a polite smile into the camera at Stark Manor. "Please, go ahead. Whatever you want to say, I'll make sure Mr. Stark gets it." A holographic projection of Rose shimmered at Pepper's side, her tone carrying a subtle edge of caution. "If we begin dumping translators and the new energy modules indiscriminately around the globe, we risk plunging the entire international order into chaos, and Blue Star itself into instability. That's why Tony Stark must participate in the upcoming UN meeting," Pepper continued. "Only through a comprehensive, multilateral review can we reach the best possible decision, rather than resorting to hasty, private agreements with Stark Industries." Rose's avatar nodded. "We have no intention of provoking unrest. On the contrary, the energy solutions our team has developed will free humanity from power shortages once and for all. And the Void Translator will erase language barriers, enabling truly seamless communication across all nations." Pepper turned back to the conference feed. "Mr. Stark looks forward to joining you as soon as he's back on his feet. In the meantime, he appreciates your patience and your valuable input. Tony always envisioned a more harmonious world for humanity. Isn't that a world you'd like to live in, too?" Pepper studied General Ross across the table. His rigid posture and stern expression gave the impression of a noble leader, but she saw through the facade to the raw selfishness beneath. A flicker of distaste crossed her mind, yet she kept her voice steady. Her words left the room in uneasy silence. No one, neither Ross nor the other American officials, dared interrupt. They all eyed the extraordinary promise of the Void Translator too keenly. At the press conference, they had witnessed its uncanny ability to decode any language on the fly through what the public now called the Cosmic Translator. Its applications went far beyond rewriting history textbooks. Militaries around the world would pay dearly for real-time, flawless intelligence from every nation on Earth. In that charged moment, even the most powerful men in the room realized Pepper's vision of harmony might be the only way to keep such power from tearing the world apart. The conference room was heavy with tension as senior officials debated the future of Stark Industries' newest breakthrough. Of course, we'd love to see this technology deployed worldwide, the National Security Advisor began, but we're simply not ready to export these devices on a global scale. We need to make a final call only after a thorough, multi-layered review, added the Secretary of Energy. Moreover, the Defense Secretary interjected, unchecked energy discharges carry the potential to spark a national crisis. This isn't a matter we can rush. Every citizen shares responsibility for preserving America's stability, the Secretary of State reminded the table. And let's not forget Tony Stark himself, the chairman said, leaning forward. His ingenuity is unmatched, but his inventions could either elevate our society or bring it to its knees. We must rigorously assess every new development before granting the green light. As the meeting drew to a close, General Ross silently resolved to wield both legal authority and moral pressure to keep Stark Industries and Tony Stark squarely under the government's watchful eye. Chapter 473. Don't take yourself too seriously. Pepper Potts watched General Ross's steely glare with barely concealed contempt. He'd just finished lecturing her on national security and patriotic duty, code words, she knew, for we're going to strong-arm Damien into handing over his blueprints and arc reactors. She'd seen this routine before. The United Nations and various military branches had once tried to seize Damien's steel armor schematics, only to discover that public opinion was firmly on his side. Damien hadn't unleashed chaos on society. He'd become a genuine hero in the eyes of millions, untouchable by bureaucratic decree or public outcry. When it became clear that a direct assault on Damien was impossible, he'd made a shrewd offer: share a portion of his new energy technology with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. military. The move diffused the tension almost overnight. Instead of waging war over his inventions, the defenders of the realm got a taste of the power those arc reactors could unleash, and quietly backed off. Now, with Damien Industries preparing to roll out limitless, clean energy to the entire world, Ross and his cohorts felt their special sweetener slipping through their fingers. The privileged access they'd enjoyed was about to become public domain, and in their eyes, that amounted to betrayal. So here they were again, hiding behind flags and regulations, demanding control of what rightfully belonged to Damien alone. Pepper refused to flinch. Even the combined might of the U.S. military and the United Nations held no terror for her or for Damien. She met Ross's threats with cool confidence. "You can subpoena us," she said, voice steady, "but you won't find anything unlawful here. Just a company determined to power the world." Ross opened his mouth to retort, but Pepper cut him off with a faint, unapologetic smile. Let him resort to legal wrangling or political maneuvering. She knew the ultimate trump card lay not in any secret blueprint, but in the faith of every man, woman, and child who believed in Damien's vision. And if General Ross wanted to keep playing chicken over national interests, Pepper was more than ready to accelerate the global launch schedule. After all, the real leverage belonged to those who refused to be intimidated. And neither she nor Damien had ever taken themselves too seriously to back down now. Damien leaned forward, eyes locked on Pepper Potts as she stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of Stark Industries' boardroom. Beside him, General Ross's posture was rigid, every muscle coiled for action. "As much as I'd love to arrange a meeting between you and Tony," Pepper began, her voice steady but apologetic, "I'm afraid he's completely spent. He won't have a moment's rest for the next few days." Damien's fist tightened on the glass table. "We can't wait. We need to speak with Tony Stark today." Pepper sighed and turned to face him. "I'm only the acting chairman right now. I don't have authority to override his schedule. Please, let's discuss this again in a couple of days." General Ross slammed his hand on the table. "No, you don't understand the urgency. Stark's new energy technology is set to go on the market within 48 hours. Once it's sold, it's out of our hands, and that's unacceptable." Pepper's smile was polite but unyielding. "I'm aware of the timeline, General, but the law in this country protects Mr. Stark's freedom to do business. As long as he's not breaking any regulations." "You're making a corporate decision, not a legal one," Ross interrupted. This technology could disrupt global security. We need oversight, and we need it now. Pepper's shoulders dropped in a show of reluctant deference. I understand your concerns, truly, but until Tony consents, there's nothing more I can do. I hope you'll respect my position and spare me from further embarrassment. Damien exchanged a glance with Ross. Neither man spoke for a long moment. Then Damien stood, voice low but determined. Very well, we'll find another way in. He turned on his heel and strode from the room, leaving Pepper and Ross to pick up the pieces of a rapidly closing window of opportunity. General Ross's voice was cold as he addressed the room. Even so, Stark Industries has violated the law. We could charge you with treason, accuse you of endangering international security, and obtain search warrants for all your properties. He paused, letting the threat hang in the air. Fortunately for you, the plan has only been announced, not carried out, so there's still some room to negotiate. Seeing that Pepper remained adamant about keeping Tony Stark off the front lines, Ross dropped any pretense of diplomacy and delivered his warning outright. Damien leaned forward, fixing General Ross with a steady gaze. Let me be perfectly clear, he began, voice calm but firm. Our strategic vision at Stark Industries has always been to develop innovations that uplift humanity as a whole. We have no intention of destabilizing the international order. He paused, letting the words sink in before continuing. At no point have I, or Stark Industries, proposed transferring all our resources and technology out of the United States. There's simply no truth to the charge of treason. Across the mahogany conference table, Ross's jaw clenched. Then explain why your recent overseas partnerships look an awful lot like you're trying to move your entire operation under foreign protection. Damien leaned back and folded his hands. We're expanding globally because the world's challenges, climate change, pandemics, cybersecurity, demand multinational cooperation. The United States remains our principal base of operations. We're not abandoning it. General Ross snorted. Words are cheap. The Pentagon isn't about to let you set up a rival power block. At his side, Pepper Potts stiffened. In her tailored suit and tempered composure, she was every inch the corporate leader. Ross's thinly veiled threat that he might invoke national security to seize Stark assets angered her visibly. She uncrossed her arms and met Ross's gaze squarely. General, she said crisply, you're free to question our motives, but if you attempt to bully us under the banner of national security, you do more damage to America's reputation than all the so-called foreign interests in the world. Damien nodded his agreement. We value our partnership with the U.S. government, but neither you nor anyone else will bully Stark Industries into submission. A flicker of doubt crossed Ross's face as Damien's words carried the weight of public conviction. Around the table, the other officials shifted uneasily. After a moment that felt as long as a minute, Ross finally sat back. Very well, he said, though his tone promised he wasn't giving up. But mark my words, Stark, if you step out of line, we'll be watching. Damien inclined his head. We welcome oversight. What we won't tolerate is intimidation. As the meeting adjourned, Pepper exchanged a relieved look with Damien. They had stood their ground, and the world, for now, would see Stark Industries not as a threat, but as a champion of progress. General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross's voice crackled over the secure line, icy and unyielding. Under no circumstances are you to ship any Stark Industries technology abroad without our explicit authorization. If you want this embargo lifted, Tony Stark will need to come to Washington and negotiate it face to face. Pepper Potts met his challenge without a hint of hesitation. Very well, I'll let Mr. Caft Stark know. She offered a polite but firm smile. Goodbye, General. As the line went dead, Ross stared at the blank screen. He forced himself to stay calm, but he knew exactly why he'd taken such a hard line. If Stark's reactor technology reached foreign governments and corporations, they could harness virtually limitless clean energy in a matter of months. Entire nations could industrialize overnight, reshaping the global balance of power. America's military superiority, and, with it, its influence over world affairs, would collapse. He'd never allow that to happen. Pepper set the headset aside and exhaled softly. She'd warned them, and that was all she could do. Now it was up to Tony, and, she suspected, up to Damien, to decide the next move. Pepper's sudden hang-up stunned General Ross and American officials alike. As acting chair of Stark Industries, Pepper Potts was expected to pass along their demands to Tony Stark and then resume negotiations. Instead, she curtly ended the call. "Damn it," Ross bellowed from his command center, sweeping files off his desk in frustration. "Alert the Air Force Rapid Response Units. I want a launch plan on my desk in 10 minutes. We move on Stark Manor immediately." He jabbed at the order form. Stark can't hide behind company policy forever. With that, Ross signed off, his decades of military service ensuring no one questioned his authority. In the Pentagon Situation Room, Nick Fury watched the press briefing in silence. Fury knew that Stark's so-called Void Translator had to be derived from the cosmic translator Carol Danvers once used. He'd assumed Tony would handle alien technology behind closed doors, not auction it off to the highest bidder. He leaned back, rubbing his temples. Fury had expected Tony to be cautious and methodical. He never imagined Stark would simply sell a device with interstellar capabilities and risk triggering an arms race among every nation's military. Now, Fury feared the real fallout was only just beginning. Although Tony's plan was sure to rile both the White House and the Pentagon, Fury knew it wasn't hopeless, so long as someone was willing to negotiate. Hand over the military's exclusive rights to sell the translator technology, and Washington could still claim its share of the profits. Everyone would seem to win. But Tony Stark had no intention of playing by anyone's rules. He meant to sell Stark Industries' arc reactor, the very heart of his empire. That wasn't just slicing up the pie, it was trampling the highest red lines of U.S. leadership. Hardliner General Ross would never tolerate it. He'd move against Pepper as leverage to force Tony's hand. Yet that was Tony's trap. When he'd derided the political elite as scum, Fury had sensed the barely concealed promise of violence. If the government dared lay a finger on Pepper, the consequences would be unthinkable. Fury snatched up his phone, thumb hovering over Tony's number. I braced myself. Surely he'd refuse to take the call. To my astonishment, his voice came over the line almost immediately. Damien leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, unconcerned by the hard stare Nick Fury fixed on him. "Damien," Fury said quietly, "why do you have to be so extreme?" Damien smiled. "Did you see the press conference? Every word Pepper spoke was exactly what I intended." Fury's eyes narrowed. "And what exactly was it you intended?" "I want humanity to have limitless energy," Damien replied. "I want every language to be understood by everyone, so borders of speech no longer separate us. I'm talking about a breakthrough that benefits all mankind." He paused, watching Fury's expression. "Everything in Damien Industries belongs to me, not to any one nation. Unfortunately, some people think the opposite. They believe the company serves their own interests. They see my plans as a threat to their power, so they're fighting me." Fury folded his arms. "But you're not thinking like a statesman. You're thinking like a global savior. If your rivals die, or your technology falls into the wrong hands, you'll only make the world more unstable." Damien's smile didn't waver. "That's exactly why I'm pushing forward. From the perspective of the entire human race, this is the right move. Nick, tell me, don't you think I'm on the right side of history?" Fury opened his mouth to reply, but instead launched into a rundown of geopolitical fallout, economic crashes, energy markets in chaos, potential for armed conflicts. Damien listened impassively, as though Fury's warnings were little more than background noise. When Fury finally fell silent, Damien simply nodded. "I understand. Risks," he said softly. "But I also understand what progress demands, and I'm prepared to see it through." "You're all far too arrogant," Damien said, voice steady and clear. "Humanity doesn't need leaders who are rotten at the core, those who chase power and profit above all else. What we need is to reshuffle the deck and forge a genuine community with a shared future, one committed to building a truly bright tomorrow for every person on this planet. Only by doing that can we usher in the interstellar age, join hands with other civilizations across the galaxy, and carry forward our shared heritage while pursuing cutting-edge technologies and endless possibilities." Damien had long admired Irani Rael, supreme commander of the Xandar Empire. She wasn't famed for overwhelming personal strength, but her vision and wisdom in guiding Xandar spoke for itself. Her approach, the emphasis on collective well-being over narrow self-interest, embodied the very qualities Damien believed Earth's future leader must possess. Across Blue Star, other nations and heads of state echoed similar calls for peace and cooperation, but none rose to the moral clarity and determination he saw in Rail. Certainly, America's current leadership fell short of that ideal. When the time came to choose the supreme commander of humanity's new interstellar alliance, Damien knew the decision would be pivotal. He was determined that this Earth-born leader would mirror Rail's spirit, wise, selfless, and unwavering in the pursuit of a brighter future for all. Chapter 1. Those who cling solely to narrow rights and self-interest must be swept away. Only leaders with true breadth of vision and genuine wisdom can guide the future of all humankind. The people of the Xandar Empire are collectively called Xandarians, yet they come in every hue and form. Their individual origins span countless worlds, but over millennia they wove themselves into a united federation. Since its founding, the Xandar Empire's recorded history stretches back some 100,000 years, and if we account for the rise of their intelligent ancestors, its roots extend even further into the distant past. By comparison, humanity is a newborn. Our species has only just begun to leave its cradle, and we still have boundless room to grow. There is no single, predestined path that humankind must follow. Someday, when our science and civilization reach greater heights and we stand at a truly momentous crossroads, we may choose an entirely different course. But for now, the Xandar example, renowned throughout the universe, offers the clearest direction. Under their guidance, we can accelerate our progress, and when the time is ripe, we will claim for ourselves the right to shape our own destiny. Chapter 474. Why bother when you're already guilty? Tony Stark's voice crackled through the comlink, calm but unyielding. Your ideals are admirable, Nick, but the universe doesn't care about your dreams of equality. There are almost 8 billion people on this planet. You can't make every one of them truly equal. You know that as well as I do. Nick Fury pinched the bridge of his nose, searching for composure. He'd faced down world-ending threats before, but Tony's certainty cut deeper than any alien invasion. You're lecturing me? He shot back. You sound like an insect complaining about ice. Try me, Tony said coolly, and if anyone in the U.S. chain of command dares to come after me, top brass or generals included, they'll be less than dust before I'm done. He paused, letting the threat hang in the air. Not even Jesus could save them. Tony, listen closely, Stark interrupted. Bring Captain Marvel back under my command. Now. Otherwise, you have no standing to negotiate with me, much less influence my decisions. With that, he cut the connection. Fury stared at the dead link, his pulse racing. He'd never been so thoroughly outmaneuvered. Seconds stretched into silence before he snapped the comm unit shut and reached for his phone. He had one move left. Inform General Ross and order an immediate stand-down. He just needed a credible excuse, and fast. Nick Fury pressed the call button again, only to hear the same flat mechanical reply. Your signal is outside the service area. Please try again later. His heart sank. This was one of the most advanced cities on Earth. How could every single device he tried be out of range? He snatched up his encrypted handset, then a backup satellite uplink, then an emergency scrambler. Each time, the identical voice cut him off. Every piece of communication gear around him sat beyond the coverage area. Fury slumped back in his chair, finally grasping the staggering power he was facing. Here, in Blue Star's gleaming metropolis, anyone who dared stand in the way of humanity's first steps into the stars confronted what amounted to modern-day gods. Without technology that bent the laws of physics, there was no hope of countering Tony Stark's arsenal. At Stark Manor, Tony Stark straightened his tie and strode over to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Below, the city glittered like a circuit board come to life. He turned to the soft murmur of his home AI. Jarvis, he asked, what's Ross's ETA? Jarvis's voice crackled in Damien's earpiece. Sir, the Air Force won't be here for another 10 minutes, and General Ross won't arrive for at least 30. He paused, then added in a softer tone. By their encrypted channel, it looks like your sit-down is set for half an hour from now. Damien massaged his temples. You really are a fool if you think raw power solves everything, Jarvis chided. Damien's jaw tightened. He'd hoped to see Ross sooner, had even begun bracing for a fight. If the general refused to back down, he'd have no choice but to compel his compliance. He'd never planned to eliminate Ross, Over the years, they'd worked together, sometimes amicably. But as a U.S. Air Force lieutenant general, Ross had the ear of high-ranking officials and the authority to shift government contracts with a single order. In exchange, Stark Industries, now under Damien's leadership, had surrendered billions in potential profits, ensuring the military always held the upper hand. It was an old story, businessmen bending to bureaucrats, even heroes kowtowing to generals. Damien wasn't certain which mask Ross saw him in, billionaire tycoon, genius inventor, or costumed savior, but he knew the playbook all too well, and Ross was about to flip to the first page once more. Damien stood and ran a hand through his hair. 30 minutes. Enough time to prepare, and maybe, just maybe, turn the tables for once. When blunt persuasion failed, Ross didn't hesitate to lean on brute force. He was used to dominating every conversation, convinced Damien would simply yield. After all, why wouldn't In Ross's mind, Damien didn't have the means or the nerve to push back. Nick Fury, too, had come calling with the same assumption, treating their meeting like a briefing rather than a discussion. But times have changed. Damien is no longer just Iron Man, a brilliant inventor trapped in a suit of armor and bound by earthly concerns. He's weathered countless cosmic battles, baptized in blood, and elevated by wisdom. Those trials reshaped him into Tony Stark, pioneer of the void, an entity whose knowledge and power stretch far beyond ordinary limits. To think that anyone could rein him in with old-fashioned authority is sheer fantasy. The more Damien's understanding of the universe deepened, and the more his abilities grew, the more he realized why he'd declared, "True beauty in the cosmos rests on strength, nothing else." Only the truly strong have the power to choose. The weak can only endure the choices made for them. To Damien, the American military leaders and politicians, blinded by their own greed and arrogance, were clearly on the weaker side of that divide. The strong may pity the weak or even lend them aid, but only if that compassion springs from genuine conviction, not from coercion or fear. Every action must come from the heart. That is the freedom granted by true power. In Damien's eyes, General Ross was weak. Yet to most people, Ross embodied authority, the man who could order life or death with a single word. Damien didn't claim moral superiority, and he had no need to. After all, the universe is governed by natural selection, where only the fittest survive. "Pepper, hold on a second. This might turn bloody," he muttered without taking his gaze from the darkening skyline. Pepper Potts hesitated at the doorway. "You should go back upstairs. You'll be safer there. I'll handle whatever comes." Damien pressed his palm against the cool glass, surveying the city lights below. The night stretched on, and whatever confrontation awaited, he was ready. "My mind isn't as soft and merciful as you believe. I've seen far bloodier battlefields. What lies ahead means nothing to me. Those smug faces, Ross and his political cronies, their words turn my stomach. And as your wife, I want to stand by your side and see your ideals made real." Pepper's voice was calm as she stepped closer to Tony and offered him a reassuring smile. Tony's vision was a gift to all humanity, technology used not for conquest, but to lift society forward. Yet, despite the incredible progress in many fields, the most vital breakthroughs had stalled in a bottleneck. With the global population surging, Blue Star's lands and energy reserves were stretched thinner by the day. Wealth inequality grew sharper, and the few at the very top cared little for solving these fundamental problems. Instead, they funneled resources into ever more destructive weapons, itching to bully the weak into submission. Pepper understood that bringing Tony's dream to life would not be clean. It would demand sacrifice, and there would be blood. But she had chosen her path. Whatever triumphs or sins lay ahead, she would bear them alongside him, shoulder to shoulder. Good. Damien didn't want Pepper to glimpse his ruthless side, but he did want her to see his steadiness and wisdom. Since she'd already asked, he had no reason to refuse. "When do you think Mr. Cassadine will return?" Pepper's smile brightened at the thought that he wasn't brushing her off. He shrugged. "I honestly don't know." Pepper bit her lip. "But Mr. Cassadine has grown so powerful, he can come and go as he pleases. He could be back on Blue Star in a handful of breaths," Damien said. "Whenever he chooses, he can return." Pepper's eyes lit up. "Then truly, we have nothing to fear, no matter when he arrives." Damien leaned back, considering her words. With Odin's blessing, the All-Father of the Nine Realms, he'd already felt confident enough to face Captain Marvel. And now, bolstered by Cassian's own favor and permission, his courage had only grown. Yet despite all that power, one simple wish remained. Honestly, what I want most is to sit down and share a meal with Mr. Cassadine again. It's been far too long. Pepper nodded, her smile softening. Yes, it really has been ages since our last dinner with him. In the past, the legendary Cassadine, the god of the void and founder of the renowned void cult, had even shared a table with us, casually chatting about day-to-day matters. I remember Pepper once asked him what kind of women he preferred. Recalling those easy, ordinary moments among friends now feels almost dreamlike to her. We'll get another chance someday, she murmurs to herself. When Tony overheard Pepper mention she'd like to have dinner with Damien, his eyes lit up. He's grown so much since they last met. Damien's power now far outstrips his own. Even if Damien still wants to be friends, Tony can't help but feel a twinge of inferiority. But he's determined not to let that hierarchy stand between them. He'll push past his insecurities and treat Damien as an equal, sharing ideas and swapping stories about the universe once more, just like old times. You'll see, he promises himself. Pepper doesn't know about the tension brewing in Tony's mind. She's simply excited at the prospect of an evening together. At that moment, the distant thump-thump of a helicopter rotor cuts through the air. Pepper and Tony exchange delighted grins, each anticipating what the night may bring. Damien settled onto the living room sofa, eyes fixed on the front gates, waiting for the first sign of aggression. Through the speakers, a cold, authoritative voice cut the tense silence. Pepper Potts, executive chairwoman of Stark Industries, you are hereby suspected of undermining the international order and committing treason against the United States. I, General Thaddeus E. Ross, am placing you under immediate arrest. If you wish to avert a violent confrontation, have Tony Stark step forward and negotiate. Outside, a squadron of helicopters banked around Stark Manor. General Ross's voice boomed again, carrying across the manicured lawns and up to the mansion's rooftops. I never made any statements that could be construed as treasonous, Pepper answered into the open mic, her tone icy. I never advocated using Stark Industries to manipulate global affairs. I have been entirely willing to discuss and resolve this diplomatically, yet you refuse to hear me. If my reasonable efforts fail to sway you, then, by all means, resort to force. Just be sure you're ready for the consequences. Pepper's jaw tightened. She knew Tony would have ordered a strike by now if she hadn't held him back, and she didn't resent him for it. He wanted to protect her, and she intended to protect him right back. Together, they would meet whatever came next. Damien shifted uneasily in the cramped conference room as Pepper spoke, her voice calm but deadly serious. Only by letting the enemy come to your doorstep can you discover whether they truly intend to stop you, she said, meeting Ross's glare head-on. Yet every time we've backed off, we've only encouraged them to push us further. Ross's jaw clenched. You didn't actually say that before, Miss Potts, he replied, voice low and threatening, but what you just did falls squarely under those charges we discussed. Pepper lifted her chin. So now you're threatening us. That means you're obstructing our mission. Precisely. Ross leaned forward, eyes cold. Which is why you're coming with us. He paused, savoring the moment, until Tony Stark arrives. Damien felt the tension tighten around them like a noose. Ross's tone was imperious, leaving no room for argument. They were sidelined and helpless, at least until Stark showed up. Yet even as the walls seemed to close in, Damien caught Pepper's unwavering gaze, and knew she wasn't about to give up without a fight. Chapter 475, General Ross Dies. The helicopter settled onto the manicured lawn of Stark Manor. 2 ranks of armed soldiers flanked the landing strip, rifles at the ready, and standing perfectly to attention. General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross emerged from the aircraft and strode down the avenue. Inside him, Tony Stark, mighty as Iron Man, felt a twinge of unease. No matter how many villains he'd faced or how many suits of armor he'd built, at the end of the day, he was still Tony Stark, an American citizen, a wealthy industrialist, and, thanks to Ross's own career, a retired Air Force lieutenant general. In the chain of command, Ross still held the higher rank, and protocol demanded Stark show proper deference. Ross's very presence underscored the gravity of the situation. If Stark failed to curb his pride, Ross could and would call him out in front of the entire nation. The general paused at the foot of the pathway, eyes cold and unblinking. "Where are they?" Ross demanded. A crackle of static filled the command post before a young soldier's voice came over the radio. "Sir, our thermal scanners have picked up 2 life signs on the villa's 2nd floor." General Ross stiffened. "Stark? Pepper? Is that you up there?" A pause, then Tony Stark's calm reply drifted down the line. "General, with all due respect, isn't that exactly the question you should be asking me?" Ross ran a hand through his hair. "Why have you been deliberately avoiding our military? You knew we'd want to work with you." Tony's voice sounded faint but firm. "I've just achieved a major breakthrough. Energy technology that doesn't belong to one nation or one corporation. It belongs to all of humanity. If we release it, we could eliminate countless energy-driven conflicts." He let that sink in. Imagine, with unlimited power and no resource shortages, we'd break our technological barriers faster, colonize space, and free ourselves from Earth's limits. It sounds like something that should benefit every human being on the planet, no exceptions. Ross's reply was clipped. "And yet every time you offer to show us, you pull back. Are you deliberately making enemies of the entire world?" Tony sighed, just audible through the comm. "You'll understand soon enough, General. I hope you're ready." Silence stretched out as both men considered what would come next. Below, the soldier kept his weapon trained on the villa, waiting. Up above, 2 hearts beat in unison, one driven by idealism, the other by duty, each wondering which would prevail. General Ross's footsteps rang through the marble foyer as he strode into Tony Stark's Malibu villa, flanked by 2 agents. He didn't even pause to knock before marching up the staircase, launching into his argument. "We're only concerned with America's security," he declared. "Before you can claim your technology benefits humanity, we need to review and assess it. The international landscape is far more tangled than you realize. You can't judge a weapon by its blueprint alone. Every regulation we enforce exists to safeguard the nation." He came to a stop beside the holographic projection of Stark Industries schematics spread out on a console. "And let's be honest, you didn't develop this tech just for science. A gentleman knows how to make money and when to walk away. Overreach and you'll face the consequences." From somewhere deeper in the villa, Pepper Potts's voice crackled through the intercom, cool and cutting. "General Ross, when did the government start handing out free profit margins? Because last I checked, Tony runs his own company." General Ross's laugh was soft but scornful. "Retribution?" he repeated, shaking his head. "Miss Potts, you're far too naive. There is no such thing in this world." He advanced toward the grand staircase, each measured step underscoring his words. "The only measure of truth is the power a military wields and the wealth it commands. If retribution does exist, you crush it with strength. Then it can never touch you." Tony Stark's pleasant smile hardened. "So, General," he said coolly, "your creed is that strength is the foundation of everything. That's a curious interpretation of the democracy and freedom America claims to stand for." Ross paused on the bottom step and turned to face him, arms folded. Tony's voice dropped to a menacing whisper. "Don't delude yourself. Those lofty ideals are nothing more than propaganda to placate the masses. The real world is ruled by those with power. The weak have no say." Ross's chest swelled with pride. "Exactly, Mr. Stark. Public opinion might give you a temporary advantage, but it's fragile, easily manipulated. In the end, power sets the terms." General Ross surveyed the assembled officers with an icy calm. "Weakness and ignorance are not crimes," he began, each word deliberate. "Even death can be no more than an unfortunate consequence, never a just punishment. These people have no choice in their fate, no power to change it. Their hopes rarely reach beyond a simple life, marriage, children, quiet days. Yet from among them, bizarre anomalies always emerge, alien-born, extraordinary. By sheer accident, they acquire power and mistakenly believe themselves unrivaled supreme." He paused, scanning the room. "It is the sin of the weak to add arrogance to their ignorance. They forget how vast the heavens are, how deep the earth lies." Damien bristled. He rose from his seat, sarcasm edging his tone. "General Ross." Ross's expression flickered with irritation. He swallowed back a curse. His voice rose to a snarl as he struggled to address the young man, whose reputation already preceded him. At that moment, Rose hurried up the marble staircase to the second-floor lobby. "You," she began, but froze, startled. Ross's gaze flicked from her back to Damien, the 20-year-old standing with an unflinching stare. To Ross, the youth's calm confidence made him seem older, more dangerous. And in that tense silence, even the general knew he had underestimated the boy before him. Damien watched General Ross turn pale the moment he crossed the grand entry hall. "General Ross," Damien said, his voice smooth as silk, "long time no see." Ross cleared his throat but couldn't meet Damien's gaze. Damien took a step closer. "You pride yourself on the jungle law, natural selection, survival of the fittest. By embracing that creed, you've already agreed that the weak have no right to choose their fate." A cold smile curled Damien's lips. With a single snap of his fingers, the villa's hidden defense system sprang to life. Boom, boom, boom! Brilliant laser bolts sliced through Ross's reinforcements. Soldiers fell, their bodies collapsing in seconds. Through the tall windows, Rose watched in stunned silence as a hovering gunship was transformed into a fireball of splintering metal and flame. The thunder of falling bodies mingled with the metallic tang of blood and scorching ammunition. Ross spun around, eyes wide, staring at the mechanical arms, extensions of Damien's suit, that hovered like a steel spiderweb above the courtyard. Terror overtook him. A firm hand gripped Rose's shoulder, jolting her from the spectacle. She froze as Damien appeared at her side, his dark eyes glinting in the haze of smoke. He bent close, a predator's grin playing on his features. His whisper was a razor against her ear. "In my world, there's no room for mercy." He straightened, and the echo of his words settled over the destroyed courtyard, an unbreakable promise that no one present would ever forget. Damien stepped from the shadows of Stark Manor's grand foyer, his familiar grin in place, but his eyes a hard, unblinking steel. "General Ross," he said, voice low and steady, "welcome to hell, far beyond the reach of law and morality, where only strength defines the truth." Across from him, the old general trembled with outrage. Every inch of Ross radiated indignation and disbelief. "Damien Stark," he spat, struggling to keep his voice from shaking, "how dare you assault me? Are you challenging the authority of the United States Army?" Damien's smile never wavered. He turned slowly, surveying the ancient battle gear lining the walls, monuments to a world he intended to remake. "I'm not here to fight America," he said. "I'm here to fight the scum of humanity." Ross's lip curled in uneasy confusion. "And who exactly are these scum you speak of?" Stepping closer, Damien let his gaze sweep over the general, as though he were nothing more than an insect on a windowsill. "Anyone who clings to outdated traditions, who is arrogant or selfish, who tries to derail humankind's progress, they're the scum. And anyone who stands in my way," he reached forward, his armored gauntlet tracing a deliberate line across Ross's weathered cheek. The gesture was almost tender, as if patting an unruly child back into line. "Is my enemy." Ross froze, eyes wide. In that moment, he understood that inside these walls, there would be no mercy and no escape. Damien slid into the chair opposite General Ross, his expression unreadable. "You know why I'm here," he said quietly. Ross's eyes narrowed. "Do you realize what happens if you die?" Damien leaned back, folding his arms. "Stark Industries collapses, your reputation is in ruins, and even after my death, my name will be a rallying cry for anyone who wants to see you fall." Ross let out a dry laugh. "So brave, even with the noose around your neck." A flicker of amusement crossed Damien's face. "I called you arrogant and foolish. You snapped, refused to admit you were wrong. Now the tables have turned. This negotiation is mine." Ross stood, pacing the length of the room. "All right, you'll join me, sign whatever terms I demand, and hand over Stark Industries lock, stock, and barrel." Damien's eyes stayed on him. "Yes, once your deal is done, I expect a swift send-off." Ross paused, surprised. "You mean you want me to kill you quickly?" "No," Damien corrected, his voice steady. "I want to live. The best I can hope for is an unequal treaty. My every move watched, every asset stripped away, so long as I keep breathing." Ross shook his head in disbelief. "A lifetime under my thumb is your ideal ending?" Damien offered a wry smile. "Better than dying." Silence fell between them. Damien's terms were harsh, but they left him alive, and for now, that was victory enough. Damien leaned back in his seat, folding his arms as General Ross studied him across the table. I suppose you expect me to thank you for your kindness and generosity, he said, his tone dripping with contempt. Ross's jaw clenched. He opened his mouth to retort, but Damien held up a hand. Here's the plain truth, Damien continued. In the most ordinary outcome, you ship me off to one of your classified black site prisons. I vanish into solitary confinement, stripped of every right, for the rest of my life. He let the words settle. I won't just disappear from the headlines, I'll disappear from history altogether. He flicked a glance at the pile of reports on the table. Option 2, you stage my death. I go off the grid. Stark Industries goes dark, ownerless, ripe for the taking, and the U.S. government steps in to claim it as though you'd always meant to. General Ross shifted in his chair, the weight of America's military might, its reputation, still evident in his posture. Damien offered him a mocking smile. You think waving your military credentials and national prestige at me will change my mind? I've dealt with your brass more times than I care to remember. I've seen the darkness behind the medals and press releases. He sat forward, voice low and steady. Those are the two best endings you've got lined up. Either I fake my death and manage to keep a sliver of honor, or I rot away in your secret prison. But if I refuse, the worst-case scenario is that you eliminate me, dismantle Stark Industries outright, and brand me a traitor so thoroughly nobody could ever clear my name. Silence stretched between them. Damien met Ross's glare without flinching. So, General, those are the 4 possible endings to this little negotiation. Which one do you choose? Damien's heart hammered as he faced Tony Stark. Mr. Stark, surely we can still negotiate. Tony's eyes glittered with barely concealed rage. The cavern's chill seemed to vanish beneath his gaze. Damien swallowed hard, regretting ever tracking Stark here. Negotiate with an ant nest I could crush whenever I please? Tony hissed. I should have known better than to look you up. Damien glanced at Rose, who stood frozen beside him. Please, think this through, he pleaded, voice cracking. Tony's lip curled in a cruel sneer. Don't worry, he said softly. You won't be the last scumbag I send to hell. Plenty more to keep you company. In a heartbeat, Tony seized Rose by the hair and jerked her head back so she could watch. Rose gasped, pain flashing across her face. Damien lunged forward, but before he could reach them, Tony's hand shot out. With a sickening crack, Damien's neck snapped. His knees buckled, he crumpled to the icy floor. Rose staggered, tears spilling as she stared down at Damien's lifeless body. Horror froze her features. Tony released her hair and watched in silent satisfaction as she trembled. Then he gave the calmest command of all. Jarvis, clean up the mess. Right away, Mr. Stark, came the unruffled reply, echoing through the cavern. Damien stood in the control room of the villa, his fingers dancing across the console as he directed the intelligent robots and automated systems at his command. One by one, the bodies were carried out to the courtyard, where concentrated laser beams reduced them to nothing more than drifting ashes. When the last plume of smoke faded, he turned and said calmly, I wasn't trying to frighten you, just taking care of loose ends. Tony glanced at Pepper. You're not scared? She shook her head, stepping forward until she was close enough to brush her hand against his chest. Without a word, she lifted onto her tiptoes and pressed a soft kiss to his lips. When she pulled back, her eyes were bright with defiance. No, she said quietly. Even if you won't kill him, I would. Words alone couldn't convey the steel in her heart. Pepper had fought in the Void War. She'd faced true giants of the battlefield. Empty threats meant nothing to her. She knew that, at the start, the U.S. military had refused to negotiate or cooperate with their group. Driven by greed and arrogance, they'd been determined to bend them to their will. But in a clash like this, only one side could come out standing. Tony wrapped an arm around Pepper's waist, drawing her in close, and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. You're impossible, he murmured, voice warm against her hair. Then he straightened, eyes turning serious. But if Ross dies here, the U.S. military will have to answer for it. Pepper met his gaze, her resolve unshaken. Then let them come, she said. We'll be ready. Pepper snuggled closer, curling into Tony's side. But the moment the military finds out, they'll demand a statement. How do we handle that? Tony tightened his arm around her shoulders. No rush. I've already looped in Steve and Banner. Pepper frowned. Online leaks can be controlled, but at a press conference, That's where politicians and generals will pounce, declaring Stark Industries reckless, pretending to defend public safety while really gunning for us. Exactly, Tony said. Steve and Banner will neutralize their attacks publicly. When Cap and Banner stand up for us, it sends a clear message. Stark Industries didn't back down to the brass. He kissed the top of her head. Once the domestic front is secure, you and I will turn our attention to negotiating deals overseas. A slow smile spread across Tony's face. Outsmarting the American military and letting his tech reach every corner of the globe, that was the easiest part of his plan. Chapter X. Damien surveyed the blueprint for humanity's next great leap, and found himself facing the three most daunting tasks imaginable. First, he needed to unite every person on Earth in building a community with a shared future. Second, he planned to introduce a bespoke genetic therapy to every human being, forging a deeper bond between our species and the cosmos. And third, he would shepherd humanity's first true steps into space. Though these sound like only 3 objectives, the logistical hurdles behind them were innumerable. Still, Damien knew that even the simplest step 0, making spaceflight affordable and accessible, would serve as humanity's springboard to the stars. His dramatic one-man demonstration of Stark Industries' power, effectively neutralizing the U.S. military's most advanced weapons and forcing top politicians to the negotiating table, sent shockwaves around the globe. It was a clear message. The era of unilateral domination was over. Unsurprisingly, governments everywhere reacted with fear. That's where Pepper came in. She would roll out Stark's new energy reactors and space translators for sale to any nation, big or small, with no political strings attached. As soon as countries could buy these devices openly, rather than through secret back channels, the initial panic would subside. Over time, widespread adoption of this technology would prove there was no cause for alarm. Only after that groundwork was laid could Damien begin guiding humanity toward his ultimate vision. A world united in purpose, enhanced by genetic breakthroughs, and reaching out to touch the stars. None of this would happen overnight. But with patience, transparency, and trust in Stark Industries' innovations, the impossible could become reality. Damien knew all too well that the longer a project dragged on, the more likely unexpected complications would arise. Still, there was no shortcut around it. Everything had to be tackled patiently, one careful step at a time. Chapter 476, Captain Marvel returns. In an instant, General Ross and every soldier by his side crumpled to the ground, lifeless. From just yards away, Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, Peggy Carter, Pietro Maximoff, Wanda Maximoff, and Dr. Helen Zhao all witnessed the grisly scene. "For the weak, the strong are hell," Paige murmured, her voice tinged with sadness. She shook her head slowly. "Only evil can punish evil. What Tony called his failure, that's exactly what it was." Steve studied Ross's motionless form without anger or reproach toward Tony's drastic choice. General Ross had been a relentless obstacle. Jarvis had long ago warned that Ross's hardline stance would clash catastrophically with Stark Industries' plans. When Stark opened his press conference, his grand gesture meant to benefit all mankind. Ross had marched in with armed troops at his back. If he'd arrived unarmed, there might have been room for negotiation. He might still be alive. Now, with Ross gone and the soldiers fallen, an uneasy silence settled over the clearing. But before anyone could speak again, a sudden flare of energy lit the sky, the unmistakable herald of Captain Marvel's return. General Ross's position has become unmistakably clear. If we can't reach an agreement, he'll simply use force. He's not one for subtlety. Against anyone he deems weaker or ignorant of the world's realities, he quite literally lays a gun to their head. I, on the other hand, would still prefer a civilized discussion. "Miss Helen Zhao," I added gently, "if you need a moment, you're welcome to step outside." Pietro's eyes flicked to Helen Zhao. Her face was drained of color, her knuckles turned white as she gripped the sofa's armrest. Pietro himself knew better than anyone the kind of havoc Tony Stark could wreak. He'd seen it firsthand in the Hydra compound when Stark rescued him like a demon unleashed. Everyone in the room was aware of Tony's fierce reputation. For Helen, however, this was the first time she'd witnessed his merciless side in action. "Thank you," Helen said softly, forcing herself to sit up straighter. "But I'm not going anywhere. I'll get used to this, eventually." It wasn't as if Helen Zhao had never treated severely injured patients. She understood all too well how fragile human life could be. But she had never witnessed total annihilation before, nor seen that unshakable resolve in Tony Stark's eyes. She felt as if she'd been swept aboard a pirate ship with no say in the matter. All she could do was believe that Stark was serious about his plans, that he was a man who kept his promises. If that turned out to be true, then at least she knew she hadn't made the wrong choice. "You could have set those reports aside and focused on your studies," Wanda teased. Helen closed her eyes for a moment, inhaled deeply, and let her racing mind settle. "I need to know every possible outcome before I commit," she said. Wanda raised an eyebrow, and Helen offered a tight, forced smile. "Get ready to move. The people on our list will start acting soon." Banner glanced at her but said nothing. There was too much to do to offer consolation. Psychological counseling could wait until they had a moment to breathe. "I don't know when Captain Marvel will show up," Banner admitted, brows knitted in concern. "Then let's move faster," Steve Rogers replied, urgency sharpening his tone. Steve's nod looked more like a battle cry. "If there's going to be a fight, I'm ready." Pietro Maximoff leaned back, hands clasped behind his head, a wide grin on his face. This was the first time he'd been given a field assignment, and he was thrilled. "Don't get cocky," Banner warned, folding his arms. "Your speed and efficiency on this mission will go a long way toward how we evaluate you." Steve gave Pietro a solemn look. "I promise no innocents will get hurt. If anything goes wrong, you can punish me however you see fit." Pietro tapped his chest. "You have my word." But under that easygoing facade, he felt every bit as tense as his teammates. Proving himself here was crucial. If he, Odin, handled this, he had no business being called the Guardian of Blue Star. Moments later, Steve, Banner, and Pietro climbed into the sleek space fighter. They would take up orbit over key American cities, waiting for Jarvis to alert them to trouble. The moment the signal came in, they'd drop out of hyperspace and move in. High above, on his throne in Asgard, Odin watched events unfolding on Blue Star with solemn interest. Every action, every plan was visible to him, and he observed Tony Stark's next move with particular scrutiny. Odin stood alone in the Great Hall, contemplating the fate of Midgard. Even granting humanity centuries, or even millennia, to build a true community with a shared future, he knew they would never achieve it without unity. Only by pooling their resources and knowledge could they hope to reach the stars. Yet Tony Stark, ever impatient for progress, would not wait for that slow evolution. If he wanted to push mankind into the interstellar age on his timetable, bloodshed was an unavoidable cost. At that moment, the air in the temple shimmered, and Heimdall's projected form appeared before them. He dropped to one knee, head bowed. "Great Allfather," he intoned, "I bring word of the task you entrusted to me." "Speak," Odin commanded. "I have detected Captain Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel herself, traveling at superluminal speed. She is about to arrive at Midgard, the Blue Star." Odin's stern features softened slightly as he nodded. "Very well. You may stand down from this watch. I will take it from here." Heimdall rose, his pale hair and piercing blue eyes reflecting a profound reverence. "As you wish, Allfather." With that, the Guardian of the Bifrost vanished, leaving Odin alone once more in the hushed light of his temple, readying himself for the next pivotal chapter in humanity's and the gods' shared destiny. "Kassadin, are you going to intervene or not? If you plan to step in, head straight to Blue Star. Otherwise, I'll be in real trouble here." As soon as Heimdall departed, Odin's mind whirled with conflicting emotions. He'd received word that Captain Marvel was on her way to Blue Star. In terms of power, he was back at his peak, yet his physical form hadn't fully reverted to the handsome 20-year-old visage he once wore. While all his old abilities were once again at his command, he'd kept this renewed appearance hidden, partly to fool Zeus, and partly because of his daughter, Hela. Confessing the truth to Zeus was the easier gamble. At worst, Zeus would be furious at the deception, an anger Odin could handle. But if Hela learned that he was neither dying nor aging, his carefully laid plans would crumble. Without the illusion of his impending death to exile her, Hela's freedom would pose no true crisis to unite Thor and Loki. And without that looming catastrophe, there'd be no compelling reason for the brothers to set aside their rivalries. The very disaster he needed to bring them together would slip away. Damien had just finished muttering to himself when he sensed something shift above Midgard, the blue star below him, like the fabric of reality tearing. A swirling void, pitch black and impossible, began to unfold in midair. Damien paused. So this was Cassidon's doing. He'd no reason to fret further. He steered his gaze away as the black hole expanded. He didn't truly know how powerful Cassidon, the god of the void, might be, but it had to rival his own strength. After all, even Gao Tianzun, a near-immortal titan, had been brought to his knees and forced into servitude. Damien could not assume he'd fare better, even at the height of his power. Worse, no one knew the secret technique Cassidon had used to fracture Gao Tianzun's immortal body. And throughout that brutal confrontation, Cassidon never once resorted to the Infinity Power Stone. Clearly, the battle had been fought well below his true limit. Yet regardless of Cassidon's potential, Damien had taken an oath. He would never stand as Cassidon's enemy. With that vow firm in his heart, he turned and strode away. Meanwhile, in a distant S-Shield command center, Director Nick Fury received the grim report. General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross was dead. Fury's chest tightened when he learned Tony Stark had personally carried out the strike. For a moment he stood in stunned silence, until the shadows behind him shifted and a new figure stepped into the dim light. Fury, long time no see. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, offered a warm smile as she approached Nick Fury. His sharp eyes had grown a few more lines since their last meeting, but to her, he looked every bit the indomitable strategist she'd always known. After receiving Fury's distress signal, Carol had raced to Blue Star at maximum warp. It took her a full week to track him down, making it the fastest rescue deployment in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s history. Fury stared at her in disbelief. Danvers, you look exactly the same. Carol quirked an eyebrow. Don't go telling the world I found the fountain of youth. Fury studied her for a moment, then broke into a grin. Seriously, you haven't aged a day. She shrugged. The Kree spliced a few of their genes into me years ago. Slows down the clock quite nicely. Fury nodded, his curiosity piqued. By human standards, you'd be, what, 3 times older than you look? Roughly, Carol admitted, but I still appear in my 30s. He tapped his temple. Has Blue Star developed its own gene therapy since you left? Nothing genetic, Fury replied. I'm only on an anti-aging formula, no Kree DNA involved. Carol laughed softly. Well, whatever you're taking, it's working. Now tell me everything, how you ended up stranded here, and what you need to get back home. Fury's expression grew serious as he met her gaze. Let's start from the beginning. Damien stood in the doorway, folding his arms. All right, let's cut the small talk. I'll get started on whatever you wanted me to handle. Carol Danvers raised an eyebrow. First things first, why did you really ask for my help? Don't tell me you fired up the BB system on a whim just so you could drop in on me. Otherwise, I'll be annoyed. She already knew that Blue Star technology hadn't changed much over the years, so she didn't bother digging into technical minutia. Folding her arms, she fixed him with a steady gaze. Seriously, what's the real reason you came to me? Damien's lips curved into a wry smile. Come on, you know me better than to think I'd waste your time over idle curiosity. I only reach out when it matters. He leaned forward, voice earnest. So go ahead, tell me what's wrong. I'll solve whatever problem you've got. Carol sank into her chair, her quiet confidence filling the room. Chapter 477, Nick Fury's True Colors. Nick Fury stared into the holo display, his expression grave. Humanity is facing an unprecedented threat. He paused as if weighing every word. One careless move could trigger a global nuclear exchange and set civilization back to the Stone Age. Carol Danvers leaned forward, concern creasing her brow. That's why you summoned me so urgently? Fury let out a low sigh. Exactly. This goes far beyond anything we can handle in the field. I need you to know exactly what we're up against. Danvers met his gaze. So tell me, what or who is behind it? Nick Fury's eyes darkened. The threat comes from one of our own, Tony Stark. He's turned traitor, thrown in with the Void cult, and they've anointed him as one of their Void heralds. Carol's surprise was palpable. Tony Stark? Betrayed us for the Void cult? Fury nodded grimly. Not only that, he's been granted the rank of Void Pioneer, one of only a handful to hold that title. For a long moment, Danvers was silent. Betrayal stung, and the revelation of Stark's new allegiance cut deep. Finally, she exhaled and squared her shoulders. If Stark stands with the Void Cult, it means they have the means and the will to strike at the heart of everything we protect. Fury leaned back, the weight of his next words heavy in the air. Which is why we need a plan. If Tony truly embodies the Void's power, we're facing an enemy unlike any before. Carol nodded, resolve hardening in her eyes. Then let's get to work. Together, they turned back to the holo display, plotting the first moves in what would become mankind's greatest stand against the man they once called hero and the dark forces he now served. Carol Danvers's voice turned grave. Our enemy is Tony Stark, the pioneer of the Void Cult. Nick Fury's brow furrowed. What's wrong? The Void Herald, Tony Stark, isn't supposed to be that big a threat. Carol met his gaze, unwavering. Alone, he's dangerous, but manageable. If he's acting under the authority of Kassadin, though, the Void God and founder of the cult, then we're in serious trouble. Fury's pulse quickened. What do we actually know about Kassadin's origins? Carol's expression darkened. Very little. What scraps of history we have, they're fragmented, contradictory, and every new detail suggests Kassadin's power goes far deeper than we ever imagined. Fury leaned back, lips pressed into a thin line. He'd believed Tony Stark was working alongside Damien Umbaraka. Now, the pieces weren't fitting. Why was Tony aligned with Kassadin, two figures whose names carried entirely different legacies? And what did that mean for everything they thought they understood about the Void Cult? Damien stood at the head of the briefing table in Eshield's command center, a three-dimensional star chart hovering above him. He took a breath and met Carol Danvers's and Nick Fury's eyes. You still don't grasp what's unfolding across the universe, he said evenly. It's a lot to take in, so let me sum it up. Kassadin, known as the God of the Void, is one of the most powerful beings ever to appear in modern history. In just a few short years, he's risen to a cosmic peak that no one else has approached. He tapped a distant star on the hologram. It blinked once and vanished in a pulse of light. He can teleport to any point in the universe at will, Damien continued, and with a single blow, he can shatter entire stars. Even the gods themselves tremble at his name. Carol Danvers narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms. Teleportation plus stellar destruction? A being like that, it almost sounds impossible. Nick Fury leaned forward, voice low. Until now, Kassadin's power was little more than rumor, a terrifying legend wrapped in mystery. He let the silence hang, heavy with the unspoken threat that lay beyond. After seizing the Power Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, Kassadin's power became virtually limitless. Much like the Cosmic Cube, the Power Stone channels boundless energy, but unlike the cube's ability to bend space, this gem packs an almost inconceivable destructive punch. By even the most conservative estimates, the God of the Void needed only a single blow to obliterate an entire star. When you factor in his own already formidable might, Kassadin truly seems unstoppable. Standing before the briefing table, Carol Danvers set out the grim facts. She'd known Kassadin had gotten hold of an Infinity Stone, but until recently, she hadn't fathomed the scale of the threat. Then word came that he'd driven back Gao Tianzun and claimed the realm of nothingness, all without ever tapping into the Power Stone's full potential. Now she understood just how dangerous he'd become. What's our next move? Carol asked, her voice tight with concern. If we don't neutralize Tony Stark's defenses, and fast, Earth could be dragged back to the Stone Age. Nick Fury stared at her, his expression grave. The dread in Carol's eyes told him everything he needed to know. The Void Cult's resurgence posed a crisis unlike any they'd faced before. Damien folded his arms, eyes hard. The solution isn't as simple as killing him. Carol Danvers frowned. What do you mean? We could capture Tony, Damien said. Then negotiate with Kassadin, the Void God himself. If we bargain smartly, we might persuade him to stand down and abandon whatever he's plotting on Blue Star. Carol leaned back. But what is Void Herald Tony Stark's endgame? And why did all those fungal eggs across Blue Star suddenly erupt, sending the planet back into a kind of primitive era? Nick Fury cleared his throat. Just minutes before you arrived, General Ross and several American battalions were wiped out by Stark's forces. Carol's eyes widened. He took out an entire army? Fury nodded grimly. He's moving to usurp American command. Once that news spreads, Every political power on Earth will react, and that reaction will plunge humanity into global war. Damien exchanged a look with fury. Tony can slip in and out of the cosmos at will. He'll be unscathed. Blue Star, though, won't stand a chance. Carol's jaw tightened. So you're telling me all this, but not why he's doing it? Fury offered a faint, uneasy smile. I'm giving you exactly what you need to know. His actions and the consequences hurtling our way. His theory, his ideals, that's something you'll have to uncover for yourself. Nick Fury stood before the holographic map of Stark Manor's grounds. His voice was measured, but his eyes betrayed his unease. Although Tony Stark has accepted the Void Cult's invitation and become their herald, he's still human, just one man. Carol Danvers crossed her arms, her expression hardening. It doesn't matter that he's done great things for humanity. Now he's using his power to dominate us all. It's reckless, nothing short of a betrayal. Fury inhaled sharply. Captain Marvel, our reconnaissance places him at his estate in New York. He tapped a glowing point on the map. That's where he is now. Danvers's fists clenched at her sides. Then that's where we'll go. Seeing the fierce determination in her eyes, Fury felt a twinge of guilt. He'd kept Carol in the dark about the Void Cult's direct influence on Stark's new plans, information that might have turned her allegiance the other way. Yet he could not, in good conscience, entrust the safety of the world entirely to a man under the sway of the cult. Even if it meant deceiving his closest allies, Fury convinced himself it was the only way. Inside Stark Manor, the soft glow of Jarvis's control panels filled the command center with an eerie calm. Tony Stark watched the live feeds as Captain Marvel's ships breached Earth's atmosphere. He leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, and allowed himself a small, calculating smile. Fury had sent Carol straight into his hands, and now Tony intended to make the most of that. That black-braised egg really has no shame. True enough, but he left out the most important details. Captain Marvel is his friend, right? I dropped everything the moment I got his distress call. And what I faux on wasn't an honest, open debrief. It was a lie. How can anyone sink so low? Pepper had heard every word. Anger and disgust etched her face as she spat out. That's Nick Fury for you. S.H.I.E.L.D. talks about serving all humanity, but in reality, it's just America's puppet. Fury's last ace in the hole is Captain Marvel. If Carol Danvers doesn't back him up, he has no way to strike back. He isn't worried about right or wrong. He just wants to make sure the U.S. stays on top, controlling the world's fate. Tony leaned back, his expression calm. I'm not surprised, Pepper. I knew Fury would pull something like this. Otherwise, he'd have no motive to stop me or derail humanity's real vision, reaching for the stars. Once the balance of power shifts, everything changes. Across the lab's soft blue glow, the two of them exchanged a look that said one thing clearly. The game had just gotten a lot more complicated. From Nick Fury's point of view, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation has always been fragile. Even if his latest plan succeeds, the agency might still be dismantled. Although Fury has never been fully controlled by UN diplomats or the U.S. military, and always steps in when lives are at stake, he's become intoxicated by the power his position affords. One order from him, and money, personnel, and weapons materialize. As S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director, he holds secrets that ordinary people can't even imagine. Who wouldn't savor that godlike feeling of superiority, looking down on everyone else's ignorance? Fury first met Damien when the young inventor unveiled his arc reactor prototype and custom steel armor. On pure intellect alone, Damien could have outmaneuvered Fury a dozen times over. Yet when they shook hands, Fury's cold, proud stare never wavered, an unspoken claim that he held all the cards. That, in a nutshell, is Nick Fury's character. The man who insists he understands the world better than anyone else, who promises, I protect you. You may not know what I do, but you will respect me. Buoyed by the heady mix of power and knowledge, Nick Fury had grown supremely arrogant. He was convinced that his judgment was unassailable, and that it was only natural to suspect everyone else of hidden malice. When he had once bowed his pride to summon Renly and the others for assistance, his real concern wasn't so much the welfare of Blue Star as it was whether his allies might inadvertently bring catastrophe upon it. Fury delighted in moralizing others and barking out orders. Tony Stark, seeing through Fury's self-righteous posturing, simply refused to comply. Had Fury possessed even a fraction of the peaceable wisdom of Irani Leal, the universally admired leader whose diplomatic tact held the galaxy together, Stark might have obeyed. But Fury lacked Leal's vision and grand ambition. As Damien's own assessment of the Xandar Empire made clear, preserving an established order often served them far better than tearing it down. Damien recognized that, harsh as it sounded, the Xandar Empire's very survival resting in others' hands was actually a testament to its importance. Even if no one could truly dictate their own fate, having a defined role allowed them to carve out a bit of space to live, and in return, earn a measure of protection. Chapter 478, Traitor of Humanity? Damien had finally returned to Blue Star Villa. As he stepped inside, he noted with relief that everything was immaculate. No overdue utility bills, no signs of neglect. His armor lay neatly stored in the cloakroom alongside a row of crisply pressed home clothes. It was clear Tony had kept his promise. Whenever Damien was away, his estate was looked after with meticulous care. Slipping out of his armored suit, Damien pulled on the comfortable civilian clothes. He padded into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and grabbed a chilled soda. Leaning against the counter, he sipped thoughtfully, observing the villa's silent calm. Out on Xandar, life had its own rhythms and surprises. Back here, on Blue Star, things were just as different and just as unpredictable. Tony's new plan promised to upend Blue Star even more dramatically than before. Damien could almost feel the ripples of change waiting to crash over the planet, bringing opportunities and dangers no one had foreseen. He wondered how the wider universe would react, especially Earth. Half a galaxy away, Peter Parker had recently awakened to his identity as Spider-Man. Damien couldn't help but think about him. Would Peter still look up to Tony Stark in this altered timeline? In their last encounter, Tony's focus was the far reaches of space, and the paths that once drew mentor and protege together seemed to have drifted apart. Damien cracked open the soda and tracked his own reflection in the polished marble countertop. Blue Star Villa felt like solid ground, but he knew his footing here was only temporary. Whatever waited beyond these walls, reunions, rivalries, betrayals, was already looming on the horizon. And when that moment came, he had to be ready. Peter Parker has proven himself a conscientious hero, always ready to help his neighbors. But whether he'll ever be ready for the Avengers remains to be seen. Damien watched Peter's timid smile, the way he still blushed around the girl he liked at school, and decided to stop worrying about him for now. Peter's intentions were noble, but youth comes with recklessness. Even the best hearts can make mistakes. He just needed time and a few more trials to grow. Right now, however, Damien's full attention was on Captain Marvel. His cosmic communicator buzzed at his side, and he tapped it without hesitation. In an instant, a holographic projection of Odin shimmered into being before him. "Odin," Damien greeted casually, leaning back. "I was just looking for you. You're keeping an eye on Carol Danvers, too, aren't you?" Odin's projection settled onto the sofa across from him, a faint smile playing on his lips. He had assumed that with Cassidin's return, this matter would have been laid to rest, but apparently there was more going on than anyone had anticipated. Damien lounged in his chair, idly studying the runes on the table before him. He'd been meaning to ask Cassidin his opinion of Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, and now that the hour was free, he seized the chance. "So," Damien said, turning to the solemn Asgardian elder, "what do you make of Carol Danvers?" Cassidin met his gaze evenly. "Don't underestimate her," he replied. "In raw strength, she stands on equal footing with your daughter Hela." At that, Damien allowed himself a faint smile. He caught Odin's approving nod and spoke as casually as if discussing a field marshal. "Perhaps in brute force she can hold her own, but in cunning, in strategy, she falls far behind Hela. Once my daughter fully reclaims her powers, she'll detect any surveillance at once. She won't be so easily swayed by half-truths." Odin's deep voice rumbled across the hall. "Hela has always been straightforward to a fault. Her single-mindedness and lack of guile can be her undoing." He paused, eyeing Cassidin and Damien in turn. "But remember, it was decades ago when she first encountered Carol Danvers. Back then, Nick Fury had not yet risen to lead S.H.I.E.L.D. The world was very different. And she stood at the very summit of human society," Cassidin went on, his tone measured. still brimming with passion and justice, but you don't seem to grasp how easily power can corrupt the best of us." Damien didn't argue. He studied Tony's group across the hall before answering softly. "Even those closest to us, friends, family, can be led astray. Carol's journey through the cosmos has been unnaturally smooth, her strength unchecked. That kind of success breeds an arrogance that makes you believe no threat can touch you, not even betrayal." Odin listened, then offered a few thoughtful words about Carol Danvers. After years of roaming the universe, she could hardly have been unaware of the recent upheavals that shook every star system or the horrors wrought by the Void Cult. Even the gods of Olympus had hesitated to act, choosing instead to watch and wait. Yet Carol chose to intervene, fully knowing she would have to face the Void Cult's titanic menace. It was a bold, some would say reckless, decision, a sign of both youthful courage and the impatience that comes before true wisdom. "Arrogance is the road every great man must walk," Odin intoned, his voice echoing through the vast chamber. "Carol Danvers is learning that lesson now, but know this, arrogance always carries a price." Damien met the Allfather's gaze without flinching. From the moment he first wielded the power of the Void, he'd refused to let it blind him. He'd remained cautious, training, planning, and only acting once he was certain no force on or off Earth could hunt him down. Had he rushed in full of hubris, the Ancient One herself would have coveted the Void's might and struck first. Damien would have died at her hand. "Is the price you speak of death?" he asked quietly. "Or something far worse?" Odin's ancient eyes darkened. A chill ran through the hall. "She never meant to kill Tony Stark," he said at last. "She intended only to seize him, use him as leverage in her negotiations with me." Damien considered that for a moment, then inclined his head. "A wise move," he agreed. Despite her pride, she wasn't so conceited as to believe that insulting the Void God faith was a smart move. Damien's tone grew even colder. "The wisest course is to learn every fact before passing judgment," he said. "Don't mistake a single-sided tale for the whole truth, or assume that anyone who spares my life can use it to blackmail me. If you want real influence in the cosmos, you need far more substantial leverage than that." He paused, his eyes narrowing. Only the monstrous entities that stalk the multiverse could still give him pause. Otherwise, mercy was his choice alone. Even if Tony Stark perished right now, Damien could call upon Master Gao Tianzun to bring him back, an ability known to few, and one with its own strict limits. "Continue," he commanded. Odin bowed his head. He knew he could not plead Carol Danvers' case. Captain Marvel of the Nine Realms had spent decades mastering her Kree-enhanced powers and earning a heroic reputation across countless star systems. Even the All-Father could not intervene here. Kassadin would carry out Damien's verdict. Damien had never encountered anything more formidable than the Void God religion. Even knowing it was an entity not to be trifled with, he couldn't help but rely on a bit of luck in dealing with it. Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel, might have dared to challenge such a power if she hadn't already tangled with a handful of universe-shaking titans. And even with Hela restored to her full Asgardian divinity, the best outcome in her clash with Danvers would have been a stalemate. Neither side possessed the means to end the other's life. After all, Carol could streak through space faster than light. Few in all creation could hope to keep pace. Yet the foe she was about to provoke next was an entity that even the gods whispered about in fear. Damien noticed Odin's silence. With a casual smile, he held out a cold can of Pepsi. "Care for a soda?" "A soda?" Odin echoed, curiosity flickering in his eye. He'd never tasted a carbonated drink before, and he regarded the can in Damien's hand as though it were a curious relic from another realm. Odin opened the refrigerator, and Damien handed him a cold bottle of soda. Odin twisted off the cap and took a cautious sip. The drink was brisk and sweet, enjoyable, but it had none of the familiar depth of real fruit or herbal flavors. "Miss Sonia wouldn't let you drink something like this," he remarked, setting the bottle down for a moment. Damien smiled. "I know. Soda is pure laboratory concoction, far too artificial for Void Island. As the Void Cult's divine envoy, Miss Sonia oversees countless critical duties, including Kassadin's diet. Anyone in her position would never authorize additives like these." He paused, gazing at the bottle. "That's exactly why I'm looking forward to it. Once I'm back on Blue Star, I'll savor one of these every chance I get. Unhealthy, maybe, but so thrilling to the taste buds. Odin nodded in understanding. He picked the soda back up and continued drinking, letting the sharp fizz dance on his tongue. Damien and Tony were leaning against the low stone wall of Stark Manor's carriage drive, talking and laughing, yet both kept one eye on the sky. After Tony's run-in with General Ross, he'd asked Jarvis to monitor every major politician in the country. What he really waited for, though, was Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel herself, bearing down on the estate. Tony knew Carol's power eclipsed anything he could throw at her. If she meant to capture him, it wouldn't be to kill, but to use him as leverage against Damien. Any other threats he could neutralize on his own, but Carol Danvers was in a class by herself. Stepping onto the manicured lawn, Tony glanced back at Damien. "Ready?" he asked, though neither of them felt calm. Damien swallowed. "As ready as I'll ever be." Tony raised a hand to his ear, listening for Jarvis's confirmation. "Sir, Captain Marvel has launched," the AI announced in its crisp, unflappable tone. "Distance is roughly 800 kilometers, Tony muttered, glancing up. He began a slow count. 1, 2, 3. Before he could reach 4, a golden streak roared across the horizon. A moment later, Carol Danvers descended in a brilliant flash of energy, her blonde hair and battle suit aglow with cosmic light. Tony squared his shoulders, adopting a mock surrender posture. Damien tightened his fists at his sides. Neither knew exactly what Carol had planned, but they both understood this encounter would change everything. Damien watched in stunned silence as Iron Man's armor, once gleaming gold and red, shifted to a ghostly silver white. Frost crept into the plating as Tony Stark activated Void Mode, transforming the suit and unleashing a roaring ice storm. Jagged shards of frost whipped around them, and the world seemed to freeze in place. Through the howl of the blizzard came Tony's voice, rich with triumph. "Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, the name I've waited to hear." Damien's breath caught. To summon Captain Marvel by name, and to do it so easily, was astounding. And then, as if summoned by a beacon, she appeared. A streak of fiery light tore through the frozen chaos. Carol Danvers, blazing at over 200 kilometers per second. Even at that speed, she wove between skyscrapers with uncanny precision, ensuring not a single window shattered. Damien felt his heart pound. To witness her arrival, so swift, so controlled, was nothing short of extraordinary. At the storm's eye, Tony hovered, frost crackling from his gauntlet. He fixed Damien and Carol with a cold, hard stare. "I am Tony Stark, harbinger of the void," he declared, voice echoing across the ice-choked streets. "This is humanity's world, not that of your void god cult." He let loose another spray of razor-sharp frost. "You renounced your humanity, pledged yourself to the void, and became a monster. You chose power over life, and now you'll face the consequences. I agree to your terms, but since you have abandoned your humanity, you must return to the void cult immediately. Blue Star will tolerate no traitors. You may have taken your first steps, but there's still time to undo your mistake. If you renounce your scheme, leave Blue Star, and swear that the Void Church will never set foot here again, I might spare your life." Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, narrowed her eyes as she sensed the familiar aura shift, and caught the telltale flicker of Tony Stark's imminent arrival. Despite a nagging feeling that something was amiss, she stood firm and delivered her ultimatum. A self-proclaimed traitor who willingly joins the Void Cult is no longer human. He's a monster. Tony Stark stepped into view with a wry smile. He'd hoped to find common ground with Carol, and perhaps avoid a fight altogether. Yet the moment those harsh words cut through the air, any thought of alliance vanished, replaced by a flash of anger and disdain. A low, mocking laugh filled the chamber. Tony Stark turned to face Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel, his eyes burning with a savage light. "I don't intend to repeat myself," he said, voice dripping contempt. "Your strength is meaningless next to mine. If you want to survive, you'll abandon Blue Star." Carol's expression hardened. "You don't understand," she replied, calm but unyielding. "I never asked for these powers. They were forced on me. That's why I refuse to be labeled a monster." Tony's grin widened. "Exactly. You were a passive vessel. But we—" He swept an arm through the air as if embracing some unseen darkness. "We joined the cult of the void willingly. We chose this power, bathing ourselves in it until there was no turning back. That makes us the true monsters. Evil isn't defined by the source of your strength, Carol shot back. It's how you use it. You've turned your gifts into instruments of oppression. That's what separates us. Tony's features twisted with anger. Spare me the lecture, he snarled. I didn't call you here to argue. I came to offer you a choice. Renounce your false heroism and rejoin the Void God's followers, or perish as a traitor to humanity. Carol lifted her chin, her fists clenched. The hum of energy crackled around her as she prepared to answer, ready to fight, no matter the cost. Tony fixed Damien with a hard stare, voice low and cutting. You didn't come here to talk, but I'll indulge you anyway. If you don't share someone's views and instead use your superior power to crush those weaker than you, preemptively silencing them to prevent any threat, that's nothing more than bullying. Right now, you're not even using that power to get what you want. He paused, letting the words hang in the air. So tell me, how are you any different from me? Just because you're stronger, you call your own biases justice, claim to know the whole truth without a shred of proof, and then label everyone else evil. Tony's tone was dripping with sarcasm, every word a challenge, daring Damien to respond.